MappdCon 2022. We are live. We are here. We are ready to rock and roll. My name is Dr. Ryan Gray. I'm going to be your host for most of the day, assuming my voice holds out and my butt doesn't get too tired sitting here. I may be wiggling around. I am joined by my fabulous co-founder at Mappd, Rachel Grubbs. How are you doing, my friend?
I am excellent. I'm so excited. I have been pumped all week. This is going to be such a fun day. We're going to learn a lot. We're going to laugh. It's going to be awesome.
We have representatives from the AAMC.
Yep.
From TMDSAS.
Yep.
From Altus Assessments, our friends up north who put on Casper and also invented the MMI, those crazy people. ACOMIS we have. We have a wonderful med student panel.
Yep. One person from each year.
We have
got Jeff Polish, who taught the course on storytelling in medicine at Duke University a few years ago.
Oh, yeah. That'll be fun.
Have our good friend Savannah Perry from the PA platform.
Oh, yeah. We're going to talk PA versus MDDO. I'm going to win that argument. It's going to be a rock 'em, stock 'em.
Nothing to win. Both are great jobs.
I win always.
Also, she's going to wipe you.
We have our wonderful, another crazy friend, Hunter from Blueprint MCAT to talk about
high energy Hunter. I've never seen Hunter not totally amped. He goes to 11.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And we have a wonderful med student, Jasmine Brown, who has written a book, Twice as Hard. So I'm excited to talk with her about kind of DEI stuff in medicine and just rocking and rolling today. It's gonna be a long day. We're streaming here. It's 10:52 Eastern time. We're going till 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. Throughout the day, we'll be announcing raffle winners. We're giving away lots of amazing free stuff. We're giving away sets of my pre-med playbook. We're giving away Blueprint MCAT exam packs. So we are giving away lots of stuff. The entry to enter to win, it's a separate entry form. Go to premedgiveaway.com, premedgiveaway.com. Go start a new tab. Don't leave this tab. You never want to leave us. Don't leave me. I have abandonment issues. Please don't leave me. I would love for you to stay and hang out. Rachel, what should students be doing today to get the most out of MappdCon?
You know, I guess what I would say is keep your ears open, right? I know it sounds a little bit like I'm a kindergarten teacher, but try to listen and soak up as much as you can. What I always see at events like this is everybody has a million questions, and I love that. It's one of my favorite things about pre-health students is how engaged and committed they are. But sometimes you can spend so much energy trying to ask questions in the chat that you miss all the goodness happening in the stream. So obviously, chitty chat your hearts out in the chat, but just keep soaking it up. You know, there's a lot of topics we're going to get to. If there are things we don't get to today, we've got live weekly Q&A. We've got tons of podcasts. So just really kind of get what you can get out of the day. Take notes if you want, but don't worry. Don't feel like you have to take notes because this is being recorded. You're watching a live stream. The moment the live stream ends tonight at about 6:30, it's just going to toggle straight to the replay. So you can enter and exit at will all day, take breaks, come back, come to the sessions that excite you. That's easy. Your registration includes that. But then you're going to be able to rewatch all of it later.
Yeah. And for the 300 or so people that are on now, can you please do me a favor? Take screenshots. Go onto Twitter, live stream this or live what do you call that? Live tweeting. Live tweet this. Go onto your favorite social media platform, IG stories, TikTok stories, whatever, and let people know you're watching. Let them know what you're learning. Use the hashtag MappdCon2022. Again, that's MappdCon2022 as a hashtag so we can follow and keep track. And we'd appreciate any sort of exposure that you can let other people know that you're here watching and learning, and they should be here too. go on to SDN or Reddit. It's the only time I'll tell you to go to those places. Let them know that we're here hanging out. Especially, I think students are going to love this first session coming up about the application systems, because those are very scary for students, and hopefully we'll make them much less scary. And the med student panel, everyone loves later on in the day. And then the what's going to be, I think, my favorite session, the SJT session, all about preview and Casper. We have a awesome representative from the AAMC joining us, and our good friend, Dr. Kelly Dorr, one of the co-creators of Casper and the MMI, joining us as well. So we're going to have a Rock'em Sock'em day. It's going to be awesome.
Indeed.
I don't know why I feel like I need to go onto eBay and buy some Rock'em Sock'em robots. Like I've been using that term a couple times today. I don't know what's in. I'm like,
but have you
I'm
said
usually a pacifist
yet today?
Tickety boo. I have not. Tickety boo.
That's an important one. I just realized we were talking about our amazing speaker list. We left out one person. So last but not least, our friend Megan Landris from Student Loan Planner. So no secret that med school, PA school come with potential for a lot of debt. Most of us don't have that kind of cash in hand. That's just not the life we live in this economy. So she's going to share some wisdom about how to navigate that.
Yeah, I mean, we have other guests too. We have our wonderful friend, Dr. Layla Amiri. She's the Dean of Admissions at Vermont Larner, Robert Larner College of Medicine. I always want to call it Lerner, but that's a different medical school. It's Larner. So she's going to be on, as well as Dr. Scott Wright from our Mappd team, and Courtney Lewis from our Mappd team, to talk about admissions. So Dr. Layla Amiri is a current Dean of Admissions at an MD school. Dr. Scott Wright, former Director of Admissions at TMDSAS. And Courtney Lewis, most recently, was the Director of Admissions at Burrell College of Osteopathic Medicine. So we'll cover the gamut all around. And let's not forget, everyone who's here watching, leave a comment. Where are you watching from? I'd love to see where you are all watching from. Are you where are you watching from, and where in the process are you?
I'd love to know that.
Let's get
our friend Courtney, who we were just talking about, our beloved admissions advisor, former Director of Admissions of Burrell Osteopathic, is in the chat. So there's a whole team of Mappd advisors. We're not all on air all day long, but a lot of us will be around. So feel free to ask questions there, and you may get some answers on air and some answers in the chat. Look at all these cities and towns coming in.
Yes, Vegas, Jersey, in a post back, Texas, New York, DC, Brandon, Florida. I was just in Brandon. Hey, Nicholas. Freaky Fast Family History. I love that name. MD, going to that MD. Love it, love it. New York, New York. New York City. I always love those El Paso, the salsa commercials. New York City. Love it. Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Love it, love it. Texas, Portland.
And I just saw a question that we're probably going to get throughout the day. So let me see if I can find that again. It was about the raffle. So Wanderlearn wants to know, are the raffle prizes only announced on this stream, or will they receive an email? Yeah, we will announce on the stream, but we'll also contact you by email, and we'll do a big announcement at the end of the day, but we'll ask you guys to reply back to confirm by next week to make sure that we've got the right info. But we'll be giving prizes all day. So it's going to be an exciting part of the moment, is the little breaks between sessions where you hear who's winning. And I think I have a list of all the cool stuff we're giving away. We can show that real quick here. Let's see. Yeah, look at this amazing list. So we've got 15 sets of the Pre-Med Playbook series, 10 sets of Blueprint MCAT practice exams. Big thank you to our sponsor, Blueprint MCAT. This event is free because of them, guys. So they're way cool. They made it happen for you.
So cool.
10 MCAT Apt Pro year subscriptions. You guys may know we have a web-based platform called MappdApp. It is free, no catch, free for everyone. There's also a paid level if you want even more cool features, and we're giving away 10 subscriptions of the paid level, the pro, 3 sessions of free advising with this guy, Ryan Gray, MD, and again, Blueprint superstars that they are, giving away 1 MCAT live online course. So enter pre-med giveaway, and that's how you can be eligible to win any of all those cool things.
Love it. Love it. Love it. All right. Well, we are at the top of the hour. I think that means we're ready to kick off MappdCon 2022. And for all of you watching right now, we are virtual this year, but next year we are in person. Stay tuned for that. Our first in-person conference next year in October. MappdCon 2023 will be amazing. I'm so excited.
All right. Well, to kick off our day, we are going to talk through how to understand application systems. So this is really exciting. We've got 2 folks representing 2 of the 3 big application systems this year. So we'll go ahead and bring these guys on camera. Director of TMD SAS, Enrique Jasso, and the Assistant Director of Application Services and Digital Outreach at ACOM, Taylor Jasko. So thank you guys so much for being here. And Ryan, I will hop off and let you take away this great conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. And just one small correction. Enrique Jasso.
You caught it.
Perdón. I should have known.
Come on, you speak the Spanish. Come on.
Sí, hablo español
Raffle
un poquito, pero se me olvidó que es Jasso.
Es
Jasso.
All right, take it away.
I make that mistake once. I will never forget. Enrique never let me live it down. Well, Taylor, Enrique, I'm so excited to be chatting with you today about application systems. I'll be the AAMC the stand-in. I do not represent the AAMC. What I say does not represent them. But I will kind of give the kind of side of AMCAS. Taylor, you are here to talk about ACOMAS, and Enrique, TMDSAS, that we just need to get off of everyone's chest right away. You guys were first.
Yes, we were.
First. You were
100%.
First.
We predate AMCAS. We started in 1968.
Yeah, 1968. Love it. All right, so let's chat real quick. The application service is really the first kind of big foray into I'm applying to medical school. This is my goal. Here's this big, what I like to call the open book test to try to get in to medical school. Taylor, I want to start with you from the ACOMAS side of things. What is like the big support email that comes in all the time that you just wish every student would know, the simple mistake that they seem to be making year in and year out that we can fix right here, right now?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, I do want to quickly, before I answer that, go into something that you mentioned during our introduction. I think so many students think of these application processes as something that's very scary. And I just want to say first off that the whole point of a centralized application system, like the ones that we all represent here today, is to streamline the process for you all. So, we're helping you to compile the most important pieces, the core pieces of your application, and we're just sending them out in one blast to the schools that you select. So really, I understand it's a daunting process, but it's one that's supposed to support you. So just want to preface with that. Yes. In terms of, I think one of the biggest, not mistakes that we see, but something that happens often with ACOMAS, which of course supports the colleges of osteopathic medicine, is our schools want to hear why medicine, why patient care, but specifically we want to hear why osteopathic medicine. Of course, there is the allopathic route, and that is a bit more common. But if you're choosing to apply to our colleges of osteopathic medicine, we want to hear why. So that could be because you had a great experience with the DO in your own care or in care of your family, or maybe you have a great mentor that's a DO. So that kind of arguing in your personal statements, in your different shadowing and internship experiences, that's certainly something that our schools love to see. Of course, they'll consider all applicants, but when you make a specific case for osteopathic medicine, that's going to make your application shine.
Interesting. I love that perspective, because our recommendation is don't make it specific to osteopathic medicine in terms of the personal statement, because the secondary essays usually have that question kind of built in of like, why are you interested in osteopathic medicine? So that's an extra little take there. So thank you for that. Enrique, TMDSAS is the special one of the group. You guys have lots of extra essays. Your activity section much shorter compared to AMCAS and ACOMAS. AMCAS being 700 characters for the activities, ACOMAS being 600. TMDSAS is 300. Talk about some unique aspects of TMDSAS. And again, kind of the same question to you. Where do you see students making some common potential mistakes or errors that can be easy fixes to help them through the application process?
Sure. Just to address the elephant in the room, yes, our activity section is much shorter. However, we don't have any limits to how many activities you can enter. In fact, we ask that applicants enter activities since they graduate from high school. So for some of you non-trads out there, I hope you have kept a really good journal of everything that you've done since you graduated from high school. TMDSAS
that's what MAPD is for.
Oh yeah, that's a great plug right there. Yeah. So in terms of TMDSAS, we are different because we're Texas. We serve 21 member institutions. That includes all public medical schools in Texas and Baylor College of Medicine, in addition to 2 veterinary schools, 4 dental schools, and a new podiatry school that just opened in Texas. And so we serve quite a few member institutions that are of a big variety, but we do our best effort to make sure that the application stays the same. And so we have a flat rate application fee, whether you apply to 1 or all 14 medical schools. That is a $200 application fee. So it behooves you to apply to all of our medical schools as part of TMDSAS. And we strive to maintain a lower application fee. We don't offer a fee assistance program, but our application fee has been historically very low. In fact, I know some national medical schools whose secondary application fee is more expensive than the TMDSAS application fee. So that's a big one for us. Yeah. I mean,
it's huge.
We only have an hour, so I'll keep it to it. And then, of course, there are some differences between our application services, but I think you'll find by and large that the application, is asking the same things. We ask you, why do you want to become a doctor? That's one of your essays. What motivates you to pursue this pathway? And all in all, we provide services to make sure that you are able to put your best foot forward and really put forward the application that best reflects your preparation over the past few years. And so we do have, kind of coming back to the question, what is the one thing I wish people would know? It's that we're here to help. And we have several services that we make available, and they're completely free of charge. We have weekly office hours sessions on Mondays through YouTube that you can join and ask questions. We have a published application guide that constantly keeps getting updated based off of questions that we're getting from applicants, just to make sure that any communication issues are kind of addressed and that you're able to do what you need to do in getting to the next step in your career.
Love it. Love it. Taylor, I want to go back to you. Enrique just mentioned the fee assistance program. Texas does not offer one. AMCAS, the AAMC, and ACOM do offer fee assistance programs. There's one interesting kind of difference with ACOM and AAMC. AAMC, their fee assistance program obviously covers the MCAT because they're in charge of that. But their fee assistance program, you can apply for it, and it kind of lasts for the year, whatever that is. ACOMAS has an interesting twist where once you're approved for the fee assistance program, you kind of need to submit your application relatively quickly. I'm assuming that catches people off guard sometimes. Can you talk about that nuance there with the fee assistance program through ACOMAS, and kind of how what students potentially should be looking at when applying for the fee assistance program through ACOM?
Yeah, that's great. So just a quick overview of our fees. So your first application with ACOMAS will cost $198. And each additional designation, so each additional school that you choose to apply to, will cost $50. We do have a fee waiver program. It's a first come, first served basis. So you'll apply for that, and that'll be reviewed on our side if you meet the requirements. Or if you appeal the decision and are eventually granted, you do have a limited time to submit your application. We have that just so we can ensure that our funds are being used appropriately. We have a limited amount each cycle, so we want to be sure that those students who are actively applying to schools are awarded those funds. So if you are awarded a fee waiver and you sit on that for a while, we're not sure if you actually intend on applying to school. Yeah. So we would rather redirect that money to students who certainly are going to submit their application. So that's kind of our decision on that. Again, there's no rush to apply. So I'm sure we'll probably get into this a little bit later in the presentation. But this year, for example, the ACOMAS system opened on May 4th. But schools actually don't even begin receiving your applications until mid-June. So there's no major rush. So we typically recommend that you sit on your application for a while, make sure that you take the time to apply, fill everything out. And at that point, once you're ready to submit, you could apply for the fee waiver. So once you receive the fee waiver, everything's ready to go. One other note about our fee waivers, and you can find additional information on our choosedo.org website. You do get a few extra bonuses with that fee waiver. So the fee waiver will cover the first $198, that initial application fee. And you'll also have access to some interview tips and kind of training, some different additional preparation tools as well.
Awesome. Let's go ahead and bring up the slides that we have prepared. We'll bring up yours first here, Taylor, and you can talk through them, and I'll drive the slides.
Perfect. Thanks. So yes, of course, ACOMAS. We represent the American Association of Colleges of Osteopathic Medicine, and we manage the ACOMAS application, which is essentially the primary application for students interested in attending any colleges of osteopathic medicine apart from the state system of Texas, which Enrique will handle.
Oh, yeah.
On our next slide, you can see a map of all of our member institutions. So we currently have 38 colleges of osteopathic medicine with a total of 61 teaching locations. So 38 schools, 61 different campuses. And as you can see, those span across a total of 35 states, really pretty much anywhere in the US. So we have a good section there. And we do have a couple in Texas. Just going to throw that out there as well.
And I just want to throw out there for everyone watching, DO, they're real doctors. Like, let's get rid of this myth that osteopathic physicians are not real physicians, that they have limitations. Here in the United States and in many other countries around the world, and ACOM, the AOA, is working hard to expand everywhere. They're real doctors. So they have full privileges. They can do surgery. They can do everything. So
they can do it all. Exactly.
Yeah, we've got to stop this craziness of DOs aren't real doctors.
Yeah, I guess I wish I had answered that for your first question. What's the one thing we wish everyone knew? DOs are real doctors. That's precisely. Doctors. As you said, they can practice in any field, any specialization, just like MDs.
Yeah, and there can be some confusion, and I often get it from immigrants, because there is another DO degree in other parts of the world that is very similar to physical therapy. And so those are not the same as osteopathic physicians here in the United States. So some confusion potentially from that. But other than that, if you're in the States, MD equals DO, DO equals MD. They're on a level playing field for career opportunities, for salaries, for privileges, for everything. So I just want to get that off my chest.
Precisely. No, thank you. So as I mentioned briefly, just kind of a general application timeline. So ACOMAS will open for submissions in May of each year. As I mentioned, there is a little bit of a delay between when we open and when applications begin processing and are delivered to the schools. So there's no rush on, May 4th. You do not have to be ready to click submit. In fact, in most cases, it would behoove you to wait a little while and make sure that everything is as good as it can be. Of course, make sure that your materials are reviewed by someone you trust, perhaps a writing center at your school or an advisor. So then in mid-June, schools can begin receiving and processing your applications, and they may ask you to complete a secondary application. In those secondary applications, they'll often have supplementary essays where they'll want to hear why you're specifically interested in their specific program. They'll have different questions and different things that they'll require of you, and you can be invited to interview at any point after the mid-June timeframe. So college deadlines range from October through April. Most of our comms maintain a deadline on or around February 1st, and admission decisions are made on a rolling basis. So while you don't have to be prepared to submit your application in May, we do generally suggest that you try to submit in that late summer, early fall kind of time frame, just so you can be considered in kind of that first round of applicants.
Yeah. And rolling admissions is confusing for a lot of people because college admissions is not rolling admissions. And so again, rolling admissions, I like to liken it to a giant game of musical chairs where instead of one less chair for every player, there are less chairs and more players every single round. So it does behoove most applicants to get their application in a little bit earlier, but don't rush a sloppy application. As Enrique often talks about, some people submitting applications without a personal statement, with a note that says "put personal statement here," and then they submitted it. Oh no! And I'm gonna steal your slides for 1 second here, Taylor. For the AMCAS timeline, very similar timeline. May opens up, June is when they start receiving. So there's that same delay between submission and when the medical schools start getting the applications. And so students are often confused, like what's the delay there? That's just behind the scenes processing and QA and making sure all the systems are up and running. And AMCAS usually gets applications about a week later than the ACOMAS school. So, and then applications are going out and secondaries are coming and all that fun stuff. All right. Where'd my slide? There it goes.
Yeah, so this last slide, just if you have any needs for support with the ACOMAS system, or if you just have kind of general questions about osteopathic medicine and that admissions process, you can email choosedo@acom.org. That's kind of our central email, and our team's coordinator will pass it on to whoever can best support you. If you are applying, if you're a current applicant and you have a question, if maybe, for example, your letters of recommendations haven't come through yet, or if you have a specific issue with an ACOMAS, you can contact our ACOMAS support at acomasinfo@liaisoncast.com, or you can call their number as well. They're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 Eastern time. And just be sure to have your CAS ID number ready when contacting them. That makes the process a lot faster. And the link was on the slide earlier. ChooseDO.org is your main resource. That's we'll have our ChooseDO Explorer there, which is a great tool, and that allows you to explore all of our colleges of osteopathic medicine. So you can go into each program, you can filter by different requirements, so by different MCAT score averages. If they require a specific kind of letter of recommendation from a physician, for example, all of that kind of program-specific information can be found in our Explorer. And one other item that I'd like to plug here is that on December 7th, actually, we have a really exciting event coming up. It is our virtual expo. So we will have representatives from a number of our colleges of osteopathic medicine, and it'll be an entirely virtual format. You can pop in and out of different virtual booths, we call them, and you can actually chat with admissions representatives from your schools. So I can put the link for that in our private chat, and maybe we can get that on the screen later. But that's
definitely
a great opportunity for our students.
That's awesome. I love going to those virtual expos. I always learn something when I'm there. I use a anonymous email and name. Kind of want them to see, oh, Ryan's here. I'm gonna not say something because he's gonna put it on the podcast.
That's fair. Or they'd be like, "Whoa, you're such a terrific candidate. We don't even need your application. You're in."
I'm in. Awesome. And then one big thing, I always send people to the Choose DO Explorer, which is awesome. I hope every year it gets better and better and better. One of the things that through my years of communicating with ACOM, one of the big things they want me to communicate, and maybe it's the same, is that there's this myth out there that you have to shadow a DO to apply to DO schools, that you have to have a DO letter to apply to DO schools. The Choose DO Explorer, last time I checked it was a couple weeks ago. There is one school that still says they require a DO letter of recommendation. That's ARCOM, the Arkansas College of Osteopathic Medicine, as far as I know. Obviously, requirements change every year, so keep going onto that website, reach out to schools, but you don't have to have direct osteopathic experience and shadowing and all that stuff. You can do your research, you can understand, you can talk to people without potentially having those resources. So I just wanted to get that out there as well. Enrique, we have a couple slides for you here as well. What a beautiful picture, Enrique.
Right. I mean, did
you do that
clearly
yourself?
Emblematic. Of course I did not. It's visually appealing. We our creative lead actually came up with this, and we really like it.
Nice.
In fact, if you see us in an in-person event, we actually have stickers of this that you can use. So hopefully for next year MappdCon, we'll definitely be there.
Love it.
To share our stickers.
Holding you to that.
Yeah. So for TMDSAS, we've gone over a few things. I shared that we have 21 member institutions. Recently, UT Tyler School of Medicine has joined TMDSAS as our newest medical school. And I also shared that the UT Rio Grande Valley School of Pediatric Medicine has joined as well. And they're the first pediatric medical school in Texas.
Nice.
And it's a huge region that was missing a pediatric medical school. So we're really excited to have these healthcare professionals joining our state.
Yeah, and pediatric medicine, just in case people don't know, like I consider DPMs as close to MD or DO as you can get without actually having an MD or DO. It's 4 years of medical school. It's all the same prereqs. You typically require the MCAT as well. You're doing a surgical residency typically after. You just are kind of relegated to certain parts of the body, depending on the state that you're in. So
exactly,
yeah,
and we actually did a session. We actually did a session with the school, kind of debunking some of the myths about pediatric medicine. In Texas, they do require the MCAT. So, and then it's a flat rate application fee. So if you apply to medical school, you might as well apply to pediatric school as well.
Might as well.
And so, yeah, we're really excited to have the school on board. And as I mentioned, we'll talk about a resource in a couple of slides that will point you to that session that we did with them.
Nice.
Yeah. So for the TMDSAS application, there are certain timelines that we kind of want to adhere to. Just as Taylor mentioned, we opened in early May. As Ryan mentioned, we also opened in early May. We do have a uniform deadline of November 1st, and it's sometime around there whenever the next business day is each cycle. And so what we want to kind of walk through is that throughout the cycle, obviously certain things take time to process. Your application will take up to 4 weeks to process. And so we urge applicants to submit their applications as early as possible because of the whole musical chairs metaphor that Ryan shared earlier. You want to make sure that your application's in while the medical schools are starting to take a look at applications. However, during that same time, TMDSAS does not require you to have your MCAT test scores your letters of evaluation submitted. We don't even require transcripts until you're accepted. And so during the time when your application is being processed, you might overlap that with the MCAT tests coming back, getting your scores back, and then releasing those to TMDSAS while we are processing your applications. Similarly, for letters of evaluation, that time could be spent in making sure that all your letters are submitted, so that when your application is transmitted to the schools, it's a complete application and you don't have to worry about anything else. And then you can start digging into all the secondaries and Caspers and all the other things that you need to take care of. And so that's essentially what we're talking about here. And just as a reminder, TMDSAS, we don't require your transcripts until you receive an acceptance offer at a medical school.
What happens if a student does send them, just thinking like they're just in the routine because the COMIS and AMCAS want them?
I mean, besides our grumbling, they sit in a pile, and until the applicant receives an acceptance offer,
Okay.
we won't even be able to take a look at them. So you're not.
Will you request them again,
advantage.
or no? You do request them again. Okay, so the student will have to pay another $5 or $10 to the school to send them.
Exactly, because if you are in the middle of school, you send them in the summer. You already have a fall semester by the time acceptances go out. So we want to see those grades.
Yeah, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and then here we have a QR code. If you hold up your phone, this is we lovingly call this our link farm of just all of the places to take a look at. Particularly, I want you all to focus on the Inside Health Education website. It's insidehealtheducation.com. It's our newsroom for anything going on with TMDSAS, any activities that we're doing, any events that we're a part of, as well as some kind of thinking questions to help you along the way. We have some articles about what happens when you have a bad semester, what you should be doing to prepare for medical school, how to prepare for a virtual interview and making sure that you're all set up for those. And it's a really helpful resource that we keep updating regularly. I saw in the chat earlier, somebody was asking what happens if we aren't able to find the link for the sessions. I see the barcode isn't working. I'll send the link anyway. It's this insidehealtheducation.com. So you can go there, and I'm going to make sure that we correct that barcode. My apologies. I tried to be cool.
It probably worked.
Yeah, it all falls
User
apart.
error.
So, yeah, insidehealtheducation.com, and that will take you to that location. But yeah, really helpful resource. And anything that's coming up, we actually have 2 sessions that are coming up later this month with Altus Assessments. They are the folks that run Casper.
Yep.
And so they're actually going to be joining us, and we're going to kind of throw them off their loop for a bit, because we're actually going to be asking questions to demystify what Casper is and kind of try to break the sense that they're the boogeyman around there, and really just kind of get to the bottom of what it is that you can do to start kind of making sure that you have everything in a row for Casper. I know we've heard that you can't prepare for Casper, but we're gonna get to the bottom of that.
We're gonna get
and then
hey, Enrique, you're ruining my mojo, man. We got Kelly on later today talking about Casper.
Oh, well, you'll get there first. You're gonna prime them. Yeah, there we go. And then for any advisors watching, we're actually gonna have an advisors dedicated session with Altus that same week. And so if you are interested in joining that, go to our website, tmdsas.com, scroll to the bottom, and we have a place where you can register for our newsletter if you'd like to get some information about those sessions.
Yeah. Quick plug for the advisors, Taylor and Enrique. What resources do the advisors have? Because one thing I've noticed is that there can be a lot of turnover among the advisor kind of crew out there at different colleges. And sometimes they don't know all the amazing resources that you all provide to the advisors. Where can advisors go find some information to help them with their students?
I'll let Taylor go since I've been talking for a while.
Perfect. So for us, that choosedo.org is kind of the main resource for potential applicants and advisors alike. And then we also have on our acom.org website, we have a specific section for advisors. I can put the link for that in the chat in just a minute. But that'll have some additional information as well. And then we're always happy to provide, we have a few different documents that we can send you in PDF. You can print out. I have one of them right here, for example, kind of our osteopathic medicine fast facts. So we have some different things that we're able to provide that you can pass along to our students. So choosedo.org, acom.org. And if you have additional questions, feel free to give us an email.
Awesome. Definitely. Enrique, any specific place for advisors to go to?
Yeah, we have a dedicated page on our website for advisors. If you go to get support at tmdsas.com, there's a link for advisors. Often advisors are also our evaluators, and so we have some dedicated pages kind of addressing some of the common issues that evaluators face. But I think our outreach with evaluators really is more focused through the National Association for Advisors of Health Professions, as well as the Texas dedicated group TAP as well. And so we actually take great pride in our engagement with advisors. And, most advisors throughout the state actually have my phone number and will call me or text me if they have any issues. So we really do a lot of engagement with our advisors and really dedicate a lot of resources to make sure that they're well supported to support all of the applicants.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, in these last 15 minutes or so, let's go ahead and open it up to Q&A with the students watching. If you're on Instagram, we're streaming there live as well. Go to mappd.tv to ask questions on the YouTubes, and we'll be able to pull it up here. So, what questions do we have? Rosemary asks, can you explain the TMDSAS match process? That's one thing we did not get into. How does it affect students / schools and impact the selection process? So I know you have an amazing video on what that process looks like. I used it when I was writing my application process book. Can you briefly talk about the match process for TMDSAS? Because that's very unique.
Of course. So TMDSAS does not have rolling admissions for medical applicants. By and large, if you're a Texas resident medical applicant, you actually participate in the TMDSAS match. What the match does is that you will go in and rank all of the schools where you've interviewed, and then all of our schools will rank the applicants that they have interviewed, and we put them into this big fancy algorithm and produce a match. That happens in, I think, March 3rd of next year for this cycle, and it happens in early March. And so the idea there is that all of the schools would have an equitable distribution of all applicants. That way we don't have one school that has all the 528s and 4.0s, or another school that has to really engage with a different subset of the applicant pool, maybe, those that are more mission aligned. So this allows the schools to have an equitable distribution of applicants. For you as the applicant, the match day is not the end all be all for all acceptances. Of course, as you would imagine, some folks match to a school and they get an offer somewhere else, and then there's just a lot of movement that ends up happening. All of that's explained in that video, and that's available at tmdsas.com. In our application guide, we have a link to that video. And so in a nutshell, there is some strategy that you can employ just to make sure that you are putting your best foot forward at the schools that you really want to attend, and then making sure that you are continuing to be engaged after the match in case you are able to match to or be accepted rather at a higher ranked school. So all of that's explained in that video. Yeah.
That's awesome. And the match process, same algorithm that ARIS uses, the big NRMP match. So it's a fun one and very different. And I don't know if you said it or not. Something that some students don't know: the match is only for Texas residents, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So everyone else has to wait until the normal kind of release of med school acceptances during that time. And then just, again, a couple other nuances here. ACOMIS and ACOM, you guys do not have any sort of restrictions around when schools can start offering acceptances. That is different with AMCAS schools, where they have to wait typically until October 15th, mid-October, if you're not doing early decision. So some little nuances there. Awesome.
And
great question.
TMDSAS, we adhere to that, the MCAS timeline as well. So we won't extend any offers until October 15th.
Yep.
So if you are a medical applicant that's a Texas resident, you would get a pre-match offer. And if you're out-of-state resident, you would receive an outright offer of acceptance.
Awesome. All right. Next question. Thank you, Rosemary, for that one. If denied a fee waiver in error, is there a way to appeal that decision? So, Taylor, probably for you, since TMDSAS does not have the fee assistance program.
Yes, there is a way to appeal the decision when you receive your notification about the status of your fee waiver. You'll be provided the process, the steps in order to do that. The appeal process at that point, then those appeals will come directly to our team at ACOM, and we can read your explanation. It's still, we still have specific guidelines that you have to meet. So it's not like, you can submit an appeal and explain that you've had a tough year, or, things like that. Unfortunately, it is still pretty objective, but we do have certain guidelines that maybe your specific numbers don't reflect that we could then grant you that fee waiver for.
Yeah, and again, just some nuances from AMCAS and ACOMAS in terms of fee waivers. You had mentioned it earlier. ACOM does set aside a specific amount of money each year, and once that kind of fund runs out, then the fee waivers, the fee assistance program is kind of closed for that year. The AAMC does not have a cap, so everyone who qualifies will receive a fee assistance program award at that point. So a little bit of a difference there.
And one note I'd like to make quickly on that point, thank you for making me think of this. So even if we do run out of the fee waivers, if you would typically qualify, we would still alert your schools regardless. Awesome. So in your application, it would be noted that you would, have received a fee waiver if we had the funds. So then they can take that into account and perhaps give their own fee waiver for your supplemental application.
Beautiful. I love it. I love it. And just a random note, because I've talked to students about this. If you did not get a fee waiver, you did not qualify for fee assistance program, and you're out of money, like reach out to schools and say, hey, I would really love to apply to your school. Is there any way that you can waive your secondary fee? A lot of schools are very accommodating in that way. So be upfront, be honest, and hopefully the school will be able to waive those secondary fees because they add up very quickly. Awesome. Great question, Bethany. Catherine asked, just to clarify, TMDSAS has an application fee of $200, and that covers all the schools in Texas. Yes.
Yeah, if you want to apply to all 21, go for it.
Yeah.
It does sound too good to be true. I agree.
I agree. Yeah. And so,
that's it.
That's it.
No strings attached. None. Zach, as far as Texas schools go, there are many I am considering. Rumor has it over 90% of applicants are taken from Texas, the state of Texas. Is that true? Mm-hmm. So one little caveat there, 90% of matriculants, right? Not necessarily applicants. So there is a law on the books. Enrique, do you want to explain that real quick?
Sure, because it's not a rumor, it's a law. And that's that in Texas, one of the reasons why we have tuition rates so low is that the state of Texas actually subsidizes the tuition for medical schools throughout the state. And as part of that, they have capped the school's admissions of out-of-state applicants to no more than 10%. So yes, 90% of applicants are Texas residents, 90% of matriculants are Texas residents, but that shouldn't stop you from applying. Earlier in the chat, we shared out a data report that shows in-state and out-of-state applicants, and you can take a look at the distribution of MCAT scores, GPAs, and while they are competitive, it's probably not as difficult as you would think that it is to apply as an out-of-state applicant to Texas. So don't let that discourage you from applying to Texas schools.
Yeah, big one. So a lot of people are like, I'm moving to Texas. It's cheap. Jacob asks, do you expect application costs to decrease in the future? No. Yeah, probably not. That's just, unfortunately, the way that inflation works. Things keep going up, unfortunately. Maria, how can we find out which Texas and DO schools accept international students? Great question. Taylor, the Choose DO Explorer, I'm assuming, is the answer?
Exactly.
Yeah. And then Enrique, all of your schools, I believe, are part of the MSAR that the AAMC puts out, the resource that they put out. So they would go there.
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome. Hannah, are waivers still available for ACOMIS?
As of right now, they are, yes. So make sure you get your applications in soon if you want to be considered.
Go do it. And just a clarification on that. Fee waiver first, then submit, not submit and then fee waiver, correct?
That
So
is
it's gotta
correct.
be the right
It's
order.
not, yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Awesome. Great questions. Hello, that's me. Who else? Doc in a box. How long do you have to reside in Texas to qualify for in-state?
They're thinking, their mind's running. They're like, what can I do?
They're going. Yeah. So I'm assuming based on most states, it's typically a state law that determines what state residency is and how you qualify. Enrique, do you have an easy answer for this one?
There are two pathways for Texas residency, and number one is if you graduated from a Texas high school and lived here 36 months before, or if you have established Texas residency by living and establishing, maintaining domicile for a year. That is in a huge nutshell. The actual rules are much more complicated.
Yep.
But if you have any questions, send us an email, info@tmdsas.com.
Awesome. Elizabeth, could we get a link to the DO Fast Facts flyer that was held up? I can't find it on the ACOM website.
So it's not posted on our website, but please email our chooseo@acom.org and we can send that to you ASAP.
Awesome. I mean, we can put you full screen and you can just hold it up and they can
there we
take
go.
a picture
Take
too.
a screenshot.
Let's do that. See who's listening to me. Nobody's listening to me. Let's put Taylor full screen and she can hold up her little fastback sheet.
It is double-sided also.
Yes,
so we're gonna
right. There we go.
Yes, please give us an
email.
yeah,
never mind. That text is too small. Yeah. All right. We tried. Next time. Dylan asks, what question regarding DO surgical residency programs? So, all right. So there's a little clarification on this. Are you required to take USMLE outside of the required exams in DO school to be eligible to apply for surgical residencies? So first clarification point, right, Taylor, is there are no longer DO residencies and MD residencies as of 2020. I believe the quote unquote merger took place. All residency programs are single accreditation through the ACGME. All DOs can apply to all residency programs. All MDs can apply to all residency programs. So no special differences there. This is a big question. Do DO students, quote unquote, have to take USMLE to be considered for special residencies or maybe more prestigious or competitive residencies? What's the typical answer that the ACOM is giving?
So that's actually outside of my team. So
okay.
I unfortunately cannot answer that for you, but I'm happy to consult with our graduate medical education team and see if we can get some answers.
Awesome. I can answer it unofficially.
We love it.
You don't have to take USMLE. All residency programs should accept COMLEX. Now, there is always going to be the one or two programs out there where there still may be some bias, unfortunately, and they may still want to see USMLE because that's what they're accustomed to. And so you will still find, and I don't know what the percentage is. Again, that may be an interesting question to get. What percentage of DO students are actually taking USMLE? And then specifically what residency programs they're applying to. I would love to see that data if it's available. Great question, Dylan. Jacob, should you apply to Texas schools even if you don't have a direct connection to Texas? Enrique, I believe, and I don't know if this is public, maybe you told me behind the scenes, one of the biggest differentiating factors for non-Texas residents is going to be that MCAT score. Yes, no, maybe so?
Ish. There are again that data report that the dashboard shares. What those averages look like. The average MCAT score for matriculated applicant last cycle was a 511.
Yep.
And that includes Texas residents and non-Texas residents. For non-Texas residents, it's about 5 points higher, I believe.
Yeah.
And so there is a differentiating factor.
There's a correlation there.
There is, but I would not discourage anybody who doesn't have any ties to Texas from applying. Definitely apply.
Yep.
We have some amazing schools in the state, and the state is so huge since we're the center of the universe. there's bound to be something in Texas that really attracts folks.
The
So
center of the universe. Awesome. On that note, the center of the universe, Taylor Jasko, Enrique Hasso, thank you so much for coming to MappdCon 2022, sharing your expertise all about the application services that you all represent. I appreciate you. I appreciate your time. All that contact info was given out. If any of you watching have questions, go reach out. They're a friendly bunch to go answer some questions. We're going to announce our first raffle winner. Remember, premedgiveaway.com, where to go enter to win some prizes for today. Rachel, I'll let you take it away.
Okay, great. So yeah, thank you again so much, Enrique and Taylor. And we're going to transition here to our next session in just a moment. You guys can go ahead and let Enrique and Taylor stop doing the frozen smile thing. You can take them off screen. But one of the things we had talked about in the introduction was that we are doing a raffle all day long, many prizes. I like to have lots of winners. There's thousands of you who are registered and watching, so we've got several really cool prizes, and we're going to be doing drawings all day. We will announce this again at the end of the day. If you haven't entered the raffle yet, it's not too late because we've only announced one winner of all of these tons of cool prizes. So go sign up at premedgiveaway.com to enter the raffle. It is separate. It's not just registering for the event. You've got to enter the raffle separately. And then our first raffle winner, Khalid Radina from Rice University, you have won one of the Premed Playbook sets. So look for an email from us. We'll get in touch and confirm how to get that out to you. So congratulations. You're the first winner of the day, Khalid. Okay. And
so
then,
Rachel, lots of people learn. Is this first cycle? That's
Sorry,
awesome.
you got cut out there just for a sec. Missed what you said.
We had lots of awesome application information. Our first session.
Yeah. And I'll remind people, because there were tons of questions we didn't get to. This is going all day. There's lots more sessions, so your questions might be relevant again. There is a recording, so if you missed an answer, it's going to be in the recording. We do live weekly Q&A every single week. So MappdCon is a special day, but every Wednesday on YouTube, we're here answering questions. And you can create a free MappdApp account and ask us questions there through the advising tab. Yep. So lots of cool ways to get help from us.
Definitely. All right.
I think Courtney's going to introduce our next speaker, so I'm going to duck and let her hop on air.
Sounds good.
Hi, friend. Bye, friend.
Sounds good.
Hi, friend.
Hi.
Bye, friend.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Ryan.
Hello. You got to mute your other tab. You got two tabs open, I think.
Hi, Ryan. Sounds good. You got to mute your other tab. Is that fixed?
I think so. There we go.
Are we having any technical issues still?
Nope.
Okay.
We're good.
I can't hear you for some reason.
All right. I'll let you talk. You go. No. All right.
I may have to pass it off.
All right. I'll introduce our next guest. Let me pull up my notes here. We have Dr. Jeff Polish. Storytelling is a powerful tool to support deeper and more meaningful relationships. But how do we tell good stories? That is the question. Why should you care about stories on your path to becoming a physician? I'm so excited to chat with this guy today because I love stories. In this session, we're going to talk with Dr. Jeff Polish, storytelling coach and founder of the nonprofit storytelling organization, The Monty, in Durham, North Carolina. Dr. Polish co-led a course on storytelling in medicine and health at Duke University. Dr. Jeff Polish, welcome to MappdCon. Thanks for being here.
Well, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, sorry for some technical hiccups there to start, but we're here and we're ready to rock and roll.
Let's do it. I'm excited.
Do it. So I first want to to make sure everyone knows that PhD, you're a science nerd like us.
Oh, yeah.
How does a science nerd who has a degree in molecular cell biology go, you know what? I don't want to look at microscopes anymore. I'm going to talk about storytelling.
Yeah. Well, graduate school was brutal. It was so brutal. But I will. Here's a little bit of my origin story. Okay, so I was in graduate school. I'm working in a genetics lab, and every Thursday we had to attend the noon seminar. Anybody that's been in science departments knows there's like noon seminar. They fly in some hotshot scientist, and they're gonna put them up in a hotel, and they're gonna try to collaborate with different professors and whatnot, and then they deliver this talk. So I would go every Thursday to this noon seminar, and on this one particular day, I get there a little late. There's one seat left in the room. It's like in the back corner where my left shoulder's touching the sidewall, my right shoulder's touching the back wall, my head is nestled in that intersection of drywall. And the talk begins, and a few minutes go by, and I am lulled into the most exquisite sleep you could possibly imagine. I think we've all been there, haven't we?
Yes.
Where we've been in some talk, some lecture, and it's just like snooze fest.
Snooze fest, yeah.
Anyway, I'm not sure how much time went by when, somebody hit me on the knee, because apparently
you didn't measure by how much drool was there.
And believe me, there was, but my posture was in such a way where like there was a little bit of an obstruction of airflow. So I was making gurgling sounds, I was told, and it was disruptive, and somebody hit me on the leg, and I startled awake, and everybody was laughing except for my mentor.
Yeah.
And I was just like sitting there like, it didn't have to be this way. I've fallen asleep so many times in these talks. And, here is a person standing in front of the room, talking about their life's work, their passion, right? And this person couldn't even get me to care. Like if you're telling me about the thing that you've dedicated your life to, can't you make me care? And that was a turning point, because, I've suffered this fate many times, but that was a moment where I was like, I know exactly how to make people care. Like I've been telling stories my whole life, and I kind of knew how I could help that person. And so, like I said, grad school was brutal, and I decided that my talents were better, utilized in helping people to communicate rather than sitting at a research bench, let's face it, failing with my experiments most of the time. I mean, good enough to get my degree after 8 years. 8 years.
8 long years.
8 long years. But, I was like, this inspires me more. Is helping people to communicate, to tell their story, to make people care about the things that they care about.
Yeah.
So that's my origin story. Put me in the MCU.
I love the origin story. Everyone has a comic book #1 edition. But Jeff, I mean, come on. Molecular cell biology, that can't be interesting. How does someone make something that most people would consider boring interesting with stories?
Well, because every question in the scientific realm, every question about biology, whether it's molecular or it's, bigger, it starts with a problem. And every great story is accompanied by a healthy dose of conflict. And so there is a problem, and I'm going to tell you what that problem is, tell you why it's important and why you should care about it, even if it's just molecules. Why does it matter? If I can convince you of that, then I've pulled you into my world, and then I can tell you how it is we're going about trying to solve that problem. It is the exact same thing as me trying to convince you why it's important that I climb Everest, or why I, take on this challenge or that challenge or whatever. Every story, in order to be engaging, is accompanied by conflict, and science is filled with conflict, filled with it.
I mean, the last 2 years give us a kind of a dose of that conflict in science. So I'm a huge fan. I learned, so I started my podcast and everything that I do back in 2012. I think it was 2014 or 2015 when I learned about the hero's journey. And I was sold on storytelling and the hero's journey from that point forward. So I'm a huge fan of storytelling and the impact that it can have. We talk a lot about it with students with their medical school applications on how to tell that story to engage the reader, to connect a person. I always talk about kind of sitting around the campfires, and that's how we spread our tradition through the years before the written word and all of that amazing stuff. But for the audience watching right now, these are future physicians, maybe future PAs, future podiatrists, whatever they are watching this right now. They go, great, I want to be a doctor, not a storyteller. How do those two mesh together?
Oh my God. By the way, we don't have enough time for me to really get into it, but I could talk
We'll
about
have
this
you
for
back on.
days.
We'll have you back on the pre-med years to talk about it.
But I'll give you the basic rundown. First of all, storytelling exists on so many levels. Like, why is it important for anyone, whatever field you're going into, to be a better storyteller / communicator? Because, I mean, everybody needs or should have the ability to be persuasive, to be engaging, to be relatable. I mean, you said it yourself. Medical school applications, essays. Why should you care about me applying to medical school? Why should you let me into your medical school? So important on every level. And it doesn't just end with the application process. I mean, it's like first dates, job interviews, all that. But, and so we're talking about like me being able to share a story with somebody and for you being pulled into that. Nobody ever tells a great story in an empty room, right? It doesn't exist. You can't just tell a story to no one. The storytelling process requires a listener, right? And there is something magical and somewhat, I don't know. It's mystical in a way. There's something that happens between teller and listener. And so like, imagine if like I'm telling you a story and I'm seeing you being engaged and relating to it. Well, then it emboldens me. It empowers me. Okay. And the listener at the same time is listening and being like, oh my God, like that's interesting. But also the characters in that story, I can interchange people in my life in that story. I'm relating to, that's me. This person is me. And while the actual distance between teller and listener remains unchanged, the virtual distance between the speaker and the listener is reduced to practically zero. And at the end of that sharing of the story, there has been a moment created where we are connected in a way that we weren't prior to that. So imagine in a therapeutic setting where a doctor walks into a room in a hospital and they have an opportunity to look at a chart. There's a patient in a bed, let's say, but they can look at a chart and they can assess what's wrong and what the diagnosis and also what the treatment is without even talking to that patient. But if they do that, they're ignoring the most important element in the room, and that is the humanity, right? Yeah. This person is vulnerable. There's anxiety. They probably have done research on that physician and they know that person is competent and that they heal their body. But there's also another part of the body, and that is the mind. Yeah. That is the emotion. And the physician or the healthcare provider has the opportunity to really connect with the patient, make them feel like they're being heard, making space for the suffering. And that relationship, if it goes in a positive direction, can be so therapeutic and helpful to the vulnerable person laying in that bed. And it is important to tend not only to the body and the failings of the body, but also to the mind and the humanity that is also at stake in that room.
Yeah. How much does, as you're mentioning that, the thing that comes to mind for me as a physician, being at the bedside of patients in the past, how much of compassion and empathy are involved in the storytelling that providers are doing?
I think it is so important. So I have a brief little story that really kind of answers this
The
question. So,
storyteller has a story?
oh
Come
my
on.
God. So, my father-in-law, about 10 years ago, he had a colonoscopy, and I won't get into the details, but about a week later, like he had some complications that stemmed from that colonoscopy. He had bleeding in his large intestine. He had to be taken to the hospital. I found out about this the next morning. That happened at night. I found out about this the next morning. And he lives in Greensboro, which is about an hour from Chapel Hill, where I live. And so I went, given I have this weird job of like story guy, I have a flexible schedule. So I drove to Greensboro, and I went into the hospital, and I was kind of wondering what it would be like to visit him in this hospital room. But I remember walking into the room. I stood by the entrance to the room. My mother-in-law was in a chair, on her iPad. My father-in-law was in the bed on an iPad, and he looked up and saw me standing at the door, and he started crying, like weeping, sobbing. And my mother-in-law in the chair was just like, "Oh God, here we go." And she stood up. She's like, "I'm going to the cafeteria." And then she thanked me for coming, and she walked out. And she's wonderful, by the way. But like, she didn't have any time for this. Okay. And I had all the time in the world for this, so I went over to his bed. I sat down and we talked, and he told me everything. In the 12 hours that had passed since he was admitted to the hospital and me showing up, he got excellent medical care. There was a course of treatment that was put into play. He was going to be fine. His wife brought all the creature comforts to him in the hospital room. But the thing that didn't exist for him until that moment was this empathy, somebody that was willing to open and create a space for him to talk about what this was doing to him, what this really meant to him, him feeling mortality, in a way that he hadn't felt before prior to this moment. And he knew me as a person that can keep that space open for him. Now, if you took this persona that, I have in his life, and you added it to the healthcare provider, that he would have had that already. He would have had that need taken care of. But instead, he was suffering silently in a bed with a laptop on, with an iPad on his lap. And then I walk in and I'm able to fill that role for him. But I think that it's so important for our healthcare providers to be able to fill that space that clearly exists for people that are vulnerable.
Huge.
Yeah.
I'll tell my own quick little story here.
Yeah.
I back in 2014 had a health scare. We thought I had MS for a little while. My wife is a neurologist, and so we went to Harvard, where she was training, and we got in and saw the specialist. And he, I'm sure, is a wonderful physician. Zero empathy, zero compassion, all data. Here's the data. Here's what the data says to do. Here's your data points. Here's what I would recommend. And it's like, okay, great, thanks. And it wasn't until like a month or two later where I was able to see the physician that my wife really wanted me to see. She was out on maternity leave. And I went and saw her, and just complete 180 from this original person. I'm sitting there going, I don't know what my life's going to look like. I don't know if I'm going to wake up one morning and not be able to move, if I have new MS lesions, whatever, right? All this stuff going on in my head that I really couldn't reconcile. My wife's a neurologist, so I could potentially talk to her, but it's not the same because she's my wife. And it wasn't until I saw this other physician who just exuded empathy. And it wasn't until, and I'll remember it till the day I die, getting up to leave that appointment after meeting with her. and it'll choke me up now. Her putting her hand on my shoulder, on my arm, and saying, "It'll be okay." Right? Just that moment right there. I was like, finally, like I've been waiting for someone to tell me the story that my life is going to be okay. Right.
Yeah.
And that made a huge difference to me to finally have someone just recognize the fact that I didn't know if I was going to be okay for a while. And obviously I'm okay now. So she made it come true. So
it's a perfect story that illustrates this whole thing. It's wonderful.
Yeah. So again, let's try to bring it back to the students listening to this, because oftentimes I hear, well, I'm not a good storyteller. I'm not a good writer. This is just not a thing that I was born with. Do you have to be born with it, or can you learn it?
Oh, you can definitely learn it.
Yeah.
There is a mechanism to storytelling, and we could learn that. I teach it all the time.
Yeah.
There is the difference between someone who understands the construct of a great story and someone who understands how to take that to a more artistic level. I mean, we have our authors, we have our filmmakers, and we have our great storytellers. And what makes somebody great at what they do is that they are able to be extremely artistic in their expression. But everyone has the ability to be competent, engaging, and relatable, and to ultimately pull people towards them in the virtual way, to create a connection between human beings that will make people care about what they're saying, who they are, and why they do the things that they do. And that is the goal of storytelling.
Yeah.
Everyone can learn it.
Everyone can learn it. What is the first thing that a student should be doing to start to maybe even just appreciate the art of storytelling before they decide to start learning about it?
Well, I think that awareness of the stories that we hear on a daily basis is really important to understand, the mechanism that is going on behind, every story that they hear. Like, what I mean is that stories are not naturally occurring. They are creations by people. Life experiences are, they are naturally occurring. We go through the world, but a story is an interpretation. It is not just the thing that happened. I mean, I could tell you, the thing that happened at the grocery, or that going to the grocery store, nobody would care.
Yeah.
But if I told you something that I'm interpreting in a meaningful way that happened at the grocery store, then it becomes, much greater than the thing that happened. It is now a meaningful thing. Every great story out there has a meaning at the core.
Yeah.
And if everyone listening and watching right now starts by, being a little bit more of a critical thinker when they're watching that Netflix, binge-worthy show, they realize that the characters just said that, or the characters just did that because they're trying to build something that has meaning. And I'm pulled into it not because, it's just a random thing. I'm being pulled in because somebody created a work of art that is created to draw me in.
Yeah.
To engage me, to make me think of my own story that is helping me to connect with this story. It's hard work, but it is all deliberate.
Yeah. And I love that intentionality of reading something, watching something, trying to maybe deconstruct what is this story that is being told here? Why is the director, why is the author doing this specific thing? Why did they show this camera angle? Why did they use this dialogue in this way? I love trying to understand things from that point of view, because then it helps my own storytelling as I go.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. And that's the thing, is like, people say to me all the time, "Oh, I love that story." Yeah, why?
yeah.
Let's really break it down, because unless we do that, we'll never get better ourselves. So exactly what you're saying.
And again, relating it to this specific audience, the thing that I teach, right, that we teach is storytelling through the personal statement, storytelling through the medical school interview. And a lot of times the pushback that we get is, well, I'm not unique. I'm not special. I don't have a story to tell. And one of the biggest things is going back to what you just said about that perspective, that interpretation. I said the usual line that I give is, I can send 10 people to go watch the same movie, and they all come back with 10 different takeaways, 10 different experiences, because of the life that we have led up until that point. Everything that we take in, all of the senses that we take in, are being filtered and interpreted based on our own life story. Can you talk about how that can impact the life of a doctor based on who they are and where they've come from?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, if you are a healthcare provider, a physician, and you walk into a room, I mean, first of all, no matter what room you walk into and who's in the room, you have more in common with them than not common with them. I mean, we're all people that came from a family, broken or otherwise, functional, or but we all know what it's like to struggle, to strive for something, to want something, to love, to lose, to succeed, to fail. Like it's very, very easy to walk into any room and to be able to find the common thread between human beings, even if you come from different, socioeconomic backgrounds, ethnic backgrounds, countries of origin, etc. We still are all people that are striving for very similar things thematically, right? And if we can find those common themes and we can connect on those levels, I think that really helps that doctor-patient relationship. And look, it's not about, when we say storytelling in medicine, we're not necessarily saying, oh, I'm going to come in and tell you a story, or you're going to tell me a story, and then we're exchange stories. No, it's really about being able to listen and to connect and get closer to one another. And at the end, the patient feels that they are uniquely cared for by their healthcare provider, that there was a moment that existed in that room. They may see 24 other patients today, the doctor, but I'm special to them, or they care about me. And I think that is just vital to creating a therapeutic partnership, and for someone to feel confident that they are being cared for as they move forward in this very vulnerable space.
Yeah, it always reminds me of the Mother Teresa quote. I think it's her quote about a patient, right? Someone doesn't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And so just having that difference and the listening part. I'm so glad you brought it up, because I was getting ready to bring it up about how much does listening impact this ability to do storytelling, to build that connection with the patient. And I think the last data that I saw was a doctor interrupts a patient on average about 6 seconds into a patient starting to talk, and that's like we just got to learn to shut up and listen. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time as physicians to do that.
Yeah, and that there is the push and pull there, right? I have to see this many patients and in this amount of time, so I can't spend this, but there are ways. You talked earlier about the hand on the arm or the shoulder, and then the simple statement that was made by that physician that gave you so much comfort, which is, it's going to be okay. You don't have to say much to communicate a lot, or something that's meaningful. And that is what we need to really tend to, is help. It doesn't take long for people to feel that they're cared for, and I think that it's important that we give ourselves, as healthcare providers, future physicians and healthcare providers, the space to let people know that we hear them, that we value them, and that we care, and I think that that's such a big part of serving our patients.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge.
Huge.
All right, I want to open it up to some questions. Students, everyone watching, you can learn more jeffpolish.com, and is it themonty.org?
Themonty.org.
Themonty.org.
MONTI. You could.
Yep,
You
I
could
can
see
see right
that
behind you there. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because in medical school, I went to medical school at New York Medical College, and one of the hospitals that we rotated at was we called it Monty for Montefiore Hospital. So I love Monty.
Excellent.
So, themonty.org to go learn some more from Dr. Jeff Polish, science nerd turned storyteller, which is awesome. I want to know. I want you to build it into your storytelling later about how much drool was there. I think that'll add a layer of comfort for students.
It makes people it puts people off when I tell them the answer to that. Oh my God.
Too much. All right.
Yeah.
So first question, Tasnim, how do we stray away from writing cliche stories, or how do we create a story that draws in readers? It's a bit abstract. Yeah. So how do you avoid the cliche?
The cliches are, there's a balance because, I've said many times the word relatability, and it's like when I share a story, it's important that other people can identify their stories as they're listening to that story. So there's a commonality, and there's a common experience that we've all shared. But the drawing in its reader happens from the very first line. Number one, we could say things like, I moved to Durham, North Carolina 10 years ago. Let me just, that's contextual, and it's probably important for certain stories. But it should not be your first line. That doesn't make us excited. I'm going to tell you that starting with something compelling, like an active moment, something active, something conflict ridden, is a great way to draw in your reader, your listener, your viewer, etc. Explaining things, giving information, while important, you want to make sure that you are measured in how much explaining you do in any personal statement, because it's like there's a invisible stopwatch that starts when you're writing expositionally, like explaining things. And if you're doing that for too long, people are going to tune out.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you about the best opening line I've ever heard in a story.
Yeah.
And this is it. It happened at a workshop. Somebody stood up and said, I never believed in ghosts until my dead father showed up at my sister's wedding.
Wow.
I mean, it's mysterious. It's like, oh my God, is this a ghost story? It's a promise. Like, we're going to see the ghost in the story. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Now, an alternative opening line to that story could have been, my sister got married 3 years ago. I mean, that's probably important, but it's not engaging me. So open with something like a hook, something that really draws people in. And then you've got them, and now you can bring us through. But everything, you need to always look at, am I capitalizing on the narrative, the things that happened, or am I explaining too much?
Yeah. That's huge. And I often will leave feedback because students love to get into explaining things. The feedback that we often give is, this is all true, right? You're explaining this thing, it's true, but it has nothing to do with you, right? This is your personal statement, and this has nothing to do with you. It's just you explaining your understanding of something. And then the one thing that I often talk about with cliches, because our students are often doing a lot of the same things. They're shadowing doctors, they're getting clinical experience, putting this up around patients, is common doesn't equal cliche. Right. That's a very common misconception of like, well, I can't write about this because everyone does that. And it kind of goes back to that whole interpretation thing of, you have to tell it through your lens of life.
Yes.
And that's what makes it your story.
Absolutely.
Awesome. All right. Next question. Amelia, any tips for conquering things like social anxiety when trying to make connections and tell a story? Great question.
You know, I mean, it's an awesome question. And the thing is that, you know, I'm not going to sit here and be like, you know, picture everyone in the room naked. Like that's, I don't.
It works. I'm picturing you naked right now. You got some nice big shoulders there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So you know, I was an extremely shy kid. Like I grew up like with few friends because I had a lot of social anxiety. And the way that I was able to overcome that and become a person who is commonly on stage in front of hundreds of people, is I just put myself out there.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's not the one little catch-all thing that you can, that, oh my God, now I don't have social. No, it's not something that we can just get over in one moment. It's something that if we give ourselves the space to, you know, to practice and to work on this, then over time, the social anxiety, you know, will decrease. And of course, you know, like what helped me is that I realized that my stories mattered to people.
Yeah.
That the stories that I was telling really did have an impact on people. And it helped me to realize that I have value in a way that I didn't quite appreciate, you know, prior to, you know, putting myself, you know, my one foot forward at a time.
Yeah.
So it just takes time and practice and just one bold step at a time.
Yeah. One thing I like to try to tell students is to try to reframe it a little bit, that kind of stress and anxiety physiologically is almost exactly like excitement. And so instead of going, oh, what are these feelings I'm having? I'm anxious, I'm scared, right? Potentially reframing it to go, oh, I'm excited. I'm excited to go up on stage. I'm excited to share my story. I'm excited to insert whatever here, and potentially using that excitement. It was funny, I was messaging this with someone earlier, using that as a compass to go, why am I stressed, anxious, excited to do this thing? It must mean it's something good, and using it as a compass and go towards it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, a lot of people are nervous about being vulnerable, which they feel is risky.
Yeah.
If I reveal too much, I will open myself up to rejection. And, you know, there are a lot of things, you know, a lot of evidence to support that might be the case. But more often than not, if you reveal yourself, it draws people closer to you. And it's incredible to see that night after night on the stage that I produce at the Monty. People will reveal things that are so tender and feel so risky, but the result is so much acceptance and so much love from people who are listening.
Yeah.
And I think that's a wonderful thing. I wish we were less afraid to reveal our true selves, because I think it would transform our society. That's my mission in life, is to move the dial on that.
Move the dial. We got to start with stop portraying only our best selves on social media. Like,
oh my God,
show the real.
I hate that. Yeah.
That's normal life though. You have an argument with your spouse or your kids. You walk outside, the neighbor's there. How are you doing? Great, right? Nobody's gonna say I'm doing terrible. I just had an argument with my wife and we didn't sleep in the same room and blah, whatever, right? Nobody's gonna, unfortunately, talk about that kind of stuff.
There's a time and a place for everything.
There is.
Yeah.
Awesome. More questions. Mashika, medical school applicants are all answering the same question. Why do you want to be a doctor? How do I make my version feel different to those who read it?
And, you know, it's exactly back to that, that point that we've made a few times, which is the interpretation, my own personal take on it. I mean, so I sometimes, you know, use this little example, like, imagine that two people are are in a car accident. Not fatal. Let's not get too dark here, okay? They're in a car accident and everyone's fine, but afterwards, the police show up and they ask for the narrative. Both of them, both people in the accident need to explain accurately what happened, the narrative. And it's kind of like, we're all like, why do we want to go to medical school? Like, it's just, we all want the same thing. And it's the same thing that we're after. But, what that accident meant to each person and how they walk away from it is where the magic of storytelling actually lives.
Yeah.
It's like, for me, it made me want to call my sister, whom I haven't spoken to in 2 years because we had a silly fight. But like, this accident made me really think that there's no time to waste.
Yeah.
And then the other person was kind of like, well, I need to, be more cautious. And how it's that the story for them becomes like, not being more alert, more aware. And so two people experience the same thing, but they walk away with completely different like motivations and interpretations and what's the next step. And that is what you really need to find, is your own personal journey. You said it at the very beginning. What's your hero's journey?
Yeah.
What's your origin story? What led you to this place? And what do you want to accomplish through your practice of medicine? That is where your unique story exists.
Yeah. So one of the things, specifically for the personal statement, where I talk a lot about where this kind of unique interpretation comes from is at least on how we explain the personal statement, is the reflection, right? What did this thing mean to you?
Mm-hmm.
Being able to explain to the reader, I just told you an interaction with a patient that was meaningful to me. That interaction may be very, very, very similar to lots of other students out there, but that reflection is where you own it and make it your own.
No question.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. I think we got time for one more question with Dr. Jeff Polish. Again, you can find more at jeffpolish.com or themonty.org. Jacob asks, how can you comfort a patient without giving them unrealistic expectations about their care? Yeah. How does story come into comfort here?
Well, I think that it really comes down to the empathy and the connection. Sometimes physicians can't make promises, right? But they can assure you that you care about them and that you are in it together. I mean, the worst thing that a physician to do is to make their patient feel alone.
Yeah.
And, I might not know how this procedure is going to turn out. There sometimes aren't hard, or easy answers to that. But I can let you know that I care about the outcome just like you do. And I'm going to do my very best to help, turn the dial so that the outcome is in everyone's best interest, so that we have a favorable outcome.
Yeah.
And that is really the best thing that we can do, is to connect and let you know that we're in it together and you are not alone, because I'm with you. It's a therapeutic relationship and we're on a journey together.
Yeah. One of the biggest kind of secrets that I just made up is having that understanding that your patients are going to walk out of that room and create their own story about what just happened.
Mm.
And is it going to be a story of you trying to rush through everything and not listening and just putting your head in the computer? Or is it going to be a story of this physician, this provider was really there for me, really cared, really listened? And you as the provider have that ability to help that patient shape their own story. So with that, Dr. Jeff Polish, go learn more at themonty.org. Thank you so much for joining us here at MappdCon2022.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, everyone, welcome, welcome, welcome. I think we have another raffle winner to announce. Cassie Patton from Middle Tennessee, MTSU. Hello. You will get a set of pre-med playbooks. That I have like drinks on them. I gotta move my drinks. I don't have the official one that's all bound up in a nice little sleeve, but our set of books, the pre-med playbook guide to the medical school application process, personal statement, and interview. Stay tuned for an email where you can let us know where to send those for you. As a reminder, we're giving stuff away all day long, including amazing amazing prizes from Blueprint MCAT. Enter to win at premedgiveaway.com. All right, we're staying on schedule, rocking and rolling. I would have been a good physician, keeping on time, not letting patients wait. Who's up next? Hello, Varinia.
Hello, Dr. Gray. How are you doing today?
You are muted.
Really?
Oh, your sound is way delayed.
No.
No, I hear you.
How's that?
Just go. We'll make it work.
Okay. So today we're ready for the PA-MD prize match.
Yes.
Just kidding. As we know, there are a lot of similarities between the physician path, the physician assistant path, but they're not completely the same. So we're going to talk today with our lovely friend, Savannah Perry, who is the founder of the PA platform, to learn more about the PA path, as well as how to decide which path is best for you.
I know the right path. There's only one. There's only one way. Savannah Perry. Hello, my friend.
Hello. How are you? Can y'all hear me? We good?
I can hear you. You are great.
Perfect.
I'm excited. I'd mentioned earlier when we were kind of announcing our guests for today, I mentioned you coming on, and I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win this argument. But it's not an argument to be had. These are different careers for different people, for different personalities. And I think at the end of the day, there's too much conflict in the pre-med and pre-PA world of like, I don't want to be a doctor. I don't want to be a PA. And pre-meds are like, oh, you're only being a PA for X, Y, or Z, whatever, right? So let's dispel right off the bat. There's no winner here.
No.
There's no winner. It's just, who are you?
The patients are the winners.
The patients. I love it. So Savannah Perry, you are a physician assistant. Were you ever pre-med?
I would say yes-ish.
Yeah.
Maybe I was just an undecided.
Yeah.
I'm a self-diagnosed over-researcher. So going into college, I think I was just a little bit of everything, open to whatever. I want to do something in the medical field. I knew about doctors. I knew about nurses. I had barely heard of PAs, knew about PT, all these different things. And all I thought at the time was, okay, you just got to be a biology major and you can do whatever.
Yeah.
And so I was a bio major. I was with a bunch of pre-med people. I was pre-med-ish, pre-dental, pre-anything.
Yeah.
So still in that kind of searching phase. I was not someone who was diehard, I'm going to be a doctor. That was never me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's the right answer for almost everyone out there. They should be pre-everything-ish to begin with and go ask questions. I think too many students come into this journey. I'm going to be a doctor, come heck or high water, right? Like that's the only thing I'm going to do. And they don't allow themselves to go, well, what else is out there? And then potentially we have doctors that are out there practicing now that are burnt out, that hate their jobs, and they would have been phenomenal physical therapists and would have changed the physical therapy world if they would have considered it. So I love that perspective. And I think it's okay. It comes up a lot. I don't know for the PA side on a medical school application on Casper. Putting the application in, is it okay for PA applicants to put physician shadowing? Because it's okay for physician or pre-med students to put PA shadowing on the application. It shows that you're exploring.
Yes, 100%. And I recommend that. We have this conversation a lot where you should take any opportunity given to you to explore medicine. And that may be with a PA, that may be with a nurse, a doctor, a nurse practitioner. You know, I think to have a well-rounded experience and to feel fully confident in the decision you're making, having those experiences is so important.
Yeah. There's a lot of fear in the pre-med world that if you like didn't come out of the womb with a stethoscope in your hand, knowing that you wanted to be a physician, that you're going to be looked down upon. So it's okay to explore. I think medical schools will enjoy that more. And I'm sure
Yeah.
PA schools as well, because then they're assured that this is something that you want and you've been exploring it. So
Yeah.
as we go down this path, pre-med, pre-PA, it's a lot of similar steps to take to get to a different end goal.
Yeah.
Where do you think the first kind of what potentially the first kind of questions a student should be asking themselves? I want to be in healthcare. I know I don't want to take care of animals, so that excludes vets.
Okay.
Teeth are gross. I don't want to be a dentist. And I'm not saying this personally. I'm just saying this is what I hear. So I think I want to be a physician, a PA, potentially an NP. We'll leave that one
I'd
out
throw
of the
that in
mix
there,
for
yeah.
today. What is the first question potentially that students should ask themselves to start to get to an answer?
I think when you ask yourself, the first thing is just looking at your overall goals. So where do you want to be? And I'm a very future oriented person, so this is easy for me, not easy for everyone. But looking at where do you want to be in 5 years, 10 years? What kind of family setup do you want? Where do you want to live? What other goals do you have for yourself besides your profession? And it's okay if your profession is your main goal, that you want to go to work, come home, and spend time with your family. But if you have other things you're interested in, see how those fit into whatever professions you're looking at. And I think starting to look at those things and then taking those questions to people who have walked these paths before you and talking to as many people as possible and asking yourself, who can I talk to? Even if it's your cousin's best friend, it doesn't have to be someone you know that well. I mean, you might have to reach far out for these connections, but getting perspectives that then you can put into your own goals and say, okay, how does this fit with what I want to do in the future?
Yeah. And kind of tying it back to our last guest, Jeff Polish, of like, what is the story, right? What do you want your story in life to be? And what potentially out there is what's going to help me live the story that I want. So one of the struggles that I think is out there is that as we kind of continue, as more progress is made in the world, the PA career field and the physician career field don't look very different in a lot of aspects, especially certain specialties, right?
Yeah.
There are still very much huge differences in surgical specialties and some more specialties out there. But you look at something potentially like family medicine or potentially just general internal medicine. You practice in dermatology. I see when I go to the dermatologist as a pale redhead, I often see PAs who are just running the ship and they're doing their thing. How does one, with careers that are very, very similar with some subtle nuances, especially around some career fields, how can they parse that information? Or do they have to get in there and go, I'm going to go shadow a derm PA, a derm physician, a family medicine physician, a family medicine PA? Is it on the student to get all of that experience and see for themselves?
I think you have to see it. And there will be those people who just know, they hear about a career, they have one experience, maybe they saw a provider in some aspect as a patient, and that's what solidifies it for them. We have those people who, like, this big event happens and they know what they're going to do. I was not that. I was a slow burn, let me figure this out kind of thing. Took me about probably a year and a half to really finalize my decision. But shadowing, I think I had a very unique opportunity, which if you can do this, I highly recommend it, to shadow both a doctor and a PA. So they were a team. They worked in hospital medicine. It was the summer after my freshman year. And so we went to 4 different hospitals in the area. Sometimes I rode with the doctor, sometimes I rode with the PA. And they were doing very similar things. They were talking to patients, they were having conversations, they were talking to each other about the patients. The PA was asking the doctor questions, the doctor was asking the PA questions. It was such a beautiful example of teamwork that it, for me, was like, this is how medicine can be. It doesn't have to be just one person dictating all this stuff. Like, you can work together, and that's better for the patient to have multiple people involved, kind of watching out for them. And for me, after that experience was when I felt that I saw myself in the role of a PA. She was a fairly new grad. I think she was 24. Her name was Megan. She was awesome. I loved what the doctor was doing. He was great also, but I just really liked how she was able to interact with patients. I liked her level of knowledge. We talked about her schooling, what her plans were in the future. She ended up moving and going into a different specialty a couple years later. And all of those things were appealing to me. It was hard for me to wrap my head around, and this should not be the only reason it should be about the profession, but I'm going to be in school until I'm 30 years old and then starting my life. And the thing that gave me the most anxiety was the idea of committing to one thing. I was like, how am I going to pick? How am I going to decide? And then what if I decide and I can't make it happen? What am I going to do? Whereas my husband, we haven't mentioned this, he's a hospitalist. So we went to college together. He went to med school. I was in PA school. And y'all, he didn't even know about the step exams. He didn't even know they existed. He's somebody who just went to college and said, I'm going to be pre-med. I'm going to go to med school. Got into med school and then figured it out while he went along.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I even know that. Why don't you know that?
Because you're the planner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just have to explore and kind of go with your gut a little bit too.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought up both things, timeline and kind of potentially stuck in one place, because those are two potentially big differentiating factors. Do you think, and you kind of mentioned it, in my mind, a student potentially may regret making a decision based on, I only want to be in school 2 years versus 4 years of school, 3+ years of residency, and making a big career choice only based on both school length and obviously cost of school that goes along with having a shorter school. How much do you think, if you could throw a number on it, should that be 25% of a decision, 75% of a decision? Where's that number you think potentially students should try to land on?
Oh gosh. I don't know if I can put a number on it. I guess when I think about it, I've seen, I'm going to flip the percent. I've seen maybe, being in Facebook groups, talking to PAs, colleagues, people I graduated with, maybe 10% of PAs, that might be too high, who kind of will say, I wish I had gone to school a little bit longer. I wish I had gone towards med school a little bit more. And I don't know if the length of school was their deciding factor when they chose PA or not. But I think for most everyone, it's something you think about. It sounds like a perk, Yeah. It sounds good. But you do have to kind of look at it a little bit long-term too. And that's why I always tell people, like, don't think that you want to be a PA because it's going to give you a better work-life balance. Don't think that, it's the easy route. That's where you've got to talk to people. You got to talk to PAs who are out practicing. Yeah. Great to talk to PA students too, but you really want to talk to somebody who is in clinical practice to give you those insights.
Yeah. I have a small kind of sample set, very anecdotally, of a half dozen or a dozen PAs who I've talked to who now want to go to medical school or have gone down that path. And that's typically the answer they give is I made the decision based on schooling and the length of school. And I realized after practicing that I wish I had more knowledge. And again, this is where we mentioned at the beginning, it's going to come down to a very personal kind of decision for you, is what will work best for you. And PAs out there are practicing with the knowledge base they have, and they're learning every day and reading more and more every day as lifelong learners, right? I hate when pre-meds write, I want to be a doctor so I can be a lifelong learner. I'm like, I hate to break it to you, son. Like every
You're a
career
kid.
field,
Yeah.
every career field, if you want to be good at it, you're going to be a lifelong learner, including PA, NP, wherever. And so that small sample set that come to us wanting help with their medical school applications as a PA, it's typically, I wish I had more knowledge. Right now that I'm out practicing, I see what it is that I want for myself in my career. So that's a big one. And then the other big one, as you brought up, is medical school. To practice here in the US, you can't graduate and just practice, unfortunately, or fortunately, because you don't learn really medicine in medical school. So for most states, you typically have to do at least a 3-year residency to then become fully board certified, board eligible, and get a full medical license to practice. For PAs, that's a little bit different, right? You come out of school and you typically do a lot of on-the-job training for the specialty that you want to be hired for. You go work in that specialty for a little bit and you go, okay, what's next? I'm interested in doing something different. And you go and you apply for a job, and hopefully it's a job they'll say, hey, yeah, we'll train you. And you go get that job. There have been rumors for many years that PAs may start to do a residency type program after PA school. Is that materializing anytime soon, or are we free and clear for a while for future PAs to know that there's no residency on the other end?
So there's no required residency. There are many more opportunities now than when I graduated 8 years ago. So postgraduate training programs for PAs are usually 1 to 2 years. Some places will call them a residency or a fellowship, but we call them postgraduate training. And for certain specialties, they almost are becoming kind of expected in certain areas. Emergency medicine, surgical specialties, psychiatry, ICU, critical care. There aren't any official dermatology ones, but there are some that are a little bit more unofficial, where you'll go and they'll do a really intense training and then kind of release you. So the difference is, as a PA in one of these programs after completing PA school, typically you get paid around an average PA salary instead of the very, very low rates that residents get. Which is nice. And so you are in that job, but you're getting that extra education in the field that you want to work in. So I've had friends who have, one of my good friends, she did an ER training program, and that got her a lot more job opportunities in the area that she was in. And so I think in the future, to continue to be competitive with getting those types of positions for certain specialties, we'll see more and more of that.
Yeah. And that seems to be, as I've been more and more involved in understanding kind of the education world and process and what is going on with that. So the banner. As I've been involved more and more in higher education and seeing everything that's going on, is that understanding that typically, whether it's kind of forced on people because that's just how you progress in a career, or for education purposes, and employers going, ooh, we really like the PAs that are coming out of these training programs versus straight out of school, we start to see a switch of the expectations changing, right? Physical therapy is the easy one to point to. Historically was not a doctoral level degree. You'd go to PT school and go be a physical therapist. And now, to be a physical therapist, you basically have to have a doctorate in physical therapy to train. And that's just kind of the expected progress of education as more and more people kind of infiltrate the system and how we progress in our careers and everything else. So it'll be interesting to see. My expectation, kind of seeing these trends, is that in 15 or 20 years, the majority of PA students are going to be doing some sort of postgraduate training, whether that's a year or 2 years, whatever that may be. So it'll be interesting to watch. But I still potentially think, depending on how it's all set up, and I think there's a misconception that physicians are stuck in a career field. I know lots of physicians that go back and do another residency. It's not easy, especially after getting some attending level salary, to go, okay, I'll go back and be a resident again.
My husband will not be doing that.
Yes. And so that, I mean, that's one huge reason why people don't do it. Another reason, it's the funding's a little bit weird. People may not know that the government funds most of the residency spots in this country. And so if you've kind of used up all of your training years, then the program is going to have to kind of pay for you to go. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I know somebody who did that, and it was pretty crazy.
Yeah. What do you think is if you could just put your finger on it, go, this is the biggest difference between a PA and an MDDO that people should think about as a big differentiator?
Gosh.
I'm putting you on the spot.
So the problem is, I'm going to clarify before I say
Yeah.
it. The problem is with PA, our jobs can look so different.
Yep.
We're all called PAs, but depending on where you practice, the specialty, who you practice with, there's such a variety.
Yeah.
So that's with level of autonomy. That's with how much you collaborate. That's with how much you're doing with patients. It's so different. I'm at a derm conference now with 400 PAs, so we've been talking about this.
Nice.
And so that part's hard. I think the biggest difference is, as a PA, and I don't like to say never, so I'm not necessarily going to say never, but you will always be working with a physician in some capacity. There are, some people pushing for independent practice, but our career was designed to be collaborative. And so that's where, my first physician I worked with, we would joke that I was in her residency program because she was the one teaching me and training me, and she loved that. And at the beginning, we were together the entire time, but slowly, as I learned more and became more comfortable, that changed. And so I think you also have to realize that what that looks like can change. And if you're not happy in one area, you go to another one. So I think there's a lot of flexibility there, but ultimately, like, you are not the doctor, and you have to be okay with that. That was never something that made me sad, never something that made me go, oh, I don't know if I can be that. I'm good at taking critical criticism or constructive criticism.
Yeah.
If my doc says, hey, maybe do this next time, I'm like, cool, got it. Sounds good. Or, we talk about it. And so I think some people would struggle in that position, and they honestly want to be the person calling the shots and not necessarily being questioned. I'm also in a practice where I can ask questions to my physician. So if I see something she did and I don't really understand, I can go to her and say, why were you doing this? What were you thinking? If it's not something I'm comfortable with, I'm like, okay, well, can you keep seeing that patient? Because that's probably not how I would do it. And so I think in medicine, sometimes on the internet, this gets a little fuzzy, but there's a lot of respect and understanding that there are multiple ways to treat a patient that are still appropriate.
Yeah.
And so I think that would be it. Just, you have to be okay with that. But the job can look very similar. If you came in my office and didn't know who any of us were, you wouldn't be able to tell probably who is the doctor, who is the PA.
Yeah. And I think that's huge, right? That mutual respect, that mutual understanding, the understanding. And I think it's hard for physicians sometimes because we go through training and we kind of get stuck in our ways, and there's data to support that a lot of our practice and how we take care of people is based on what we learned in training and not necessarily newest guidelines, which is hard. And then you get a PA coming in, as a recent grad, going, well, no, that's not that's not what I learned. Here's the new thing. And then there's conflict and whatever. And I think from both sides, specifically from physicians and all the pre-meds that are watching this, like you need to treat your PA colleagues as equals, as your colleagues, as a member of the team. And it's one of those things that when I ask students like, why physician versus PA, which I don't typically ask because I don't like that question.
Right.
Because the most basic answer that everyone gives is like, well, I want to be the leader, right? I want to be the boss. And that's already coming from a place of dominance, of superiority, of I'm the leader, I'm the boss, everyone should listen to me. And it just doesn't work that way in practice. Like literally out in the real world is you are collaborating with your colleagues, whether they're NPs, nurses, PAs, social workers, physical therapists, like the whole team is the team, all providing input based on their specific specialty and their specific knowledge set, that you have to be comfortable taking input from other people, PA or not. So
Yeah,
I
agree.
think, yeah.
And I think, so just to anecdotally share, my husband, so I was in PA school, he was in med school. We did our first 2 years at the same time. I graduated, started working, and he went into his 3rd and 4th year rotations. So as I was starting to work, I would come home and say, this is what I did today, or he'd be studying and we'd be asking each other questions, and I would know the answer to a question he was studying for his step exams or something. And I just remember multiple times where he's like, how do you know that? And I was like, I went to PA school. What do you think I did? What do you think I learned?
Crochet, come on.
Yeah, I was just like, and so it was just funny because he was the person who just didn't know about other careers. And that's what he'll say now is I became a doctor because I didn't know any different. My dad was a dentist. It was either that or med school.
Yeah.
And so when he talks to people now, I mean, he tells them like, you may want to look at PA. You may not, but it's a good option.
Yeah.
And so that, was funny. And then now as an attending, he works with PAs because even as a resident, they really didn't work with PAs. They would have students occasionally, but that was it. And he loves it. He's like, I have somebody else to help me out. Like I'm helping them and they're helping me. It's great. We can tag team and see patients and talk about it.
Yeah.
And so it's just funny because I feel like, again, on the internet, sometimes you see these opinions from people who have never been in that relationship. And it's a relationship. Like they've never been part of that. And until you have, don't knock it till you try it.
Yeah. Don't knock it till you try it. Exactly. Yeah. It's huge. And I love, there are schools out there, medical schools, these kind of healthcare centers that are creating curriculums that interprofessional curriculums where it's like the med students, the PA students, the physical therapy students are all kind of together and they're learning together. And it's opening up their eyes to go, okay, these are my future teammates, my team members, my colleagues. And I'm going to see that they have the knowledge that maybe I didn't think they had because I just assumed, right? Based on what I read on the internet,
exactly,
that they don't know anything and they went to PA school because they didn't want to go to med school. And it's just, it's crazy what people assume just based on the internet.
Well, the cool thing at our office is the PA I work with, it's a doctor and another PA. She has a background in critical care. So if a patient falls out, go get her. If there's, complicated medicine, somebody come in kind of from the hospital, we're pulling her in because she has this training that we don't have, me or the doctor. Mm-hmm. And so having that is actually pretty valuable and makes it an interesting dynamic.
Yeah. So how, for the student watching this, they are like, okay, I think I want to be a PA. I'm going down that path. At what point should they potentially go, uh-oh, I think I made the wrong decision? Is there a point of no return going down this journey?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe if you accept a spot at a program, but the good thing about PA school or the prereqs and requirements is they're going to set you up. They're very similar to med school requirements. You should have all of the classes. There are more prereq specific classes for PA versus med school, and your PA ones would cover med school. Maybe I know I'm not going to say GPA because I know you can fix that.
Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah. One big thing is for PA school, you do need experience. So if you made that switch, and I know for med school, sometimes research and things, so you may have to tailor your experience a little bit differently. I had somebody today who emailed me this the opposite, but she got into med school and has decided to switch to PA. And she was like, do I tell the schools? What do I do? And I was like, yeah, tell them. That's fine. Like, you change your mind, tell them why, and you're good.
Perfect.
So, yeah, I mean, I think you just have to reevaluate that you should be pretty similarly on the right path, even if you change your mind.
Yeah. And I think the answer is, for me, like, anytime. Change your mind.
Yeah.
We live in a world, unfortunately, where like in politics, politicians are harassed and made fun of for flip-flopping, right? And sometimes it's games, but I think we have this sense that we're not allowed to change our minds. And I change my mind all the time. Sometimes it frustrates my team. They're like, but you didn't say that yesterday. You said something else. I'm like, I changed my mind. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think it's a strength to go,
Yeah.
I took in more information. I re-examined myself. I asked myself some more critical questions, and I want to change my mind. I may be a year into PA school. I'm going to change my mind. Instead of paying for another year, I'm going to say, sorry, school, I'm leaving. Or the same for med school. And you want to go to PA school. I think it's never too late to change your minds. I like to talk about the fallacy of sunk costs all the time, where too many people are like, well, I've already done this much. I've already gone so far down this path. I might as well keep going. And I'm like, no, like that's just trash. I fear regret more than sunk costs. So
yeah, life's too short.
Life is too short.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're coming up on Q&A time for students. So we'll start to bring in some questions here. One of the biggest things that I think you just mentioned as a differentiator between PA school and medical school are the kind of hard requirements that I wish medical schools had. Most PA schools have pretty hard requirements around patient care experience hours or healthcare experience hours. Talk about that real quick in terms of a big difference with PA school and med school.
Yes, so PA schools have specific requirements. We do have a universal application called Casper. There's no early acceptance or that whole process. And the hard thing is that it varies significantly between programs, what the requirements are. And that's unfortunate because it makes it very complicated. But in general, you're going to have your regular pre-med prereqs, you're going to have anatomy, physiology. In addition to those, sometimes some statistics, genetics, they'll have some specific ones they want occasionally. And then healthcare experience, but more specifically patient care experience. So you directly involved with the patient's experience. So that's something like EMT, paramedic, MA, CNA. The more responsibility, the better, higher quality care, but something where you are with patients. Some schools will say it's recommended. Some want 2,000 hours. It just varies. And then there's shadowing. And then we don't take the MCAT. We do either the GRE or the PA CAT for PA school.
All these felines running our lives.
I know.
Awesome. All right. Do we have questions? Mashika back. Could you elaborate a little bit on the roles of the PA versus the MDDO in a team setting and how they work together?
Yeah, it varies so much. So I'm in derm. So when I go to work, I have my own set schedule of patients. We all see anywhere between 35 and 40 patients a day. The physician I work with has her own schedule. She's available if I need her. So some days I don't need her for anything having to do with patients. Some days I feel super needy and I'm asking her questions all day. And so I'll see the patients and just kind of refer to her if needed. If I have a complicated note or something I want her opinion on, I'll send it to her so she can review it and then we can talk about it. But if you're in a surgical setting, some of my friends who work in surgery, they're pretty tied to their physician most of the time. They're going in to see patients together to pre-op, talk about a plan. They're going into the OR together. So that it just varies so much. And it also varies based on experience too, because the more experience you have, probably the more you're going to do on your own or going to look a little different than if you're a new grad.
Yeah. How much variation is there by state? Because I think it's pretty much state medical boards and kind of laws that are dictating kind of the roles of the PA and the autonomy of the PA.
So the states don't dictate as much of like what you can actually do. It's more how many notes have to be signed, how many PAs a doctor can work with, more so than as much what you can do. So for derm, one example though is in derm in Alabama, dermatology PAs cannot do filler. They can't do cosmetic injections. I don't know, like it's just very random. I think nurses can do them there, like RNs. So that's more of like a lobbying situation. But like if you want to be an aesthetic PA, you probably don't need to move to Alabama, and you just need to know that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Great question. Jason asks, there seem to be a lot of PA DMSC programs. Does the role of the PA with DMSC differ from even that of PAs with an MSc? What's a DMSc? I don't know that.
So that's a new doctorate program. There's actually only one that I'm aware of, Lynchburg. There may be another one starting up. So that's something that PAs would get after PA school. That's not like a PA program. And so everyone I've known who's done it has been academic or very involved with kind of legislation stuff and doing it from that perspective. It doesn't change anything clinically.
Yeah. So it's typically a non-clinical doctorate degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, and very similar to kind of DMPs as well. That's typically a non-clinical doctorate that they're getting. So the MSc is just through the DMSc, so that's just a Master of Science. And I've seen that with PA programs. Are all PA programs master's level programs, or it just depends?
They are now. So when the profession started in the 70s, they were all bachelor's programs.
Okay.
And then actually probably about 5 years ago, they switched the requirement to being a master's for all programs.
All right. Awesome. Great question, Jason. Lorena asks, do most pre-PA students obtain their direct patient care hours while completing their BSBA or after they graduate?
I think it's a variety, and a lot of people are non-traditional for PA. Most people find out about the PA profession either sophomore and junior year or after they've graduated college. But a lot of people are able to find some way to incorporate patient care hours during PA school or during undergrad if they know that's what they want to do. I worked during the summer as a CNA at a rehab hospital to get my hours, and then did hospice during the year at school. But yeah, taking a gap year is not a bad thing though. I've never heard anyone regret taking a gap year.
Yeah, and it's the same for medical school. A lot will depend on kind of your coursework and course requirements and other responsibilities that you may have if you're working to help pay for school or help support family, whatever. Students run the gamut. There's no, I think, pre-med, pre-PA, there's no one path to get to where you want to be.
And I wouldn't sacrifice your grades to try to fit it all in really quickly.
No. Grades are hard to fix and expensive. Don't do that. Amy asks, can you share the differences between an emergency physician and an emergency PA, like besides the obvious?
Oh, that's one of the specialties that is going to vary based on where you're at. So two of my best PA friends are both ER PAs, and their jobs look completely different. Like if you went and shadowed both of them, they do very different things. One of them works very closely with the physician. So in her role, she goes and staffs the patient and gets them started. So it doesn't matter what level, I don't know all the different emergency medicine levels, what level the patient is. She just goes, says we need labs, x-rays, whatever, goes, talks to the physician, and then they teamwork it. The other PA, she does more of kind of the lower acuity stuff. So it's like, I guess her hospital has higher levels. So typically like the physicians are staffing those. She's staffing more of the lower level stuff. And then if it gets crazy, sounds like it's kind of a free for all and they're just trying to take care of everybody. But she's more autonomous in her ER versus my other friends.
Yeah. Awesome. Lumi asks, can PAs do research? Heck yeah.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah, there's I have a podcast interview with a really awesome PA who does cardiology research at the Mayo Clinic. But yeah, you can definitely get involved in research. At this conference I'm at, there's so many PAs doing research. It's amazing.
Yeah. Christian asks, do you know of any international opportunities or telehealth PA opportunities that could let you practice as a PA while living abroad?
Internationally, right now, PAs are recognized by the UK, Canada, and New Zealand. Um, and so those are countries you could potentially work in. I also have some podcast interviews with UK PAs, and the salary is a lot different than it is here, just because medicine's different. So that's something to look into. As far as telehealth, I think that's such a growing field. I'm not sure if you can work internationally doing that. I don't really see why not, though. I feel like there would be opportunities for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting in the medical world. There may be some opportunities to do like teleradiology sitting on the beach in Australia or something, but it's just going to depend on the state that you're in and what they will allow. Awesome. Alexandria, what advice do you have for first-year undergrads just beginning their studies?
Oh, focus on your grades.
Grades.
Focus on your grades. Yeah. I mean, just make that a priority. Balance your schedule, kind of look at what you've got to take. I don't think that was something I was very good at. And it's something that I try to help students with now is just, if you can balance those more difficult classes with some of your easier prereqs, or electives, like don't save all your electives for senior year, like use them while you're taking OChem to make your life easier.
Yeah, grades. Same for the MD route, pre-med route, is focus on those grades, and there's time to fill in all the other stuff that you should be doing. Ethereal, what do you think of ADN BSN route to PA?
What is ADN?
I don't know what ADN is.
Dietitian?
BSN, Bachelor's of Nursing.
Yeah. I think nursing is great experience and patient care experience before PA, for sure. That should set you up. You may have to take some prereqs, but it's not a big deal. But you'll have definitely the experience you need. I would check your state. If you already have a BSN, and see, like you're already kind of on the nursing route, see if your state is more NP or PA friendly.
Yeah.
Before you sign up.
Yeah. So the ADN is associate's degree of nursing and then bachelor's of science of nursing.
Gotcha.
So
yeah, great experience.
Yeah, and same for pre-med. It's a very common question. I talked to someone yesterday for the pre-med years, a physician now. She went the nursing route knowing that, number one, it's a decent plan B in case she never got into medical school. But she also used that path because she knew she wanted to take some time off before applying to medical school to go work as a nurse, make some money, take a little break from school. And then she applied to medical school, got in, and now is a physician. So there's no one right way to get to your end goal, which is it can be frustrating to know that it's kind of up to you. A lot of students are like, just tell me what to do, and it's frustrating for them to hear that. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I get it. We were there.
Yeah. Amy asks, for those who are thinking of switching from pre-med to pre-PA, how dare you? What extra classes should they consider taking that aren't required for med school?
I mean, I'm not as up on the med school requirements. I'll just tell you the typical ones. So usually you're going to need Bio 1, Bio 2, Gen Chem 1 and 2, Organic Chem and or Biochem, Microbiology, Statistics, Psychology, Anatomy, and Physiology. Some kind of recommended ones that may fall in there are genetics, some specific psychology courses. Sometimes they'll want abnormal psych or developmental psych. Some places will only take biostatistics and don't want regular statistics. So you really have to make your list of programs and use that as your guide, because if you're just guessing or hoping they take biochem and then you end up they wanted OChem too, you really have to read the fine print.
Yeah. So some relatively big differences there from pre-med to PA. Anatomy and physiology is a prereq maybe for like less than a half dozen schools.
Yeah.
So sounds like maybe a little bit more standard prereq for PA school.
It's every single school you're gonna have that.
Awesome. So that's a big difference there. Stats, again, probably not a big prereq for medical schools, but maybe good for PA schools. And then Orgo, typically 1 and 2. So full year of Orgo with biochemistry, typically required, if not for medical school, for the MCAT very specifically. So some few differences there. Awesome. Tommy asks, are there any restrictions in family medicine for procedures, assessments, etc., that a physician can do that a PA cannot?
That will 100% depend for family medicine on where you practice, your experience, who you work with. So I've never worked in family medicine. At my old office, my first office, I was trained in surgical procedures, like actual excisions. We all do biopsies, but I didn't actually do many excisions there, but I did a lot more cosmetic procedures. And then in my new office, I do less cosmetics and many more surgical procedures. So part of that as a PA is finding a job where you get to do the things you like to do. But yeah, it'll vary.
Yeah. As we wrap up here in 1 minute, for future PAs who are listening to this, how do they find a good physician to work with, a physician who's going to trust them, to give them that kind of freedom to do some of those things without questioning every move?
Yeah, it's interviewing, talking to them, talking to anyone who's worked there before. At everywhere that I've interviewed, I went and shadowed for a day and just spent a day with them to see if it was a good fit, if it seemed like we were on the same page. And then you've got to be willing to leave if a job's not working out, if it's not safe for you, if you're being asked to do things that you don't feel comfortable doing, or you're feeling limited, if you have someone who still wants to go in every single room with you and you have 8 years of experience. I've never been in that position, but I know people who have, that may not be the best fit. So good news is there's lots of opportunities out there. You just have to keep your eyes and ears open for them.
Yeah. Well, Savannah Perry from the PA platform, thank you so much for joining us at MappdCon2022.
Yes, thanks for the great conference.
Yes, having so much fun. Hopefully, lots of students have a little bit of a clearer picture, potentially, on what they want to do, and or they now have better questions to inform their journey moving forward. Everyone can find out more from you at thepaplatform.com. So
thanks, guys.
Thank you. Go enjoy your conference.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everyone. We are rocking it and rolling, continuing here with another raffle winner, Caitlin Ha from Chapman University. Hello, hello. You are our next winner of the Pre-Med Playbook set that I have right here. The application process book, the interview book. I mean, if I move my head, you can see them. All of these fun books you will get access to. We'll mail them to you. So stay tuned for an email. If you want to try to win some sets of books, some advising sessions with me, Blueprint MCAT live online session, go to premedgiveaway.com. Premedgiveaway.com. Before we introduce our next guest, it may be a good opportunity to talk about the scholarship that Blueprint MCAT is doing. Are we ready to talk about that and where people can go for that?
Hey, I just joined. I missed whatever question you were asking.
Hello, hello. Can we throw up something for the scholarship that Blueprint MCAT is doing?
Yeah, we got a cool thing for the scholarship. Let's show that.
Blueprint MCAT is doing a $20,000 scholarship. I believe the restrictions here, I'll pull it up right now because I was talking about it recently. You need to be starting medical school in 2024 or 2025. Oh, there it is right there. Taking the MCAT in 2023. If you go to that really long website, or just go to mcatscholarship.com, because I love URLs, so I bought that domain and forwarded to Blueprint. You have to go register. It's super simple. It's just a form you go fill out by October 31st, and one lucky winner will win $20,000 from Blueprint MCAT on November 20th, 2022.
Woo! Money!
Money! Money!
Hey, y'all. How's it going?
And on that note, Hunter Enright from Blueprint MCAT. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing? Hey, Megan. Hey, Nick. What's up? Long time no see. It's good
We're
to be
talking
here, man.
MCAT stuff. Rachel, you are
Yeah,
you
so
doing a little intro?
earlier today I said Hunter is always at 11, and you proved my point in your first moment on air. Hunter is an old friend of ours. We Mapped and Med School HQ and Blueprint, we all go way back. Like, we've all been helping pre-meds, pre-health students for a long time. So I'm very excited to have this session. We're going to focus on the MCAT for the next 45 minutes. And we have here Hunter Enright, who is, I mean, he's many things. He wears many hats, but you might know him best as a premium MCAT tutor, an instructor for the Blueprint MCAT course. And he is an expert in how to prepare yourself for this huge milestone exam. So we're very excited to have Hunter's energy and expertise here with us today.
Oh, please. I'm excited to be here. That was so nice, though. That was the nicest intro anyone has ever given me. Thank you.
Aww.
Welcome to the stage. Although I will call fake news with that luscious lock of hair that you have. You never wear a hat because you will not.
I was
cover that up.
literally going to make the same joke, Ryan. It's killing me.
We are the same person, Hunter. We are the same person.
We hang out way
I
too
thought
much.
you were talking about my hair for a minute. I'm
No,
so vain.
No. You have beautiful
All
hair
right.
too, Rachel.
Rachel, me and you we should stop talking. This is a very sensitive subject for Ryan.
It's
Oh
not
no, Ryan
sensitive.
is also vain of his hair. He spends a lot of
Yeah.
time on it.
Ooh.
I have beautiful hair. I just choose to cut it.
You know what? And that takes the most strength of all. Really.
Yeah.
So hey, everyone,
I'm
the
gonna pop
MCAT's
back
attached.
behind the scenes and let you two do your thing. Have fun.
Cool,
So,
thank you so much.
on the psychos section, what is the term used for someone who is vain about their hair?
Narcissism.
Okay, there we go. See, MCAT.
Right here. Hey, 2 thumbs and some narcissism. But
We
hey,
got
everyone,
the MCAT.
how's it going? Oh, hey, Natalie, what up? It's always nice to associate name with face with a voice. So, yay, what's up, y'all?
What's
We're
up?
talking to MCAT, aren't we?
If you want, I mean, we can talk about anything.
Honestly, it's really bad whenever we get together because it's like 30% chance that we don't talk about what we're supposed to. But not today. I refuse because
Not
everyone
today.
here is awesome and y'all are amazing and the MCAT is super big and scary and stressful. And yeah, this is kind of like a nice little dynamic duo that we've got, right? Like I talk MCAT, you talk everything else. That's way more important than that. And people just look at me like a nerd. It's a good time.
It is a good time. So, Hunter, let's start number one.
Yes.
What did you get on the MCAT?
Okay, so couple answers there. Number one, well, the number that everyone's really concerned about, 521. So yay, got pretty high up there. Get out of here, Ryan. I was gonna say a couple answers for that because like I've done a really good job with my lighting and hiding my gray hairs, but like the first time I took the MCAT, your score was only 2 digits.
I know. So you went up by like hundreds of percentages.
Oh, hundreds of numbers. Yeah, I went from, can y'all imagine? I got like a 34 the first time I took it. Ew, gross. And then I went up a couple hundred points. So
yeah, I want to
hey,
say
Natalie.
that I want to say that I want to retake the MCAT so that I can also say using Blueprint MCAT, my score increased 5,000%.
By like 500 points. It's amazing.
Yes. Yeah. So let's talk MCAT.
Absolutely.
As students are watching this, and I'd love to see in the comments where students are in their MCAT prep world. Because as we're doing this live, MappdCon2022, we are in the middle of September. It's kind of prime time to start prepping for 2023 MCAT test dates, January, March, April MCAT test dates. For some reason, AAMC always skips February. I don't know why, but hey, whatever.
My birthday month. They decided to give me a month off.
It's very nice of them. We're talking preparing for the MCAT. What is the first step that every student should take when preparing for the MCAT?
That's a really good question, actually. Then that's not one that gets asked a lot. Usually everyone dives in and gets really granular with like specifically what chapter should I start with, things like that. When really the first thing you should do is go as far back as possible, zoom all the way out and like look at your life and figure out, hey, when's a good time for me to spend about 3 months not doing anything else in my entire life? 3 to 4 or 5 months. Because that's really the first thing, right? So y'all, don't hold yourself to this weird arbitrary date of like, I have to take my MCAT at this time because of this and this and this, right? Non-traditional is becoming the new traditional. There's more and more non-traditional students every single year. But honestly, I say it all the time. The best time to take the MCAT is whenever you're ready. And that's when you can sit down and go like, all right, I'm going to have 3-4 months where I can kind of cut down on all my other responsibilities, work, school, family, whatever it is. Move away from the family for 4 months. Who knows? Who cares? But yeah, genuinely, like you have to sit down. It's 250, 300. I push my premium tutoring students to say 350 hours of prep.
Hours.
Yeah.
Hours.
And if you cut that over, like I'm doing 20 hours a week, or even I'm doing 40 hours a week, that's still months of prep. So don't underestimate how long it takes to prep for this. This isn't undergraduate type style exams. It's not like, let me just cram short-term memory, do my chapter exam on Friday, info dump on Saturday, and we're good. This is, you kind of need to know a little bit about everything, but only a little bit. It's like inch deep, mile wide type of a thing.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing y'all should do is take a look at your life and see when is a good time for me to prep. A lot of people like to prep over the summer and then they take it after, like right before school starts. This is kind of like you said, the second most popular time where everyone's like, all right, like we'll spend October, November, December studying for it. And then January we'll take the test and hop in there. So that's usually when people are what a lot of people are thinking. Plus, like studying for your MCAT is a really good excuse to avoid your family over the holidays. Like if you just need like a day break or something like that, you could just be like, hey y'all, I got some flashcards. Like I'll be right back. So that's always nice. But yeah, that's the first thing. Really good question, man.
Okay. So for the first year, second year student listening to this, watching this, they're like, oh, so I don't have to worry about the MCAT until much later on. What can they do to prepare?
Couple things. That's a really good question. Because often, yeah, the traditional is you take your test or you study for it and you take it your third year, right? And then you apply in the fourth year, matriculate right after that. Usually, yeah, freshmen and sophomores, those first and second years are kind of like left in the dust. Usually, and it's nothing against y'all. We love y'all. It's just, it's really, really hard to prep for the MCAT if you haven't taken those prerequisite classes. Which y'all were talking about right when, like before I hopped on here, I hopped in and I immediately heard like organic chemistry prerequisite. And I was like, oh no. But yeah, that's probably what I would say is, the first thing is, well, not the first thing you need to do to prep, but as far as like the first thing that freshmen can do, even sophomores.
Yeah.
This sounds really dumb. Learn, actually pay attention in your classes. So like that is a big misstep that a lot of people do is like, they kind of treat their undergraduate classes like high school or anything like that. They, memorize, regurgitate, info dump, immediately forget. And then 2 years later, it comes up again on the MCAT, and you're like, what the bump? Really, I needed to remember this. So if y'all genuinely learn your material now, and if you're one of my students in a couple of years, you're going to hear this, concepts over content, like understand the concept at a deep foundational, like what does this science mean? What should be happening? Don't just memorize equations. One of them, you understand it. The other one, you just remember it. And guess which one the MCAT cares about?
Yeah.
Doesn't care about your memory. Well, it kind of
doesn't. Yeah. And I think that's a huge thing is there is so much pressure on students getting good GPAs and all of the other responsibilities and requirements and activities that they need to be getting that a lot of students kind of just go through the motions, get the A's and move on without that core foundation that they can then build on the MCAT. And going through the MCAT podcast that I do with Blueprint MCAT every week, one of the things that I've come to learn is that MCAT is very much like 4D knowledge. Is you have one picture of something that maybe you learned in your undergraduate chemistry class or biology class, whatever it is, but the MCAT will poke at it from every different angle. And you're like, I have no idea what this is. And you get the question wrong. And then you read the explanation and you're like, oh, I knew that. I know that answer, but I've never thought about it in that way.
Yeah.
How can students start to think in that way of an MCAT test writer going, okay, I'm learning this for my class. I'm learning this to obviously get good grades, but I need to understand it from all of these different angles.
Yeah, I love the way that you describe that, actually. I always tell my students that the MCAT doesn't reward you for having your content memorized. It expects it. Like that's the bar to enter the game in order to play is like you have your content memorized. It's never going to look at you and go like, well, it's a test. It's never going to look at you. Whatever. I anthropomorphize. It's never going to look at you and say to you with its vocal cords, hey, student.
On TikTok, it does with the little face filter. Hello.
Exactly. It's just a terrifying test with eyes. What it's going to do, it will never look at you and go like, hey, do you know what the third enzyme in the citric acid cycle is, right? It's never going to ask that question. That's not an MCAT style question. That's an undergraduate biochem question, right? So you need to know that stuff in order to come to the MCAT and play the MCAT game, which is, okay, cool. I'm assuming that you know what the third enzyme in the citric acid cycle is. We just broke it. What happens in the liver? And there's like 7 steps in between that. And you need to know like a little bit about renal systems, blood, like blood chemistry, pH, like all this other stuff. And like, I call it scaffolding. It's a lot of these little tiny ideas that you connect the dots. And then eventually you ramp your way up to this crazy, like, I sound super hyper intelligent answer, but really it's just like, oh yeah, positives and negatives attract each other, and acidic things don't like basic things. Like, it's really straight up, like, that's kind of the way that I like to teach my students to approach this, is like, think about it conceptually, and like, y'all are super intelligent. I tell my pre-med students all the time that they're incredibly smart. I used to work in a nonprofit that was like teaching science to just the general public, and like every single one of my pre-meds is in the upper echelon of like scientific literacy. And like the MCAT has this really bad habit of like making my super smart pre-meds feel really dumb. And like, it's not like, they're not dumb. Anyone who's listening to this, you are not dumb. The MCAT is just written in a very specific way. And like, it takes like Liam Neeson a very particular set of skills in order to like do really good on the exam. There's no test like this in the world. I'm kidding you not. So like, you have to know how to take the MCAT itself.
My general response is the MCAT is a test to see how well you can take the MCAT.
Honestly, yeah. And like, you mentioned 4D chess a little bit ago. And like, I even think that there's some like testing aspects. I have nothing to prove this. I am wildly speculating. If I had tinfoil, I'd put it on my head. I think that like all the like actual sitting down and taking the test things too are like part of the MCAT exam. And like, they know that, and that's why they don't do anything to make it easier. Like the incredibly high amounts of stress, the ridiculous amount of things that you need to memorize for it. The fact that like, you're not going to know all of the answers. Like, they write answers that you don't know the answer to sometimes, but you can find 3 wrong ones very easily. They say that red blood cells have nuclei and that's immediately out, like things like that. Right. And they want you to kind of panic a little bit and like manage that. So like, those are like the soft skills that the MCAT tests, which like, again, are super important for, like you said, just learning how to take the MCAT. So there's so much that goes into it. Like, content is only a third of it. And that's why whenever my students hear me say like concepts over content's not the most important thing. And they're like, oh, blasphemy. And then like, they start to pay attention to it and their score goes up 15 points. So there's a thing to it for sure.
So that, I mean, that kind of goes into the biggest mistake that you as an MCAT instructor see, and everyone at Blueprint MCAT and everyone I've talked to in the MCAT space, the biggest mistake that students make is focusing so much on content and not doing questions. How early in a student's undergraduate career, non-traditional path, should they start doing QBank questions and full-length exams and half-length diagnostics and all of that fun stuff?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So first and second years, I would say don't dive very hard into the actual application and questions. Like, that's where you can start to do a lot of like sponge absorbing, right? Especially when it comes to cars. Like, cars is the big one that students are absolutely able to sit down and excuse me, just really excited about cars. You can sit down and just like dissect really complex passages and really complex, like, articles that are in scientific journals or, psych journals or anything like that. Anything that basically isn't like Reddit, a news like article or anything along those lines. Just sit down and dissect those passages, right? Like, really understand what each sentence is telling you, why they're important, et cetera, et cetera. That's how you can kind of prep, like, just start reading that stuff early. As far as everyone else, when it comes to like the questions, the full lengths, all that other stuff, full lengths, I would definitely say wait until you're in your prep. We usually don't have our students do their first genuine full length until about like 3-4 weeks into their prep. So you do a little bit of like, walk before you run, you take your full length, and then we kind of get you on a full length schedule after that. Besides that, like, the way that I usually recommend my students do it is like, you watch one of our modules, you learn the content, and then you immediately go and practice. I don't want like anyone who isn't in there like knee deep in prepping to burn through all of their resources. So if you're not prepping yet, just start collecting things. We have a ton of free resources. The very first thing that we have everyone do is called a diagnostic. It's a half-length exam. So full length, it's half length. Instead of 8 hours, it's 4 hours. So that's usually the first thing. We've got that from our like free student accounts. If y'all go to like blueprintprep.com, we've got a whole tab that's just like, here's all of our free stuff. You can check that out. Honestly, that's probably one of the best things to do, just because A, it's going to be a nice exposure to what the MCAT actually is, what it looks like in the style, and B, it'll kind of show you like what you need to focus on. And if you're early, like if you're not, you know, about to begin your prep, you're first or second year, you're like, let's just see, let's go for it. It's going to be bad. Like, I'll tell you that. Like, the diagnostic is going to be bad. I actually saw a question in the chat on the side, like, hey, I work 40 hours. How do I do this? I also was working full time. I was 40 hours a week, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. So yeah. Oh, hey, look at that. Wow, y'all are mad. So yeah, that was the question, right? And so I also worked 40 hours a week, 9 to 5. I would just basically have to, and it was an hour-long commute, come home by 6 p.m., finish dinner around 7, and then like 7:30 to 11:30 midnight, I would study. So that's like the cadence that I would do it. And like when I first started prepping and like I was working full time and I took my diagnostic because it's the first thing you did, I got such a bad score on my diagnostic, y'all. I'd been out of college working at a nonprofit for about 4 years. And yeah, I was like in my percentile, straight 20s. What up? And I almost dropped. I almost was like, nope, like, you know, brush my hands of this. Looks like I've been out of college too long. I forgot everything. I'm not going to be able to succeed in this. Don't listen to that. I didn't listen to it. Friends and family convinced me otherwise. They're like, Hunter, of course you're going to do bad. You haven't even started your class yet. And then, yeah, you go through the class, leaps and bounds better at the end. And I'm incredibly happy for it. So yeah. If you do take that diagnostic, don't let it discourage you because it can be very rough.
Yeah. It's hard. So the process of making sure you're doing questions, making sure you're doing well in your core science classes, making sure like there's so much, and as is pointed out here, there are students out there that are working to pay for school, working to put food on the table. How, like, at what point is stretching it out too far because students need to set aside time for other responsibilities? So you mentioned earlier 350 hours for kind of a general timeline to study for the MCAT. If I do that over 2 years, is that too long?
Yes. So yeah, for sure. So that is also a really good like timeline question. Normally, I don't want to say this, but there is no minimum. So like depending on like how much you already have coming into your MCAT prep, if you're like fantastic, you've been working in an OChem lab for the past 10 years, you've got all this stuff at like the back of your hand, and like you just need some practice. Like we talked about learning how to take the MCAT and learning how to like approach passages and stuff. Awesome. Like you could probably do that in like a month. And like, we've all seen that crap on like r/MCAT, right? Where it's like, hey y'all, like I studied in 4 weeks and here's how I did it. And
here's my 4-week study plan to get a 522. And everyone's like, oh, I'll do that too. And then they get a 480 and they're like, oh, what happened?
Oh my God. Yeah. And not only that, but like the first line, once you click on it, it's like, here's my 4-week study plan. It's like, so I've been in an OChem lab for the past 4 years and I've been doing that. Like, it's like, of course. So yes, that is possible, right? The majority of people, like as far as like the quote unquote average or normal study plan, is anywhere from 3 to 6 months. And again, that's depending on how much you can commit right out the gates. We always say like about 300-ish hours of prep. So, just divide that by however many weeks you think you can do, or how many hours you think you can do per week. And then that should give you a very rough, like, okay, I'll have to do this many weeks of prep. I prepped for 6 months. So I was on the upper end of things. About like 4 to 6 months. Yeah, the first two was self-prepping before I signed up for a class and didn't really do much. But yeah, because I was working full time and I only had like 4 hours a night. So yeah, I definitely, like, if you don't have as much time per week to dedicate it, i.e. you've got jobs, family, et cetera, you're going to have to spread it out a little bit. That being said, like more than 6 months is diminishing returns, because like it's really easy to forget something that you tried to teach yourself 8 months ago, right? So normally I would say 6-ish is about the maximum. And if we're sitting there going, I don't think I can do it in 6 months, like I need 8-9 months, then like maybe right now isn't the best time to prep, and we just need to find like a calmer time in our life.
Yeah. It's so important to understand, number one, that your journey is yours, and stay off of Reddit for that kind of like 522 in 3 days of studying. Well, I'll show you. I got a 522 in 2 days of studying. 6-minute abs.
There's a lot of MCAT measuring going on there.
What are they compensating for? I don't know. So let's talk about the fact that a lot about this process seems to benefit those who have privilege enough to afford fancy courses and tutors and all of this stuff. Now, one of my big missions is to make things very cheap for people. And luckily, Blueprint believes in that mission as well. And we do the MCAT podcast, which is free for everyone, where we're going to teach you lots about the MCAT. What are ways that students can prep for the MCAT on a budget?
Yeah. So the very first thing that I'm going to tell everybody is, number one, we give a bunch of stuff away. So, well, right now we're giving away $20,000. Woo!
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 I already won that, by the
Ryan,
way.
you want to laugh at me? I made a TikTok for it for Blueprint. TikTok.
Why would I laugh at you? I love TikTok.
Because last time we hung out, I was like, oh my I'm too, like, my gray hair, I can't do TikTok, etc. But hey, look at this. We got, how do we do this? There we are. A $20,000 giveaway.
Hey, Vanna White.
It's super easy. Right? Ooh. It's super easy to like be eligible. Literally, are you testing in 2023 and do you want to go to med school in 2024 or 25? That's it. Like, that's the only like requirements. Other than that, you just go to that website, or what was the cool one that you bought for us? Med School Scholarship. MCAT-scholarship.com. Thank you very much, sir. And then you just fill out a form and then you're entered for the drawing, right? So it's super easy. It takes like 2 minutes. That's it. So that's the first thing we're doing. The second thing that we're doing is we also do like not like big $20,000 scholarships, but just like regular scholarships for anyone that's in financial hardships. So we do have a scholarship program. Check it out. It's on our website. Yep. I'm going to be honest. I don't know the numbers for that off the top of my head. I should have looked that up. I should just have everything memorized. But no, I don't. But we do give away scholarships. You just have to enter like financial. It's kind of like FAFSA. Like you just enter in like how much do your parents make or you make or anything like that. And we give those away.
FAP is a big one. Sorry. FAP is a big one that a lot of students don't know. So if you qualify for FAP, you get, I believe it's a 50% discount on any Blueprint stuff.
Yeah, and that's our financial assistance program. Bam. Look at you, Ryan. You're better than me. You know all the percentages, and this is why I need you. I'd be face down dead in a ditch without it. So that's just like as far as like financial stuff that we do. So that's awesome. Yay, money. I think I came in here shouting that. Full circle. The other thing that we do is there are a ton of free resources, like everywhere. I have a fun thing. Like I was also like this, but I mean, I think a lot of us, the royal us pre-meds, we're like resource hoarders. Like even if we never plan to use it, it's just like, yeah, I want those. Give me that flashcard pack. Yes, please. So that's all over the place. Like we have a ton of them. Obviously, I've already mentioned, we've got a tab at the top of blueprintprep.com/MCAT that says free resources. And there's dozens of things in there, from like PDF ebooks to there's equation sheets now for chemistry and physics in there. There's the free student account that has the half-length diagnostic. It includes one full-length exam. That's all full 8 hours. A couple of our learning modules, so you can see the way that we teach our content. It's really dope. I'm in a couple of modules, but they're like 15-minute videos and then like a 5-minute quiz and then a 10-minute video and then a 5-minute quiz. And so it's kind of like, it's not just a 3-hour lecture, and most of them total are like 45 minutes to an hour. And then cool, now you've got the basics for fluid dynamics of Bernoulli's equation. So yeah, that's what I would say. Hunt around for a lot of free stuff and for the scholarships, because they're out there. Like people want you to be a doctor. They just also want to take money. So find someone else's money to give them.
Yeah. So go hunter around for some free resources and go find them. I think the biggest thing, especially talking about preparing for the MCAT, is, as you mentioned, right, these 350 hours, is trying to figure out and being intentional about, okay, here's where I'm planning on taking the MCAT, I think, right? Knowing that kind of January, March, April of the year that you're going to apply is ideal-ish in terms of the later end. If you want to take it September the year before, go right ahead. The big thing, though, speaking of free resources, is when you go get a free Blueprint account, you get access to the study planner tool. Talk about a study plan and what students should be doing, thinking about creating that study plan and making it fit their life?
Yeah, that last part is the biggest thing, is like make it fit your life. So I'll talk generic study plans. Long story short, when I started and it didn't go very well, I had things on my personal calendar like get home from work from 8 to 10, study. And like that was awful because you'd sit there at 8 o'clock and go like, all right, study what? And like you kind of like, around for like 20 minutes, yada yada. It's now 8:30 and I've decided what to study. Great. Now, okay, do I want to do a module? Do I want to watch a video? Do I want to do practice questions? Cool, it's 9 o'clock and I finally decided what I'm going to do, and I'm going to sit down for like 1 hour out of 4, right? It was really, really, really inefficient. Plus, like, I just didn't like figuring out every week what I wanted to do. That was, I don't know, it was painstaking and annoying, and I just wasn't about it. So one of the nice things about the study planner tool that we have, we Blueprint, it's in the free student account, heck yeah. Literally, it's like a little questionnaire. So it's going to go like, all right, cool. When are you taking your MCAT? When do you plan on beginning your prep? So like, I'm starting today, I'm starting tomorrow, or I'm starting a month from now, whatever. You can tell us that if you're like planning ahead. And then it asks you a bunch of things about like your week to week availability. So like what days of the week are you not able to do any kind of studying? So if you know you have like a vacation coming up, you can block off a bunch of days. Same with like birthdays. If you don't want to do anything MCAT related on Fridays, you can block off every Friday. And then ask like how many hours per week do you have to dedicate to this? And then you just hit submit, go, and it literally builds you an entire plan. It's awesome. And it doesn't just say 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock study. It says like 8 to 8:30, you're going to do this specific module. And when you're done with that, you're going to go do these Q-Bank questions. And then when you're done with that, maybe check out these AAMC ones. Cool, you're done with this. This has been a 2-hour block. We're going to do something else. Literally hour by hour, day by day. If I had this when I was younger, when I was back in my day,
I was a boy.
When I had prepped for my MCAT, I had to walk uphill both ways. I really liked it.
You didn't have any whistling S's in there. You need some whistling S's.
Oh my God, right. So, it's always a good time hanging out with you, man. But no, genuinely, what I had to do was I did all of that by hand on a spreadsheet, and it was awful. We also did the same. I also had to do the same thing when I reviewed my exams and reviewed all the work that I did and created my own lessons learned journal. I had to do all of that on my own in a spreadsheet. Had to track like percentages missed, percentages correct. Did I change my answer, not change my answer, et cetera, et cetera. And that was incredibly painstaking and awful too. And that's one thing that like Blueprint also has. We've got these really dope analytics. Literally shows you every single thing about your exam. How many seconds did you spend on this question? Did you pick the right answer, change it to the wrong one, or vice versa? What type of question is it? Blah, blah, blah. What percentage of this type of question do you tend to miss the most? So it's a fantastic, like, I wish I had the analytics alone, but analytics plus the study planner, like, honestly, it's two algorithms that like are going to make your life incredibly easy. It's pretty nice.
So one of the biggest things, actually, the AAMC just announced they're creating a new test, which is awesome. And it's free, I believe they announced.
I heard about 5. I didn't hear about the free part, but
I'm pretty sure. So Rachel, fact check me if you're watching it. I'm pretty sure they announced that it's going to be a free one. Yeah,
it's on their website, and I confirmed it with Sam Edwards, who's the head of their outreach.
Yeah,
new exam, first new material in years and years, and it's free.
It's free.
It's very lovely to be able to say, "Yay, AAMC."
Yeah,
yes.
For sure.
Yeah. So the reason I bring that up is the AAMC is the go-to because they create the MCAT, and they have a set of tests that most would consider mandatory prep. Like when you're creating your budget to take the MCAT, there's the MCAT costs, and then there's the prep materials that go with the MCAT. The AAMC, as a bare minimum, would you agree, Hunter, is like you need to sign up and pay the AAMC for those full-length exams?
Yeah, 100%. And it sounds crappy, right? Just because like it's almost like we're there's a monopoly on it. There's almost like there's only one company that administers this exam. But no, 100%. Like if you are going to do nothing else, you have to have at least some resources to help you out here. You could aim for the moon and try to just do like the free practice tests from all the different places, but like honestly, again, they're not written by the AAMC. So like, if you're going to do just one thing, like, yeah, get those AAMC ones. The dope thing about that, if you sign up for one of my classes at Blueprint, we give you all the AAMC stuff for free. So like, that's pretty cool.
Hey.
But yeah, totally. I'm really excited for that full length number 5, just because now I have a new exam to give my tutoring students. So I think I saw a question about like, how should we be studying and reviewing and stuff like that.
So let's go ahead and transition into Q&A. I'm going to let Rachel take over to some Q&A. Hunter, thanks for hanging out. I'll jump off here for a little bit. I'll be back shortly.
Oh, I was actually wondering, are you here all day? Like, that's a long conference.
I'm here all day.
That's why I'm occasionally popping in to spell him. I don't know if I see the exact question that you saw, Hunter. So if you say it again, maybe someone who's working behind the scenes can find it for us.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
But we can go ahead and put a question up, whatever.
Hit me with them. Let's do it.
So loading Dr. C. I really like that name. Hi, I finished the Blueprint MCAT online course in July, tested in August, came out with the same low score I had prior to course. Ugh, hurts my heart. How can I reutilize Blueprint tools for a more successful test outcome? Now, Hunter, I know you're a content guy, but do you know this policy? How's this work?
As far as like the actual reutilizing, like if you want, so yes, we do have a score increase guarantee. Ooh, again, the fine print off the top of my head, I don't want to missay anything, but I know, long story short, if you don't get, there's a couple of prerequisites. Like, you had to do your homework, obviously, like you had to complete the class, yada, yada, yada. But if you did all of that, you can still hit us up and we will help you out. Again, I don't want to missay anything, so we will help you out for sure. But I think it's like, how can I like use the resources themselves a little bit better, right, Dr. C? If that's the question, I love the question, because a lot of the times, like, if we go through a course and we don't see as much of an improvement at the end that we were hoping for, a lot of the times it's immediately like, oh, this sucked, this was bad, this other thing, right? When a lot of the times, kind of come back to yourself and go like, okay, what can I do differently this next time? That's a huge, like, that's a fantastic mindset to have. So honestly, normally, without knowing like your specifics and like what happened in your prep or anything like that, what I would say is, did we review enough? Because I will, until like the day I die, preach from the rooftops that like reviewing your work is how you improve your work. So like, say, let's imagine you took a full length exam, right? All 8 hours, 7.5, whatever. So all 8 hours. And then you check it out and like, you got like a sub 500, and that's kind of where we've been plateaued out. Or even like, we're at like a 505, but we want to be at 515, anything like that. You best be reviewing that full length. And when I say review it, I mean, like, if it took you 8 hours to take the exam, it should take you 12 to review it, right? Because you're not reviewing every question in 60 seconds. So like 100%, like it took me usually 10 to 12 hours. I would take so here's my non-traditional like weekly schedule for y'all. Monday through Friday, I would go to work 9 a.m., come back around 6, finish all my like home stuff around 7 to 11. I would study for like 4-ish hours. Saturday was full length day. I would take my full length all day Saturday and then like be done. That's 8 hours of MCAT. And like, I was burnt out, and I would go hang out with other people and remind myself that there was another world outside of this. And then Sunday I would spend all day reviewing, and that would normally be like 4 3-hour chunks. I would start at 9 a.m., do 9 to 12, 1 to 4, 5 to 8. And then usually I would do like a couple hours from like 9 to 12 or something like that. I'm kind of a night owl. So yeah, that's how I would do it. Like, review is super important. Taking the tests gets you better at taking the exam, like the endurance aspect of it, your pacing aspect of it, all that stuff. Reviewing it is how you like sit down and go like, okay, why did I miss this question? What can I do to never miss this again? So yeah, it's a good one. But usually if we don't see the score change at all, my first inclination is like, let's go back and like make sure that we're really, really reviewing everything that we do in depth.
100%.
And then loading Dr. C, follow up. Can you extend access to materials past 6 months? Yeah, you totally can. Yep. We've got a 12-month one too. And I'm sure if you really like hanging out with us, you can go longer than that. But as an MCAT tutor, for your sake, I don't want to see you more than a year. Get out of here. I want you in and out and got your score and you're done.
Yeah. And, I've been in test prep for about 20 years. So I too know a lot about the MCAT. And what you said about reviewing exams, in my experience, is one of the biggest missed things. It's tempting to only look at what you got wrong, which isn't as helpful as looking at right and wrong, and also can discourage you, right? One of the benefits of getting to look at the ones you got right is it's like, look at me go, I got 60% of these questions right. Like once you're getting 80% or so, you're starting to get pretty killer scores, so just remembering like, this is a tough exam, and it's great to celebrate those wins. And the thing I always find too, when I'm talking to students who have plateaued, and I don't mean this about this one person, right? So I'm not saying you did these things wrong. These are the questions I find I need to ask the most are, how did you take the exams, right? Did you take it in your PJs on your bed? So then on test day, when you were fully clothed in shoes, you just didn't feel very good. Did you take it at night and you're a morning person? Or did you take them all at night because you're a night owl? So then when you had an 8-day exam, it really felt different. These things are small. None of them are going to replace all of the big conceptual, like, did you really review? Did you really practice? But think about the physicality of this being a marathon and make sure you're physically ready to do it.
Kevin, I agree. Clothes and shoes are the worst.
Clothes and shoes are the worst. I am barefoot right now. All right. What other questions do we have?
Yeah.
Jacob how should you go about studying missed questions, flashcards, screenshots, notes?
Yeah, Jacob, that's a great question. I actually am glad that you brought up flashcards. It's one thing that I tragically neglected to mention. Also, part of our free student account, we have 1,700 flashcards that have the spaced repetition, like how comfortable are you, not very, sort of very comfortable, built into it, for free on our Blueprint student account. So, like, long story short, if y'all haven't already checked out that student account, go bite at that because it's pretty nice. As far as the question itself, how to actually study missed questions. So we mentioned the lessons learned journal before, and I think someone actually asked in the chat, like, what should we include in our lessons learned journal or LLJs? It's essentially a bare minimum. You can add whatever you want in there. So it can be like, hey, here is, excuse me, here's the type of question, the AMC skill that it is, skill 1, foundations comprehension, and this is a detailed type question, so on and so, and it's a not, yada, 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 right? You can do all that stuff. The bare minimum that you need is, number 1, why did I miss this question, right? Assuming that you're looking at a question that you missed. Why did I miss it? Number 2, what am I going to do differently next time to never miss it again? And that isn't such a straightforward answer, right? Especially in stuff like cars. If it's like, oh, I just forgot the equation. Okay, what am I going to do? I'm going to memorize the equation and then apply it properly, yada, yada, yada. But if it's like, oh, I went to the wrong paragraph because I didn't realize that's what they were trying to get me at, like that takes a lot more like self-reflection and like introspection. The number one thing that I will tell all of my students, and I know it happens, I know everyone here has done it at least once. You look at the answer to a question that you missed, you read the explanation, you go, whatever, I guess, fine, That is not you learning the question. That is you not believing that that answer is correct and you assuming that the AMC got that wrong or something like that. You should never leave a question until you genuinely believe that the answer is the answer. I don't want any of this, I guess, feet dragging, because you're not actually believing it and you didn't actually learn anything from that question. Like, you have to change the way that you think about things every time that you hit a wrong question. So that's the number one thing. It's not like memorization, Jacob. It's not like I need to sit down and memorize more things. I mean, sure, sometimes that's the case, but a lot of the times we know the facts, we just applied them wrong. So really sit down, like have this nice little like internal, debate with yourself. Like, why did I miss this? Like, where was my brain going? Why did I go here when the answer says I should have gone here? Like, you need to answer those questions for yourself. It's really hard to improve on cars because, I mean, I can show you tips and tricks and like, here's top 10 tips and tricks. The AMC hates number 4. But like, like, hey, did we notice this? Check this out. This is this type of question. So here's how we approach these. But like, if you're missing them consistently on your own, ask yourself why. Why am I missing this? What am I going to do to change it? Like, that's the number one most important thing. So yeah. Go LLJs. They're really rad. I like them. I like them a lot.
Yeah, and this is one of my some of the students who followed me on air for years know this story. But I had a teacher a long time ago at the Princeton Review this was so long ago that the CARS section was called verbal reasoning. But she was a verbal reasoning instructor. So she didn't just have killer critical reading skills. She taught killer critical reading skills. And we had her go take the MCAT just to get that experience and see what score she could get. And if you want to score, you got to do the whole test. She did well above average. I mean, she did perfect on verbal, but she killed the sciences, hadn't taken chemistry or biology since high school, had never taken physics, had never taken biochem, did pretty well in the sciences because she understood how to think like the MCAT, right? It's like some annoying person in my life that I just have to placate. I'm going to learn to think like them and just act the way I'm supposed to act around them. You know, and it wasn't tips and tricks. It's a mindset shift.
Yep. Yeah. Play the game for 4 months and then you're done. Yeah. I love that. I love that a lot. Heck yeah. Oh, hey, look at all these winners. Yay. Woo.
Yeah. So we've got a raffle going on. We're about 2 minutes from the end of this session here. So we've been drawing winners all day. We've got, I'm going to have trouble with this name. Bimbola from University of Massachusetts, Julia Southard, Mary Wallace. You guys have all won test prep exams sponsored by our lovely friends at Blueprint. I'm also going to pop up that scholarship one more time. So if you guys want to enter the scholarship, it's MCAT scholarship.com. You can go there, and that's $20K. That's separate from today's raffle. This is a scholarship that's going on until the end of October. Hunter, we still have a minute left. What words of wisdom do you want to leave our MCAT preppers with?
Well, if y'all ever become my tutoring students, you're going to get this a lot. I'm going to try to answer a couple questions in like 60 seconds. Number one, when do you void your exam? Never, unless crazy extenuating circumstances happen. Your computer explodes, the roof caves in, there's a streaker, or if you know for sure that like, hey, I guessed on 12 answers. That's when you void. If you just don't feel good, don't void. Nobody ever feels good. I was in like those upper percentiles. I was depressed for 3 days after my MCAT. Didn't come out of my room. It was all for nothing. There was another one. Sherry, you do that with cards practice and you disagree with them a lot. Don't do that. Don't disagree with the answers. Those are the answers. Understand them. And I think that's about it. Yay, UMass. I taught at Boston Universities for a summer, so I'll take credit too. Woo, go UMass.
All right.
That's it. Other than that, y'all got this. Don't stress yourself out. Don't pull your hair out. Relax, come up with a plan. And like, if you need any help, Blueprint's got your back. Boom! Nailed it.
Amazing.
Hunter Enright, always a pleasure, always energizing. Thank you so much for joining us. And big thank you to Blueprint. We can't say enough great things, man. They helped us make this thing happen. They provided raffle prizes. They're giving you guys $20,000 just because. Go check out the Blueprint MCAT website.
MCATscholarship.com.
MCATscholarship.com. Hey, thanks for that, Ryan. You guys are
I love
awesome.
that we
Thank you,
did that, but we forgot to tell them. Like, hey, we got a URL for you because we're friends.
I know.
No, they knew. They knew.
Okay.
Totally.
Thank you, Hunter.
No problem. Thanks for having me. This is a ton of fun. Bye, everyone in chat. Enjoy the rest of your day. This is awesome.
All right.
All right. I think it's my turn to go off the air and let Verinia spell us for a while. So I'll pop away. See you guys later. I'll be back.
Let's do it.
Hello there.
Hello.
How are y'all?
Wonderful. How are you?
I'm good. Thank
How's
you. That was a
MappdCon
fun.
for you?
It's going great. That was a fun session with Hunter.
Hunter is crazy nuts. And we love him. I love
his energy.
I think Hunter just volunteered himself to be like the MC at MappdCon2022.
I think so. I think he will definitely keep us all going, Hunter.
Yes. So
we have an amazing panel coming up.
We do.
We're going to talk about.
Still waiting on one guest.
Ah, okay.
Let's see if he joins us. We need to
sure
make sure he gets in. Are we? Do we have too many people? Is that potentially why?
Could be lots of stuff happening behind the scenes here.
Yeah, I don't know. Rachel, what do you think? Do you have too many?
I'm happy to pop off. Just want to say hello.
Bueller.
Do people still get the reference?
Is anyone in communication with our third guest?
I will go try that. I'll be back.
All right. Well, let's go and rock and roll. We'll start with what we got, and then we'll make it work.
Sounds good. Yeah. So joining us today, we're going to talk all about med admissions. Joining us today will be Dr. Leila Amiri, who is currently Associate Dean for Admissions at the Robert Larner College of Medicine, at the University of Vermont. And the lovely Courtney Lewis, current admissions advisor here with us at Mappd, formerly Director of Admissions at Burrell College of Medicine in New Mexico. Welcome to both, and I'll let you take over, Ryan.
Hello, Courtney. Hello, Dr. Amiri. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I am wonderful, having fun. Been rocking and rolling now for a couple hours here live for MappdCon2022, and so excited to chat with one of my favorite friends in the admissions world, Dr. Layla Amiri, and of course, my other favorite friend, Courtney Lewis, who is now a part of the Mappd team, but recently the director of admissions at Burrell College of Osteopathic Medicine. I'm excited to talk about admissions because admissions is the kind of I don't know, the secretive world of admissions is kind of like why I started what I did, was to try to take that secret out of the admissions world. Dr. Amiri, I'll start with you. You've been in the admissions world for a few years. I won't age you. You've been around for a little while. What do you think is the big misconception that students have when it comes to what admissions committees are doing day in and day out?
I think students feel that we are just looking at one part of their application and not really looking at the application holistically. And I can understand why they feel that way, because they look at, you know, their grades in MCAT, for example, and whether or not a student is admitted. And I think what they're not understanding is that admitting a student means that we are saying that based on what you're sharing with me, I can get you through medicine. And so really it has to do not only with them, but our ability to support them. And so I'm not sure that students are aware that we have to figure out that compatibility between what we can provide and what they might need.
Yeah. You've been at several different schools in your admissions committee journey. Five medical schools. Do you think that each school has its own flavor of what they're looking for? Or do you think what the pre-med community thinks is that it's just stats? They just want the highest MCAT score, the highest GPA. That's all they care about.
You know, it's not. It's honestly not only the highest MCAT and the highest GPA. And right before this, I was at the MCAT validity committee meeting. So we're bringing to close 10 years of validity study, right? And so students with modest MCATs and grades do get into med school and they do graduate successfully. I think really what students need to look at is that what those parameters look like are different from school to school. And so when you look at a school whose average metrics are really, really high, a 3.9 and a 520 or a 519, really that school isn't in the business of having to support people through medical school academically. And so the focus is something different than a school that has, mid-range numbers. And so, having done holistic review facilitation for 5 years, it's really different from school to school. It is not the same model. And it's kind of tough being an applicant because you're applying to 20, 30 schools with one application for 30 schools that have very different admissions processes. So I think that's where the challenge is, of finding the school that is the right fit for that person.
Yeah. Courtney, for finding that fit, obviously a student can apply to AMCAS for allopathic schools, the majority of allopathic schools. They can apply to ACOMAS for osteopathic schools. When they're looking for a fit of a school, as a former director of admissions at an osteopathic medical school, what should students be looking at in terms of, oh, this is a DO school? Here are some differences of what I should be looking at when applying to this school.
That's a good question. I would say that specific to DO schools, I would see if it was the one that requires the DO physician. Letter of recommendation, similar to double AMC, you're going to be looking at, potentially matriculating stats of their past classes and things like that to kind of measure yourself against. As was said before, it's not all about stats. So take a look at the mission of the school. If they are predominantly looking for rural family practice physicians in medicine, or if they are close to the border and they're looking for people to work with really diverse populations. So stats, mission of the school, location, past matriculating classes, those are the things that I would suggest.
Yeah. What's a big misconception in the osteopathic application process?
That we are somehow, how do I
You can say it. You can say it.
So I can be transparent here, right?
Yes. Yeah, we're all friends here.
Yes. So I would say that something that I've heard, which is a misconception, is students think that if their stats aren't as high, that they can't apply to the MD, so they're going to do their backup, which is DO, which should never be the mentality that you have. We're also looking for students that are showing us and signaling that they're going to make it academically as well. While we may have a bit more holistic review in some ways, I would say that that is a huge misconception. So
yeah, I think at the end of the day, a lot of it comes down to misunderstanding of data, right? When you look at matriculant information, MCAT, GPA, AMCAS has it's like a 511 and a 37 or something for MCAT and GPA for matriculant stats. ACOMAS is less. It's like a 504, 505, and a lower GPA. And so students assume, right, correlation equals causation of like, oh, you can be a lesser student to go to a DO school. So if you don't have high stats, you go to DO. If you have high stats, you go to MD. And it's a complete bastardization, without lack of a better word, of data, of misinterpreting data, of going, oh, that's what this means, right? And so it's something that we try to dispel all the time on all of our channels and social media and all of that. It's not just stats, and it's not just stats that separate MD and DO. So Dr. Scott Wright, former director of admissions at UT Southwestern. Hello, my friend.
Hello. Sorry, I'm late. Into the process.
That is okay. You have failed your medical school interview. You are rejected. The admissions committee would not put up with that. So you have an interesting perspective from the Texas world,
yes.
Having been the director of admissions at UT Southwestern and are now the retired executive director of all of TMDSAS, interfacing with all of those Texas schools. Mm-hmm. What is different about Texas admissions, if anything, compared to AMCAS and ACOMAS, those other allopathic and osteopathic schools?
I don't think from the student perspective, it's really going to be a whole lot different. I think that the Texas schools obviously have their own service that includes the Texas medical schools, the majority of the Texas medical schools, both MD and DO. So I don't think that, other than it being its own service, in terms of the way that things work internally for the admissions committees, for how they function in terms of interviews and the traffic rules that govern a lot of the process for the AAMC, for example. I don't think that it's going to be notably different. Now, having said that, there is this thing called the match, the Texas match, which is a little bit different. It confuses students often, but essentially it works to kind of play out to the advantage of students that are. It attempts. Let me just say, it attempts to offer the ability for the schools to get a resolution on the majority of the students that are going to be in their classes earlier on in the process, and it also gives to the students the ability to know where am I going this summer a little bit earlier than typical in terms of the medical education world. So yeah,
I love it. Dr. Layla Amiri, having been at 5 different medical schools now in admissions capacities, when it comes to students picking schools and trying to figure out where they are going to succeed as a student. I think one of the biggest mistakes that students make is looking at those stats, like we were talking about earlier, and only applying to schools where they think they can get in stat-wise, and they don't look at everything else. Having been at so many medical schools and seeing all of the different programs and opportunities that each school offers and communities that they serve, patient populations that they serve, what is something that students can do to make sure that they are doing proper research into the schools so that they know they're applying to schools that will, number one, support them and what they want to do, and number two, the schools have the programs that the students are interested in?
I really love that question. That's such a great question. So two things. One, in preparation of the application, not all schools are going to review the application similarly. So you do the best that you can for preparation of the application, and then the school will use the pieces that they want. But I think it's really important for schools that value the personal statement, for the personal statement to be supported by the things that the applicant has done. So if they're, I'm right now at a social justice driven medical school, and so we get a lot of social justice content in the personal statements that we get. We go and look at the experiences to see that a student has actually done this type of thing and that it is really something that they've engaged with. The other part of it is, look on the website and see what types of things the school offers to their students. If they are asking you to do the types of things that you're not interested in doing, or they don't have the things that you want to do, you're really not going to be a good fit. At one of the schools where I worked, we had a question that we explored in the admissions committee, which was, will this candidate take advantage of the unique resources and opportunities that we offer at our institution? And the only way that we could answer that was based on the content. And I really like that question because that was also making sure that this individual is going to take advantage of what we have that's available to them. So I think it's important to, we ask you to read the mission, and the mission is kind of the same everywhere that it is. So beyond the mission, dig into what's going on with the types of activities and experiences, extracurriculars that are available to their students, just to be sure that these are things that are supportive of what you want to do. I mean, wherever you go for medicine, wherever a student goes for medicine, they'll come out an MD at the end, and we're all, LCME accredited. And so the experience in terms of what we have to offer and how we assess them is going to be relatively similar. I think the journey is really important. And so we're starting to think more about what does that journey look like for the student. And so we really want to invite those students who will have a good journey with us.
Yeah. Courtney, for you coming from an osteopathic medical school, very similar type of question in terms of kind of what is the support that the student is going to have? What is the program? Kind of looking at the different opportunities and kind of background experiences that the student has. As an osteopathic medical school, what sort of unique things are you looking at in an applicant to make sure that the student is going to thrive at an osteopathic medical school, if anything different than any other medical school?
I would say that that's probably school subjective, right? It's probably very similar to the MD route, where there are some schools that are niche or hyper specific in what they're looking for, and so they'll read more into the experiences or kind of the journey, as was said. And there are some that are a bit more generalized. There are some that look at locations very heavily, or background experiences. So I would say it's probably pretty similar, with some variation depending on the school.
Yeah. When it comes to and I'm going to throw this out to everyone, so we can all take a turn. There are lots of pieces to a medical school application. We have personal statement, activities, you have Casper, you have duet and snapshot and preview, and it seems like it's an ever-growing list. How are medical schools reviewing this information to make determinations for an interview, for an acceptance? Scott, I'll start with you.
That's a Great question. There are quite a few pieces to the puzzle, and I think it does depend a little bit on what's going to be emphasized in that process, where the student is in the process, at what point along the journey of that application it's at. But I think everything, at least in my experience, everything is fair game for the admissions committee to review and to look at in terms of trying to understand who this applicant is, what they're going to bring to the school, and I think one of the things that I think applicants sort of miss often is what the medical school is trying to do is craft a class. Mm-hmm. They're trying to craft a class that represents diversity, for example, that represents, as Layla was emphasizing, that's going to be something that the students are going to fit with the school and its mission, for example. So I think there's a lot that the medical schools have to look at, so I don't think that anything necessarily is emphasized any greater, but depending on where that application is in the process. So, for example, in the final review, the interview, which wasn't available at the front end, is now available at the back end, and they're going to be looking at, how did the applicant do in this review process, in the interview process, and I know that there, depending on the medical school, there are some medical schools where an applicant's review will be greatly affected by the interview in terms of how they're ranked and in how they're evaluated for moving forward. Yeah. In addition to how it did, how the student did. For example, a student that bombed the interview in a grand way. I mean, the interview can become 100% of the evaluation process, and that's just it. Conversely, if an applicant's sort of on the bubble, and then the interview might become a really big thing in terms of a positive influence on the process. So it really does, and I think it depend on where the applicant is in the process and what the admissions committee might concentrate on.
Yeah. Dr. Amiri, again, you have experience at several different schools. When it comes to all of these different pieces of the puzzle, is the answer really just which is what we always give? Like, it depends. It depends on the school.
It's exactly that. I was going to say, and Dr. Wright, really, you answered the question for all of us. It depends. You can never know, right? Unless the school tells you exactly where they use, let's say, Casper, and to what extent, right? So do you use Casper raw? Do you have it as part of a formula? Do you have it in conjunction with the other pieces that you're doing? So I think it's hard to craft an application so that it will meet whatever a school is looking for. Because as you know, we've said this before many times, right, Dr. Gray, that you've seen one school's admissions process, you've seen one school's admissions process. So it's really tough to say. Over the years of doing this, the most painful part of it is inviting the student who did actually really great in the interview process, and you just don't have enough seats in your class to admit them.
Yeah.
And so having that not accepted student advising session with them is really difficult, because there's nothing that you could have done better other than, come through our process sooner. And that may have nothing to do with the individual. So I want to say that applicants just need to know that, and so this is the pre-med advisor in me, that a school has to deserve them for them to go there, right? So if they are in any way uncomfortable with being who they are because they're afraid the school won't accept them, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
You know, there's other schools that will take you. The amount of energy that this person needs to expend to not be what's in their surrounding environment is not worth it. So I think do the best that you can in all parts of your application within reason, right? So don't come to me and say, this 483 MCAT is really not reflective of how well I am at standardized test taking, right? I mean, just let me in and I'll show you how I can do that when my school's sitting at a 513 and that's who I can support. So within reason, I think you prepare the best that you can and go through the process, trusting that the med school wants you in their seat as badly as you want to be there.
Yeah. So two things there. You talked about come earlier in the process, and we always talk about applying early because rolling admissions can hurt you if you apply too late and you're a good applicant. So making sure that you get that application in, a good application. Don't rush it. But the big thing there is it's the most frustrating answer to give as an advisor to students to say it depends. It depends on the school. But I think that benefits the student, and I don't think we talk about that enough. To reframe it, to say it depends on the school, and that's good for you, because if every school were exactly the same, and you weren't a good fit at one school, that means you're not a good fit at any school. And it's good that there are differences at every school, different processes, different things that are highlighted, different things that are kind of looked at a little bit more intently, and that helps you. Now it's frustrating going back to with the big talk that I gave in Toronto that I think all of you were at. Layla, I don't know if you were there. The Toronto Altus admissions summit was transparency. Like, why potentially do medical schools not say, hey, the interview is 50% of our admissions process. The Casper falls here in our admissions process and weighs this much. Like, I would love to see the kind of the rubrics thrown out there publicly, but it's frustrating. The process, I think, Courtney, if I threw it to you again, it would probably, the answer would be, it depends in terms of that process. When it comes to looking at a medical school applicant and looking at their all of the pieces of that puzzle, what do you think is a very easy thing to say no to a student?
I would say if I'm looking at an application and it's clear that it was rushed and just kind of thrown in, where there are sections that are almost blank and they've only added, let's say, their med experience. However, in their personal statement, they're talking about all this research that they did or the clubs that they were part of. And then the secondary is a bit haphazard in the response as well. If even with really great stats, I'm not getting the feeling from reviewing this applicant that they are invested in actually attending my school. And so best of luck, at the other places that they've applied. I think it makes it pretty easy for me, since we're having, anywhere I've seen, 2,000 applications all the way up to 13,000. And if we're weighing that with people who have similar stats, really positive letters of recommendation, somewhat similar pathways, it's really easy to weed out the people that really just did not take the time to send in a polished application in secondary. So that's a clear and easy one for me.
Yeah. Holistic. Go ahead.
Can I just add to that? I'm really sorry. And I agree with what you're saying, Courtney. And, there's a both and here. And so I have a lot of empathy for students who apply to us from disadvantaged backgrounds or under-resourced colleges. And so I can't tell you how many not accepted advising sessions I've had that when we have the discussion, it's like, oh my gosh, if you had just put these things in there, we would have invited you and we would have accepted you because you're such a gem sitting here across from me. And I agree with Courtney in that, we only have the data that's in front of us.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how to level that playing field, but that always weighs, yes, other than, and so can I just say here, we had an event this past weekend, Ryan, And a young woman attended our event, and she said, Dr. Gray is my peaceful zone. Whenever I'm really concerned, I log into one of his sessions, and he calms me down. It was, and it went on. There was much more. I know we've got limited time here, so I won't give you the rest of that.
Keep going.
And so that was the piece, right? Is how do we make that playing field a little bit better? Because I agree with Courtney. I said in admissions committee, this essay is well written. Shows careful consideration, shows thought, and all of that. And on the other hand, I see a student who's used synonyms from a thesaurus that don't really fit, but it's the same meaning, but it's an awkward use, and that hurts their application. And so it's really hard there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that's the mission that we're on, is trying to level that playing field, especially those under-resourced schools, especially with everything we're doing from our Mappd app standpoint. Like we have the opportunity to go to those schools and say, use this platform for all of your students, and they'll know the process if they use it. Scott, the term holistic admissions is thrown around a lot without a lot of meaning behind it. Some people are very skeptical, and it's like, oh, that's just a lawyer CYA kind of term. I think a lot of admissions committees take hold of that and really truly want to look at holistic at applications holistically. I think a lot of students look at that term and go, well, I have a 2.0 GPA, I have a 480 MCAT, but I have great experiences, and it's a holistic application review, so I'm going to be okay. Talk about holistic admissions and kind of the catch-22 there, what that actually means for students.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that in terms of my experiences in the admissions process with a variety of schools, I do think that that overall most medical schools really do really try to pursue a process that, whatever word you want to use the word holistic, you want to use the word, another word, but they do try to evaluate everything that's available to them to in an attempt to understand who this applicant is, how successful they may be in the process, whether they're well suited for that institution, and whether they're well suited for medicine in general. And I think that the medical schools, as was mentioned several times here, is that they're going to use whatever tools they have in that toolbox to make them to affect that outcome. Now, in your example that you mentioned, a 2.0 student who is, this is maybe an extreme example. But,
yes, I like hyperbole.
Yeah. So, one of the things that the medical school is trying to do is, because medical schools invest a large amount of effort and a large amount of money into medical students to guarantee their success. To make sure that they're going to make it through the process and come out on the other end as a physician, and so the last thing that we want to do is to enroll a student that's not going to be capable of doing that, and this is not good for the school. It's certainly not good for the student who's taking out a lot of loan money in most cases to go to medical school, and I think that the benefit to this is shown in the very small attrition rate at most medical schools. The attrition rate is, so, if you look at law schools, for example, the attrition rate is huge, sometimes up to 40% of the law students don't make it through to the end. Medical schools, on the other hand, it is a really small percentage. We're talking sometimes 2-3% attrition rate. And so what that says is that the admissions process is rigorous enough to identify students who are going to be able to handle the curriculum, both in terms of the basic curriculum, the sciences, but also the clinical curriculum, and are going to be successful. And so all in all, I think when we're talking about holistic review, which, this term goes way back, but really it is to try to eventuate that outcome that says we're going to get you in here, and then we're going to make sure that we do what we can, as long as you're equal participant in that process, to affect an outcome that is successful.
Yeah. Love it. We're going to open it up to Q&A here in 1 minute, but Courtney, I want to ask one final question of you. The admissions process is scary for students, and reaching out to medical schools is, I think, even scarier. They're like, what if they keep a file on me, and they're like, this person asked a question, how dare they reach out to us admissions lords, and let's not accept them. We have virtual fairs that a lot of the organizations put on. UC Davis is a big conference that a lot of schools show up to. MappdCon2022 is going to be in person. We're going to have a lot of medical schools there, including Layla. I know she's going to be there. We're going to have lots of opportunities that students have, including going to a website, finding a phone number, finding an email address, and reaching out to medical schools. When in the process should students reach out to medical schools, to the admissions committees, and why should they reach out to ask for questions or help or whatever?
Sure. I think you can start reaching out as soon as you start college. If you already know what you want to do and this is your path, I would say don't be hesitant to reach out to the schools and talk to them about their prerequisite requirements, what they want to see, if there are additional recommended courses that maybe you want to sprinkle throughout your semesters or quarters. You can create a really seamless pathway where you're not having to backtrack and fill in any gaps if you decided a bit later on in your education that this was what you wanted to pursue. But, ahead of the application cycle, I would say junior and senior year, if you know more or less that you've covered all of your bases, it's a tremendous opportunity to build relationships with the schools as much as you can. Attend their visit days if you're able to, attend any free sessions that they have, or chats with students and things like that. One, it helps get you familiar with the climate of the school, how easily you can converse, what kind of support that they have there just in your engagements, but also gives them an opportunity to interface with you and get to know you a bit better and, your soft skills and things like that. So I would say reach out early and often, and attend as much as you can to get to know each other better. It's mutually beneficial, honestly.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you for that. Great discussion. We'll open it up to questions from the students. Now, WonderLearn asks, is it true that most U.S. medical schools want you to stay in the U.S.? And I have a chat blocking me. Would it be bad to say that I have a dream of serving African communities in an NGO like Docs Without Borders? Who wants to grab that one? Yeah.
I don't think it's a problem for WonderLearn if you say that you have a dream of serving African communities in an NGO, but again, you would need to qualify that. So why is it that dream? What information do you have? And why is that the work that you want to do? You are right that we do have a physicians shortage. They're predicting 50,000 and in the next 20 years or something. And so that wouldn't be a reason for you not to be admitted, but help us understand why that is the passion that you have.
Yeah. And again, going to our earlier discussion, there are medical schools out there that have those same types of passions and have relationships with other countries to send medical students to during medical school. So find those schools and connect with those schools and be supported through that journey.
Absolutely.
Great question. Head on Curls. Would you agree that applying to medical school is a bit of a numbers game? The more schools you apply to, the greater you increase your chances of getting into one. Simple stats. Scott, what do you think?
Well, I certainly wouldn't disagree with that. I think it's, it's a issue of probability, and so now I think there is a point at which you have to. I had a student recently whose father was wanting him to apply to 75 schools. And I was like, yeah, I don't think this is a good idea. So
the AAMC loves your donation. Thank
yeah,
you very
right.
much.
And so, but I do think that, if you apply to 2 schools as opposed to applying to 22 schools, are your chances going to be better? Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Yeah. And there are numbers out there. I don't know. It's interesting that the match puts out good stats on those who match into specific specialties, how many programs did they apply to, those who didn't match, how many programs did they apply to. I'm not sure. AAMC puts out a lot of great data. And so everyone can go look, just Google AAMC facts and data and look at some of those charts. I know the average now is, I think, 18 schools that most people apply to through AMCAS. I'm not sure if there's data out there that shows those who don't get into medical school, how many schools did they apply to versus those who did get in. And the numbers get a little bit fuzzy because there's three application services and they don't communicate in terms of data sharing. So it gets a little bit hard. All right.
ACOMAS has a similar thing, just to pop in. We show that most applicants will apply to at least 9 schools is the average right now.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Awesome. Next question. Emily asks, are graduate courses looked at as, quote, lesser than undergraduate courses? Should I take undergrad courses while in grad school? So post-bac, so let's assume Emily here is talking about needing some grade repair to help show that she's academically capable. Courtney, this is a very common question. Undergrad post-bac versus master level classes. What is this? Another simple it depends on the school answer?
Honestly, yeah, it is. It's another depends, and it depends on the type of program and what your specific academic record is showing. So, if you had trouble with a lot of the prerequisite courses and things like that, it may be best for you to look at repeating some of those courses and not just skipping on to graduate work. There are programs like master's programs that are 10 months and could be good for you if you need a robust semester to kind of show instead of just taking one class here, one class there. So it's really going to depend on your specific record and the programs that you're looking at, and the school that you're applying to and how they view, is it just the last 60 hours? Is it a cumulative look at everything? How many credit hours do you have in total for science versus your MCAT score? So I would say there's a lot of information that affects the answer to this question.
Yeah. It depends. It depends. Russell, how has COVID affected how AdCom see grades and ECs? I'm just starting everything but volunteering, and I'm nervous. So Dr. Scott writes, and actually, I don't know, Layla, if you were on that one. We had an Inside Med Admissions panel about COVID impacting medical school admissions. Layla, I think you were on the LOR one. But so anyone can go back and watch that Inside Med Admissions discussion. But Layla, I'll throw this to you in terms of COVID and ECs, right? We're seeing students now that 2 years into the pandemic have probably less hours of shadowing and more virtual shadowing, this kind of new thing that popped up, and potentially less clinical experience and harder to get LORs, stuff like that. How is COVID impacting the medical school admissions process from your perspective?
Yeah, so I think for us, for me, and now having been at 2 different institutions, because during the pandemic, so we have seen a decline in the amount of hours students have been able to present for their extracurricular activities. I think many medical schools pivoted to this question that how did the pandemic affect your ability to prepare for med school? And I just want to advise everyone that, you need to move away from writing that, I couldn't volunteer and I couldn't do research, because we kind of know that was what happened. And so what else did you do instead is important. I think medical, and just talking to friends that I have that do this kind of work, we are looking very carefully at how you describe what you've learned from the experiences that you've had and what did you do instead. And so I get it that the labs were closed and hospitals were closed and all that. And what did you do instead? So I think virtual shadowing is okay and it's fine as long as you tell us again, what did you get from it? So we're seeing fewer hours and we're trying to figure out other ways of how you have insight. The reason we want you to do that work is for the insight. So we're looking for that a little bit better. In grades, so I've always been at institutions where we've accepted pass-fail, but you probably know that many schools began to accept pass-fail grading, particularly during the height of the pandemic, when that's the only type of grades that institutions would grant. So I don't think you need to worry about that.
Yeah. Good. I think we have time for one more question, potentially suggestions for getting LORs for non-trad students that are several years post-grad. So the assumption I'm assuming is haven't taken classes, don't need to take classes, but still want to apply to medical school. Courtney, medical schools are weird because they have their required LORs. I know one school that walks the walk, Sam Houston State, they specifically say, like, if you've been out of school for 1 year, we'll accept various alternative letters of recommendations. They put it right on their admissions page, which is awesome. Other than that, what should students do to try to figure out LOR requirements if you haven't been in school for a while?
Yeah, I would say reference what is available publicly, either on the websites or on, for a COMIS, it would be the Choose DO Explorer. And we can be fairly explicit for letters of recommendation requirements. I would say non-traditional students, this is something that we run into very frequently. This is not uncommon. You are not alone in having a bit of trouble finding these letters. And I think a lot of schools do accommodate. The length of time in which they consider a non-traditional student may be different. So, if they have that information available, I would reference that. At my prior institution, it was 3 years outside of school would qualify you as a non-traditional, and then we would accept 2 non-science employers for your letters of recommendation. However, if you had taken 1 or 2 science courses, say in a post-bac nature, we would want to see letters there. So I would say look for information if it's readily available at some of the schools that you're interested in to see if you can get that. If you have to provide science letters, go ahead of time, know that you're going to have to do that, and try to reestablish some relationships and some rapport with your prior institution and the science professors. And, don't just give them a resume or email them and expect them to write you a really strong letter at that point. I would say it's going to take a little bit more legwork than that, but it's not, an option that's no longer viable. I've seen ones from instructors or professors that have eventually retired in the meantime, and they were still able to get letters. So try to reestablish that relationship or build one if you never had one, and seek the information that is available.
Courtney Lewis, Dr. Scott Wright, Dr. Layla Amiri, we have come to our close here. It has gone too fast. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for your time, your expertise, and your willingness to share it with everyone here today at MappdCon22. And I look forward to all of you being at MappdCon23 next year in person, as we'll discuss soon. So thank you all. Hopefully that was a great session for everyone.
Good luck, everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So as we transition here to our next session, which is going to be a phenomenal one, we have another raffle winner. I think we have a banner to throw up for our raffle winner, winning a year of MappdApp Pro. Remember, MappdApp is free for everyone to track your GPA, your MCAT, your activities, start working on your applications, start tracking your applications. MappdApp Pro includes the ability to ask questions to our expert advisors, Miguel Martel from the University of Puerto Rico, Mayagüez campus. How do you say that one? Anyway, Miguel, congratulations for winning Mappd.Pro for 1 year. Email info@mappd.com, or we'll email you. We have your contact info. We'll send it to you. Awesome. All right, we're ready for our next amazing session with some good friends. Who's up? Hello, Dr. Scott, right?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
There we are.
Hello.
Everybody's here.
Yeah. All right. You doing a little intro, Scott?
Yeah, I am.
All right.
Glad to have everybody here. Thank you to our wonderful guests we have today. We want to welcome Dr. Kelly Dorr, who is at Altus Assessment and is expert on Casper and Duet and other things that are going on, and can really give us insight into that. We also have with us today Dr. Dana Dunleavy, and we're really excited that you're here from the AAMC to address the issue of preview, the situational judgment test from the AAMC. And so welcome to the two of you.
Thanks,
all right.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank
So
you. It's a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Well, Dr. Kelly Dorr, you and I go way back through thick and thin, through the first couple years of National Pre-Med Day, now called MappdCon. So you've talking about Casper, Snapshot, Duet previously. Dr. Dana Dunleavy, I'm excited to have you on for the first time representing the AAMC to talk about preview, which is new to the arena of situational judgment tests for pre-med students. But this is not a, like, one day you woke up and you're like, I'm going to release preview. Talk about you guys have been working on this for a long time. Talk about the journey, this brain idea that came out of the AAMC.
Well, absolutely. So first of all, thanks for having us. We're really excited. I'm really excited to be here and talk to all of you about the preview exam today and hear the questions from the audience. Ryan, you are right. This has been a project that has been a long time coming. In fact, the preview exam started about a decade ago, way back, for those of you who remember, when the AAMC was redesigning the MCAT exam. And back then, the committee that was redesigning the MCAT exam did many conversations and surveys and focus groups and such with medical schools, and they realized there was a gap in the existing tools that are available for selection into medical school. And at the time, the gap was that there weren't tools that were designed to assess personal competencies that are important for success in medical school. Casper at the time was really, I think, not even a launched tool at that time. And so the AAMC looked around and we realized that there was a need to develop another type of assessment. And so over the last 10 years, we've been working with medical schools to develop and study the preview exam, the situational judgment test that is designed to measure core competencies for entering students, and to give them an opportunity to showcase how they have a lot more to offer medical schools than that scientific knowledge.
Yeah, and that's always been a big complaint, I think, among pre-med students is everyone only cares about my GPA, my MCAT score, but I'm an amazing person. I have lots of empathy. I think I have or will have good bedside manner when it comes to taking care of patients. And isn't that what really matters? Dr. Dorr, when it comes to Casper, how are you capturing that ability to show medical schools, look at me outside of my stats?
Absolutely. I think that's, sort of the key question here, probably for a lot of the potential applicants as well, is what does this score mean, and how does it impact, and be used with all the other tools that exist out there for med school programs? And so one of the things I want to highlight is that, and as the co-creator of Casper, I can say this, it is not a silver bullet. It is not meant to say everything about you as an applicant, but what it is really meant to help project a bit broader picture of who you are as an applicant to these schools. So the schools are going to use these tools in association with GPA, your MCAT scores, to get that holistic picture of who you are. As Dana talked about, there was this huge gap in what it is that we were trying to measure early on in the application process, especially for applicants. And that was actually the impetus for creating Casper in the first place, is that we didn't have that gap. We didn't have that understanding of who was likely to be successful. And so that's where with Casper, we're trying to ensure, and the data shows, that we can use that information and help schools understand both who might struggle in these areas of personal and professional attributes, but also on the higher end, who's going to excel, who's demonstrating that potential, so that when they see the high Casper scores, in addition to your awesome GPA and your MCAT scores, what they know is that you're going to be holistically successful at medical school, because it's not just about your grades as you go through. It's about your bedside manner. It's about really serving the community, which is why we're all here in the first place. It's making sure that we're actually serving our population.
Yeah. So there's a big difference right off the bat between Preview and Casper. Dana, Preview is kind of a multiple choice type test where you're given a question and your answer just to the answer you're told to give an answer based on and I forget the specific language, like least likely or most helpful, least helpful, kind of scale for each question. That's very different than Casper, where you have kind of written responses and video responses now to an answer. What was the thought process behind creating a situational judgment test that was kind of multiple choice?
Yeah, this is a great question. It's one a lot of people ask us. I mean, I tell you, the answer is a little what we call, it's a little in the weeds. It's a little scientific in nature. So I'm going to try to keep it at a high level so I don't bore everybody. But the basic idea is that, this preview exam is designed to measure core competencies for entering medical students. And we know that based on 50 years plus of research coming out of the employment literature, that there's a strong basis for situational judgment tests that use this exact format. So a format where you present a dilemma and the examinee is asked to think about the dilemma and identify how they would respond to resolve the dilemma. And so the approach that we decided to take was really grounded on the fact that we had a lot of literature, a lot of prior practice indicating that this approach is successful. It's a fair approach. It's what we call reliable and valid, meaning that the score is fair and it has consistent meaning across examinees. And importantly, it allows us to really target in on what we're measuring. We really wanted to target in on examinees' knowledge of effective and ineffective behavior, and we didn't want to have any other information enter into that measurement. And so we thought this approach would really allow us to zero in and get the best measurement of those core competencies for entering students.
Yeah. One of the big things with Preview, again, having that kind of scale, ineffective and effective, and the range in between, the answer key, which was interesting that I learned when I went to the discussion at the advisors meeting, was that the answer key is kind of created from attending physicians, faculty members, people who are kind of in the space now. And I thought about that and I was like, and almost everything I try to do, I try to put myself back in my pre-med self. Mm-hmm. And I wonder, how fair is it as a pre-med student to be graded on something that like me in the future would say versus me now?
Mm-hmm. This is another good one. So I'm gonna if I don't answer your question, Ryan, just redirect me, okay?
I will.
So we do a couple things to ensure that what you just said doesn't happen on the test. We also agree with you. It wouldn't be fair to ask students to demonstrate knowledge that they haven't gained yet because they're not in medical school on this exam. So we take a couple steps to prevent that from happening. one thing that we do is when we're developing the content of the test, we have all of those items reviewed by medical school experts. So these are folks that are admissions officers, faculty, student and diversity affairs officers, and they look at all of the test questions and they verify that the knowledge that's needed to answer the question is appropriate for a pre-med, meaning you don't need to have experience in a healthcare setting or have started medical school in order to answer these questions correctly. The other thing we do, and you already mentioned this, we have those, or a similar group of folks, help us create the scoring key. And when those folks are creating the scoring key, they go through pretty intense training, and they have conversations with our experts as well as with each other. And during those conversations, they're really offering checks and balances against each other. And they're challenging each other about what that scoring key is to ensure that we don't inadvertently introduce knowledge about healthcare or knowledge that you gain in medical school when they're creating that key.
Got it. Perfect. That is the perfect answer. I appreciate it. Dr. Dorr, the Casper, very different kind of way that things are scored. You have a whole team of human reviewers looking at things. And again, the way that the answers are given is very different. It's not multiple choice. It's written out. It's video interviews now that you've introduced. Talk about the thought process behind that style of answer system. It obviously adds a lot of workload on your part, on Altus's part, to be able to score all of those exams. What is the benefit of that? And doesn't that also introduce a lot of individual bias of all these people looking at these answers going, oh, I don't agree with that. That's wrong.
Absolutely. That's a great question, Ryan. Thank you. So yeah, we definitely took something and approached it a little bit differently. That was the intent behind this. So when we were looking at the literature, one of the things that we noticed is that these complex professionalism dilemmas, there's lots of shades of gray in them, which means that, Ryan, if you and I were looking at a scenario, we've gone through different life pathways, we've had different experiences. We're not going to answer that the same way. We shouldn't, because we're going to all take our own approach. So rather than, I think preview focuses on sort of the knowledge component, and this focuses on something slightly different and complementary, which is more, what would you do in that scenario, and why would you take that course of action? So when they see this complex professionalism scenario, what we know is that even when you put experts in the room, it's super hard to get them to agree on the single right answer. And so we took away that concept of having a single right answer that you had to nail in order to get a good score. That's, what we tried to take away. And rather, with the open-ended responses, it allows people to bring their life experiences and pathways into understanding what they would do and why that take a course of action. So Ryan, you and I might end up at the same course of action, but we might do that for very different reasons. Maybe yours is more appropriate than mine, or maybe they're both appropriate, but we end up at slightly different endpoints, and both of those are okay. So we do a lot of vetting, just as Dana talked about with their scenarios. We do a very similar approach. Ours are more everyday scenarios. So they aren't developed necessarily by people within the healthcare system. We took that away mostly because we were trying to find a solution to personal statements. And with personal statements, there can be a lot of bias that comes in for people who have knowledge of the healthcare system, et cetera. And so rather, we took the approach of how do we create everyday scenarios that are relatable to everybody who's applying to medicine, to remove that bias, as we've talked about, and then provide a way for them to respond to it. Now, as you said, we're left with the complexity of rating these things, which is something we tackled very, very, very early on. And our solution was, rather than to put these responses in front of a group of medical professionals, rather we would train raters who are representative of the population that all of you will one day serve when you become physicians. And they're meant to be able to evaluate the personal professional attributes of what you're responding to without taking into account, knowledge of the healthcare system and things like that. It does require a lot of training and a lot of quality assurance, which we do, to ensure that we're mitigating bias at every step along the way. And to answer your one other question, I'm sure many listeners are familiar with the multiple mini interview or the MMI.
Also your brainchild. Thank you.
So the concept is you can see there's similar concepts here where we took the idea of multiple independent assessments where you have a rater per scenario so that you're not getting all of the bias in there. You're actually spreading it out across. So combined with training and combined with these multiple independent ratings, we've been able to show across both the Casper typed and AV that we're at very small or negligible levels of bias. You won't hear me say no bias because I don't think you can actually test that. I don't think that's a fair thing to ever say. And so we're able to get there, but we constantly do quality assurance on this. It's something that we're looking at. The other nice thing I'll say about that is, and I just want to highlight this to your listeners, if you feel you came across a scenario and you don't feel like you knocked it out of the park, the good thing is that rater's never going to see you again. So it's a completely new rater, new person. Take a deep breath and take a fresh start on the next scenario. Same advice for the MMI, just to highlight that.
Same exact advice. So in terms of scoring, Kelly, I'll keep it at you for a second, and then we'll go to Dana. The way that the Casper is scored, would you say that the way that I talk about it is showing your work, right? For like elementary school math. You may get the wrong answer, but you showed your work and you did a really good job showing your work. So you're going to get partial credit. How much is it about the answer versus the work to get to that answer?
You know, this is something a conversation I've had with lots of people, and your why is really important, not just your what you would do. And so that ability to, you describe it as show your work. I talk about it as, letting who you are actually come through is very important, because what we know is that the scores for Casper are scored relative to your peers. Right? So it's not, if you're in the lowest quartile of Casper's, not that you failed. It is not a reflection of the number of scenarios you got right or wrong or anything like that. It's your performance relative to your peers. And so it's part of what we want to encourage applicants to do is not only just talk about, how I would respond in that scenario, but to actually unpack their thinking around that and talk about why that course of action is appropriate. Because what that allows you to do is show much more than just, a single, this is what I would do. It allows you to really highlight your understanding of the complexity of these issues and the way that you're approaching them.
Yeah. Dana, for preview, it is a scaled answer response. If someone doesn't nail the answer directly and they're off by a bubble or two on that scale, is it a right or wrong, yes or no? Or is there, like, if you get it right, you get 100%. If you missed by a little bit, you get a little bit less. How does that scoring system work?
Yeah, so the scoring system, as you mentioned, we do have this rating scale, and we score the exam based on the extent to which the applicant's rating of effectiveness aligns with the medical school educator's ratings of effectiveness. So to the extent that you are closer to the medical educator's rating, the more credit that you receive on the preview exam.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not an all or none. There's a spectrum there potentially.
Correct.
And then for preview, obviously you've been working with medical schools, helping them figure out how to best use this data and what data would be most useful. In communicating with them, the AAMC and the preview team, what is the communication in terms of here's how you should use preview in the admissions world? Is there set communication from the AAMC, or do you leave that up to the schools?
Oh, well, so we leave a lot up to the schools, right? Like the AAMC can't mandate schools to do anything. Schools have their own processes and policies based on what's best given their school's mission and their own unique needs. But what we do and what we think, is our responsibility is to provide guidance about appropriate use of the test. And so we provide a variety of guidance to the medical schools. So some of that takes the form of training, where we would offer, say, a training session to their admissions committees, we also provide specific information for them about how to incorporate, or what we think is the appropriate way to incorporate preview scores based on what we know from the literature and from holistic review. So I'll give you a quick little primer on it. What we suggest is much like Kelly said earlier. We really emphasize that the preview score is designed to measure examinees' knowledge of pre-professional competencies and what's important for success when they enter medical school, and that it's also not a silver bullet. It's intended to be used alongside of other information. We really do encourage them to triangulate information from the application and look at what they're learning from preview. Keep that in mind as they look at experiences, as they look at personal statements, and as they look at the interview. And we think that it's with all of that information together that they're going to get a clear and holistic picture of who the applicant is and what that applicant is prepared to learn in medical school and who they can develop into as a physician. The other thing I would point out is that since this is a new test, it's only been in use in medical school admissions. This is really the third year. We do talk to schools about how when there's a new assessment out there, you need to bear that in mind. We've done 10 years of work on this test, and we have a lot of information about how it's related to success in medical school and why it's important, but it's still new at individual schools. And so they shouldn't put outsized weight on it when they're reviewing. They should use it, again, in consideration with other tools. And they should use it really as a plus factor and use it to draw attention to folks that they might have otherwise overlooked, and where they can see that there's someone who might have a different set of strengths that they wouldn't have seen before without this score.
Yeah, love it. The students that I see, they're on Reddit, Student Doctor Network, in Facebook groups, wherever I see them. A lot of them, when they get their scores back, historically it's been, I scored bottom quartile of Casper, and now it's like I scored really low percentile on preview. Am I dead in the water here? What's going on? Kelly, I know you talk a lot about kind of the guidance that you give to medical schools, and it sounds like, Dana, very similar. Is it's a value add, not anyone below this threshold you should just throw out their applications. Talk about the guidance that you typically give medical schools from Altus.
Yeah, I think that it's so important to understand that, this is not meant to be a hurdle that's put in front of students as something that they must overcome. Unlike how many schools use GPA and MCAT, this isn't meant to be a cut or filter down of, the lowest performers. In fact, those in the lowest quartile are still very eligible for interview and getting into medical school. Please understand that, because it's a data point. So we encourage schools, when they use that data point, that, there's may want to dig into other parts of your submission and your profile, getting to know you a little bit more. Very similarly, those who score in the high quartile, we want those to, be used to bring in strong performers and maybe prioritize for interview or move them along further in the process. But really, one of the things that we want to highlight is a low score or low quartile doesn't mean you failed. It doesn't mean you're a horrible human being. Definitely, it doesn't mean that. And that you're very, 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 very much still eligible for admission to medical schools, for interviews into medical schools, and to pursue your passion, because it is one piece of data. And that's something that we try and highlight, not just to applicants and to advisors, but to the schools themselves. So in addition to having, sort of recommendations that we provide for them, we also have a research team that works one-on-one with these schools to help them really understand how to put all these pieces together in a way that serves their mission. Because at the end of the day, that's the thing that's most important, and people can get overwhelmed by a single score and overly focused on that. So just reinforcing those messages.
Yeah. From the pre-med perspective, the Casper preview, MCAT, obviously Casper preview being kind of the newest members of the application process, it just seems like more and more and more, both time commitment wise, stress wise, financial responsibility wise. Do you see at some point, and I know Kelly asked you this recently, Dana, do you see at some point, like, is there a possibility that preview and Casper or some combination of that can get rid of other parts of the application process. Maybe letters of recommendations instead of very subjective letters of recommendations from letter writers. We have these tools now with Preview and Casper to go, here are the students' competencies. Here's who this student is, versus like a well-tested and researched methodology of testing these things versus Johnny is an amazing student and I highly recommend him. Like, do you see potentially like getting rid of some parts of an application process?
This is a fantastic question. The medical school community is talking about this as well. In fact, it was also talked about by advisors at a recent conference I attended.
I was in that session.
That's
that was
right.
a good one. Yeah.
I think this is a question that unfortunately I don't know the answer to. But I do think that it's a really hot topic amongst the community, and the community really needs to give significant consideration to the admissions process of the future and making sure that it works well together to provide all the information that we need to know about students to identify folks who are prepared to learn in medical school and are prepared to grow into well-rounded doctors. My hope is that we can do that, and we can find tools that work really well together and are efficient so that we're not asking students to do more and more and more every year.
Yeah. There are, unfortunately, predatory test prep companies out there saying, hey, come spend $5,000. We'll prepare you for Casper. I'm sure they're coming for Preview if they haven't already. Kelly, from your perspective, from Altus Assessment's perspective, for Casper, do students need to prepare for Casper?
Such a great question. Such a great question. I talked about this a lot in that same conference that we were all attending, obviously. One of the things and I find this such an interesting story is that we've been working on Casper, not to date myself too much, but for almost 2 decades. And we launched it first in 2010. And right before it was launched for a single medical school in Canada, not that McMaster isn't just wonderful, but for a single medical school, there was a test prep company that popped up months before saying, we can tell you how to write Casper. And I thought, I can't tell somebody how to write Casper. And I created it, so I don't know how they're going to do it. And so the answer is, unfortunately, there are these test prep companies that exist out there, and we've done the data and we've dug into it. And when we look at coaching, like third party that you're paying for coaching versus things like our practice test it's free and accessible, coaching doesn't help you, and in fact can sometimes hurt you when you're completing Casper. So in fact, we've seen no increase in scores with third-party coaching, which is really important from a leveling the playing field perspective. And in fact, some misinformation that's out there. Yeah. So our answer is, and I hopefully said this about 30 times during the session to the pre-health advisors, and this is my biggest piece I want to share, is what we did see helping people, and it was a small amount, but still, is the free practice test, becoming familiar with the test format that you can complete as many times as you want. You can go through, you can be familiar with the timing, you can be familiar with the scenarios and what they look like. And doing that is going to be your best advantage. We also make sure that there's a get ready email when you sign up for your Casper test that you get with all of the tips and suggestions, any data that we have, because we get more and more every year where we understand things you can do differently. So spending the full 5 minutes responding, being sure to request your accommodations if you need them, making sure you turn on closed captioning if that's what you want. That's something you can try during the practice test. Doing all these things to remove those test day jitters and become familiar with the format is actually what's going to set you up for success. The third party coaching prep, in fact, doesn't help you in any way. The data says like none at all, and could in fact hurt you. So we have a fully staffed applicant support team. Email us, reach out. There's a webinar on our Take Altus page. Take advantage of the free things that are out there, because our goal is to level the playing field and create a more accessible assessment for everybody. And I want to just plug, if you have feedback or suggestions, we take those very seriously in your exit survey.
Yes, they're Canadians. They're very friendly. Just tell them. Dana, I know the AAMC for preview does have a full-length preview exam with an answer key. How easy is that for students to go get and take, and when should they think about doing that in their process?
Yep. So we also have a lot of free resources that are available to help students prepare for the test. It sounds like they may be similar to what Kelly just described. I would say we have two categories of resources. One is a set of resources that tell you what to expect on test day. Some students are really familiar with what it's like to take an online secure exam, and others are not. And so from our perspective, it's really important for students to know what to expect that day so that they have a smooth test experience and they're feeling confident going into the test. So if they go to our website, the preview website, they can access a lot of free materials around how to be familiar with what to expect and how to prepare to interact in that online environment. So for example, you can look at all of our policies around test day. You can see the equipment requirements. You can even watch a video about what it's like to interact with an online proctor. And then the other type of resources we have are more along the lines of what you mentioned, Ryan. And so those are materials that help you prepare for the content of the test. So in that vein, we have some materials. We have a preparation guide that walks students through the steps that they might take mentally to get themselves ready. So thinking about our core competencies and those definitions, thinking and reflecting back on their prior experiences and how those may have informed their thinking and their development around those competencies. And as you mentioned, we also have that full-length practice exam that has keys and rationale. And our advice there is to take it, score it, think about your rationale for why you selected a particular effectiveness rating, and read about how that's similar or different than what the stated rationale is. And if we think if you're doing all of those things, we think you're setting yourself up for success on test day.
Awesome. Let's go ahead and open it up to some Q&A, see what some students have to ask about Casper and preview. McKenna asks, for Q&A later, why do you think that some people score highly on Casper and low on preview, and vice versa? I've seen this a lot, where students are like, uh-oh, I did well on one and not on the other. I mean, the most obvious potential for me is like, one, you knew the right answer, and potentially that helps you with preview, but you couldn't explain why you had the right answer, which maybe meant that you did poorly on Casper. Dana, I'll throw this one out to you. Just obviously, without being a Casper expert, what's potential thought process of why one would score well on one and not the other, or vice versa?
You read my mind. That's what I was going to start with. We'll have to make sure we see what Kelly says on this one too. From my perspective, I think the two tests measure different things. I think that the AAMC preview exam is really focused on knowledge of effective and ineffective behavior in those core competency areas. And we've chosen a methodology that allows us to really hone in on that. We'll hear from Kelly in a minute, but I think because of the difference in what's being measured in the format, it's not surprising that there are some differences in folks' test scores.
Yeah. Kelly, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, absolutely. Very similar to Dana, maybe not surprisingly. The formats are different of the test. So you can't expect to score the same. Even though they're looking at similar things, they're not measuring exactly the same things. So I think one of the things, and I'll go back to exactly what Dana and I said, is looking through and practicing for the test that you are going to be writing, and just making sure you're not you're thinking about, do I need to explain it when I'm writing on Casper, etc. I think there could be a lot of variety of different reasons. Fun research question, actually. But just to highlight, again, one is not necessarily a silver bullet. These are data points that go together. And just to highlight, if you end up in that lower quartile in Casper, that does not sink you. I'm not going to speak for the AAMC because I don't want to, but just for Altus, just to remember that doesn't sink you. And so thinking through and just using these as data points that put you together, because we're encouraging medical schools to use these as data and to use them to pull in other information. So, just to reinforce and support you because it can be confusing.
Yeah.
As you're looking through this.
Awesome. All right, next question. And just a fun tidbit, why preview is capitalized PRE is because PRE is like an acronym inside of a word, professional readiness exam. So just random knowledge out there. I don't know why. Cam1 Cas 11, when is the optimal time to take? All right, so this is a great question. My general answer to this when students ask is it's kind of, I kind of consider it part of the secondary application process almost. What are your thoughts on when the best time to take Casper, best time to take preview, in terms of when you can actually take it? And then I'm going to add on to this question, how many times can you take it? How long is the answer or the test good for? Kelly, you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. So my encouragement and my advice is to take it as early as possible for you in your schedule, because when you sign up for Casper, so if you sign up, for the first test dates available early in the spring, then you may say, oh my goodness, something's happened in your life and you need to reschedule, which you can do. You just go on the site, reschedule. There's it's a very easy process. And so it gives you that flexibility rather than delaying it when all of a sudden you can't take it because something has come up. You're not feeling well that day, something else in your life. So recommendation is always to plan earlier and take it earlier. Your score itself is good for that one application cycle year. And the rationale for that is you're scored relative to the other applicants that are applying. But also the test evolves. Every year as we get data, we're trying to not only improve the test itself, but we're doing things that we think are actually beneficial to applicants. So for example, we had great feedback from applicants that said, I want closed captioning, but it used to be an accommodation we provided for the videos. Now it's accessible to everybody. So we want to make sure it's an apples to apples comparison for what we're doing. And so that's why you take it once and only once, and then it's good for that application cycle. But taking it as early in the year as possible with, of course, the understanding that if your life is crazy and hectic at that point in time, think about your stress level overall and when is the best time for you to take it.
Yeah. And then Dana, time to take it, when are students available to take it, and then how many times can you take it? It's like the MCAT where you take it up to 7 times in a lifetime or whatever.
Yep. So my advice is similar around when to take. I think that students should take the test when they're ready, when they feel like they're prepared. But in general, taking it sooner in a given testing year makes sense for the preparation reasons that Kelly described. And also because medical schools often want to have scores earlier in their review process. And so if you're able to test in the spring or the early summer, your scores are more likely to be in front of their committee earlier. So those are two kind of practical reasons or practical things to think about when you're scheduling. Okay. With the preview exam being a relatively new exam, we're still learning and developing some of our policies. So right now for this year, the policy is that you can test only once within a testing cycle. So right now, this is the 2022 testing year, and it runs from June through October. You can only test once during that period. However, you can test year over year. So if you were to come back next year and maybe this year you're just testing for fun. Next year you actually apply. It's up to you, and it's up to the medical schools to which you apply, whether or not they want you to retest or whether they would like to honor your scores from the prior year. Because we use that rating scale format that we've talked a lot about, we have an opportunity to report scores year over year, and the score means the same thing whether you test in June of 22 or July of 2023. So that is another benefit of that approach, and we think that helps students and gives them the choice as to whether they think they need to test again.
Yeah, and that's a good benefit. And Dana, I think you and I have different definitions of fun if people are taking these tests for fun.
Dana and I are assessment people. We might have a slightly skewed perspective of fun.
Bunch of nerds. Deborah asks, where's the reliability and validity data published? Does predictive data exist on how scores correlate with particular outcomes like patient satisfaction scores or academic or clerkship clerkship success. I have said for a long time, right, the gold standard of all of this data, MCAT, GPA, now Preview, Casper, in my mind is patient outcomes, right? If we're training physicians to get through medical school, to do well in residency, all this fun stuff, the gold standard should be to follow these people for a long time. That's really hard to do. And so I doubt we have any good data that shows patient outcomes in that way. But I'll throw it out to both of you. Where's some of this data published that shows that Casper is good for medical schools to use, that Preview will be and continues to grow in its validity to help medical schools pick the best students possible? Kelly, why don't you go and start again?
Sure, absolutely. So first and foremost, if you go to takealtus.com, all the data is there. It's done in a digestible way. There's lots of blogs and understanding. If you ever want to dig deeper into that, not only can you attend our webinars that we host, because there's researchers on there to ask lots of questions, but you can also email our applicant support team if you have questions on any of the specific data, which is really, really important. When we look at the data, there's two factors that you mentioned. So you mentioned reliability and you mentioned validity, and they're separate but related things. So you have to have reliability, otherwise you can't have validity. And so reliability, just for because everybody wants a stats lesson, right? In the afternoon on a Friday, I feel, don't we all? Reliability is your ability to consistently differentiate between applicants. So to tease apart the high and the low performers. And when you're talking about high stakes test taking, which I would argue admissions is high stakes for applicants and programs, you want it to be above that 0.7 threshold. The Casper data shows on average we're in that 0.85 to 0.9 range for reliability. So really important, we're hitting those high stakes levels that we want. When we talk about predictive validity, what's important to understand too, in addition to the complexity of the longevity of it, is a couple other things. So there's a lot of noise that happens because it's not just that you apply to medical school and then you're serving patients. There's a whole bunch that happens during your medical school training that is influential in how things do, but it also is influential in that schools measure different things. There's not as much consistency across schools when we're looking at it. However, we do have good data out of medical schools that when you use Casper in addition to GPA and MCAT, Casper adds in your ability to predict getting honors in clerkship, for example. Casper above GPA and MCAT actually predicts for your ability to match successfully to residency. Casper, when you look at the data, can decrease the use or the implications of professionalism incidents and formal remediations going into residency. It's Canadian data, but I'm going to share it with you because it's one of my favorite studies. Canadian licensing exam, a little bit different than the USMLE, still a two-stage examination. We used to have something called the CLIO and PHILO, which is the culture, communication, legal, population health, organizational components of the exam. When you do well on the CLIO and PHILO components of the exam, it shows good professionalism out into practices rated by patients and also good peer reviews. And what we saw is that Casper over MMI, over GPA, and over MCAT predicted for performance on that component of the licensing exam. So again, that's the type of data that we're looking for to help us understand, are we on target? Are we able to tease apart? That's our reliability. But our predictive validity evidence, and again, it's evidence that we're collecting over time to help us better and better understand not just how Casper's doing, and I think that's important, but how does Casper give you that holistic picture? So when you look at Casper, MCAT, and GPA, does that tell you more about somebody's success in medical school or residency than any one of those things alone? Because you're not just your MCAT when you go into residency, you're all of these things combined. That's the point of the holistic, is that you're all of these things. Yeah. So we want to study how Casper adds to that.
Yeah. And I love that, because then it's potential actionable data for the medical school to say, we really love this student. And we know, based on all of this data that we're collecting from Casper, from Preview, from wherever, that they're going to need a little bit more help when it comes to matching. And we're going to start working on that now. That's great data to have. Dana, obviously, Preview being newer, again, kind of in its third year now in use with medical schools. Data, is any data published at this point? And if it is, where can students go find that?
Yep. So we, because we're a new test, we don't have data in terms of operational use from the schools that are using it over the last couple of years. But what we do have is data from a study that began in about 2017, where we worked with 8 different medical schools, and we followed their students throughout their 4 or 5 years of medical school, and we looked to see how preview scores predicted their performance in medical school. And what we learned from that study, similar to what Kelly just described, is that scores on the preview exam do in fact predict students' performance in medical school, as rated by faculty who work with them closely. So we see, for example, that students who scored well on the preview exam were more likely to be judged by their supervising faculty as having demonstrated higher levels of cultural competence or higher levels of social skills, higher levels of teamwork, and so on. Those studies continue as we continue to try to do those analyses as students have wrapped up their 4th or 5th year of medical school. In addition to that work, we're working with the schools that began using Preview over the last couple years, and we'll be following their students as they progress through medical school as well, and we'll be sharing those data. In terms of where to find the results of the study I just mentioned, you can look at our website, of course. We have all of those results made available through PowerPoint and webinar recordings that are all posted there. The other thing I wanted to point out is we use a comprehensive approach when we're trying to establish the validity case for our assessment. And here's my little stats tutorial for you as well. Validity means that the test, we have evidence to show that the test measures what it purports to measure. And we can collect that evidence in a lot of different ways. One way we do that is by looking at how the scores on the test predict performance. Another way we do that is by looking to make sure that the content of the test is actually relevant to what is covered and what is important in medical school. And that's another way that we demonstrate the validity of the preview exam. We work with those medical school folks to look at all of that test content and to look at that key to verify that it's all relevant and critical for success in medical school.
Dr. Dana Dunleavy, Dr. Kelly Dorr, thank you so much for joining us here at MappdCon to share your thoughts on your respective tests, Preview and Casper. Hopefully students understand the tests a little bit more, that they aren't just torture chambers out there for pre-meds, that they actually are trying to do something to help the students and help the medical schools pick the best applicants possible. Thank you for coming on and sharing everything that you all know.
Thanks for having us, and good luck everybody in your applications and as you prepare.
Thank you, everyone. Best wishes.
All right, now as we move on with our MappdCon day, we're running a little bit behind, but that was a great session and well worth going over. Rachel Grubbs, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. I think we need to have, I know we've had Kelly on the podcast before. I just definitely think we need to have Dana too. So many questions from the audience we just couldn't get to with our limited time. So let's keep those friendships and those conversations going.
Yeah. Awesome. I think we have another giveaway winner to announce. We have Ari Morifiz Gonzalez from the University of Portland. You get another set of the Pre-Med Playbook series. Awesome, awesome. We will email you with some details. With that, I'm going to hand it off to Rachel Grubbs. I'm going to go take a break, and I'm going to hand it off in the wonderful, capable hands of my Mappd advisor team to answer lots of questions.
Protein and water for Ryan. He'll see in a little bit. All right, you guys going to come join me? Let's see. We got Verenia. Whoops.
There we go.
Courtney.
Hello.
Is someone introducing us? Oh, no, I'm introducing us. Okay. That's why I didn't have one more person on air, because it's me. Welcome, welcome. This is Ask Mappd. So some of you have been coming to Ask Mappd every week or many weeks for a long time. Some of you, this may be new. Once a week, typically Wednesdays at 1 p.m. Eastern, here on the same YouTube channel many of you are watching now, we do a live advising session. Mappd keeps growing, so we're up to 5 advisors now. So it's not always all 5 of us, but it's usually at least 3 of us. And this week you've got me, Rachel Grubbs, there's a banner for me, thank you. I have been in test prep and pre-med advising for a little over 20 years now. I'm old. And just, acquired a lot of information along the way. With me is Verinia Granum. Verinia is the former Assistant Dean of Pre-Health and STEM Advising at Hofstra University. And how are you today, Verinia?
I'm doing great. I kind of feel left out. I didn't get the memo on the red. I should have checked in.
Yeah, Courtney and I called each other this morning. Sorry. Yeah. This is actually orange. It just shows up on camera red.
How are you, my friend?
I'm great. And good. Courtney, last but not least. How's your audio now, friend?
I think doing well. I put in my headphones. Hopefully there's no feedback or anything,
Yep.
The joys of technology.
It happens. So Courtney is our newest Mappd advisor, but not at all new to admissions. She comes to us from Burrell College of Osteopathic Medicine, former director of admissions there. So we've got folks on this team who've been doing test prep and private advising, who've been doing undergraduate education advising, who've been doing the actual admissions of med schools. Nice, well-rounded balance today. And as we head into this session, if you've been listening or watching today's speakers, we know you have lots of questions. We see them come pouring through the comments. We're answering as many as we can, but a lot of the questions you guys have had haven't been immediately relevant to the question at hand or the topic at hand. So that's what this next little session is about. It's a free-for-all. Any pre-med, any pre-health, any pre-PA topic. We may not get to them all, but we'll get to as many as we can. So start typing in those questions. It's time to ask Mappd, live Q&A with any topic.
Woohoo.
Woohoo.
It's been a really good conference today, too.
It has.
Really, really helpful.
All right, who's doing our comments? We have a question. I can grab one.
Sure.
Let's see. Yeah, I think this got asked from the last session, but we can answer it here. Suzanne asked, is there a list of medical schools that require Casper and or Preview? Yeah, the easiest way, Suzanne, to get them is to go to the Casper and Preview websites. You should be able to find that data on each individual school website, and typically they talk about it as part of the secondary application. So when you get your secondaries and are given the data about doing your secondary prompts, they'll typically mention Casper Preview there as well. But the test sites themselves are the easy place to look and see every single school in one place.
Yeah. Awesome. All right.
Okay, Morgan asks, is it okay to take classes that are not prereqs at community college? Verinia, why don't you take this one?
Sure. So Morgan, yes. So not prereqs, meaning not your pre-medical or pre-PA requirements. It's okay to take them at a community college. I think there's a perception, and unfortunately for some medical schools, the reality where community college courses are sort of, I don't want to say looked down upon. They're considered not as rigorous, but not prereqs. I don't think would really fall under that category. I think it's fine, particularly if you're starting out and you want to just kind of complete some of those general education courses before moving into your more advanced courses, and you want to take those at a community college. Maybe you started out at a community college and then you're transferring to a 4-year school. That's okay to do. Absolutely.
Okay, great. Any perspective on that, Courtney, that you want to chime in with?
No, I agree with what Verinia said. It's prereqs you definitely want to take at a 4-year institution, if at all possible. And other schools, as long as you're not racking up, I would say, just a plethora of different universities. But we do understand that, due to location or finances or just timing, that some classes may need to be taken at a community college, and that would be okay. But whenever possible for prereqs, 4-year.
Yeah. Okay, great. Let's see. Maria asks, could you please give more tips for international applicants with a U.S. bachelor's? Okay. I can start with this one. So, Maria, it can definitely be challenging to be an international applicant, because the first thing to know is that not all US med schools will accept international applicants. So you need to do your research. We talked much earlier in the day about the fact that there are aggregate places where you can see information about all the schools. So you can go to Choose DO Explorer for the osteopathic schools. You can go to the MSAR, the medical school admissions requirement for allopathic schools. And then you can go to the Texas Health Education website for Texan schools. And you just have to check their policies. Because if they're not equipped to handle someone who is an international student, if that's not part of their policy, then there's just no point in applying. I think the next big thing to keep in mind is that financially it can be a little bit more challenging because so many med school loans are federally funded here in the United States, and you may or may not be eligible. It's great that you have a US bachelor's because that's also something the med schools here in the States are sticklers about. So you've already surmounted that challenge. But now you'll kind of have to think about, are you funding this yourself? Are you funding it privately? Or are you taking private loans, which often have higher interest rates than the federal public loans? So just some factors there. And then the final thing I'll add is we are definitely pre-med experts here, but part of being an expert is admitting when you need to collaborate with peers. And there is a group that we like that actually was on MappdCon National Pre-Med Day last year called F1 Mentors. Now, they aren't really admissions experts, but they are residents and physicians and med students who are international. So you're still going to want to come to a resource like ours to get a lot of the admissions info. But if you're just kind of wanting more guidance about the lived experience of being an international student, F1 Mentors, you can Google them. They're fabulous. They do free mentoring for international applicants. So I would definitely check them out.
Yeah, and I would add to that too, Maria, sorry, really quickly, just that you want to, just as we would tell a student from the US that your story matters. So be sure to share that in your application, talk about your path to medicine and what made you interested in medicine and what continues to motivate you to continue on this path. That's very important too.
Yep. All right. Jimena, I love your name, Jimena. That's one of my favorite names. Jimena says, being from rural Montana, shadowing has become very difficult. What sorts of things can we do to supplement limited shadowing? We might have a banner for this, but there are lots and lots of virtual shadowings options out there, and one of them is offered by MappdCon Medical School headquarters. It's at eshadowing.com, no hyphens or anything, so just the letter eshadowing.com. What we have seen, and we talked to several admissions advisors about this over the last few years, is that while everyone agrees that virtual shadowing is not as good as in-person shadowing, virtual shadowing is better than nothing, right? So you're in a rural area, it's challenging. I encourage you to keep cold calling, keep looking for opportunities, think broadly, right? Don't just think hospitals, think hospices, nursing homes, private practices. There's just lots and lots of places that you can be looking to shadow physicians. But you can also go to eshadowing.com and sign up for some virtual shadowing, which is generally accepted as a supplement to in-person shadowing.
Yep.
Samantha asks, what would you say admissions look for? What makes a student stand out as an out-of-state resident, besides having ties to the school or state? So Courtney, you want to just start off on this one?
Sure. I would say thinking about kind of the purpose of the school, if they have a really strong mission or a specific population or kind of location with certain residents, having familiarity or past experience where you have interacted with people of similar populations. I know that at my previous institution, we took usually about 90% of our students from out of state. And a lot of them were looking for experiences or to kind of grow their experience with working with underrepresented and underserved and in a border region. And so that was really helpful. So if you don't have specific ties to the school, I would say, look at their mission, look at the way that their curriculum is set up and the resources that they have available, and see if you can kind of tie yourself to how they present the curriculum and your learning style and how you feel like you would benefit from that. And clubs and organizations, if you can tie yourself to those things that you want to be part of, I think that that's really helpful. Plus it shows that you've done your research and you can, you know, let them know what kinds of things you want to be involved in that they already have going and things like that. So there's a number of different ways to do that.
Yep. And then specifically with the out of state, you may know this, Samantha, but just for anyone listening, the thing with out of state typically plays a bigger role with public schools. So you can always research schools and see what their historical out of state percentages have been, or, you know, maybe it won't show you every year, but it'll show you a recent year or a recent average. And that gives you an indication. Many public med schools are funded by the state and therefore expected to take a certain percentage of in-state candidates, or matriculants, I should say. But it does vary. So for example, I live here in Columbus, Ohio. Ohio State is a great public med school. It's got a pretty high out-of-state percentage, as do our neighbors up north. Michigan, another, it's blasphemy to say I like Michigan, but it's a fabulous med school. And they also have a high out-of-state. So some of it is just sort of knowing those data points. And sometimes if we're simplifying, we just say beware of public out-of-state schools, but we don't mean don't apply. We mean know the odds. And then exactly to Courtney's point, have a reason, understand the mission. Because often those private schools are going to have higher out-of-state acceptances.
Yeah.
Esme, volunteering at a hospital considered sufficient for clinical experience. I help check in patients for surgery, escort to pre-op, help turn over rooms, so my time spent with the patient is limited. Verinia, you're nodding because you know I'm going to call on you. Let's tell our friends about clinical versus not clinical.
Absolutely. Esme, so volunteering at a hospital, the location itself doesn't determine the clinical experience, just that by itself. And this is what's key in your statement, how much time you're able to spend with patients. And you've already indicated that your time spent with the patient is very limited. So you're not engaged in some way or form in the care of that person. So you are checking in patients, you are escorting them, you're helping to turn over rooms. So you're getting very valuable experience around the healthcare setting. But patient care experience, actually taking care of the patient, taking care of their needs in some way, is really what defines your experience. So clinical experience equals direct patient care. The setting itself, it doesn't matter. It's more so what you're doing with the patient. Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Megan says, if my school offers a letter of recommendation packet, but I don't pursue it, will that look bad to an admissions team? What if I have strong independent letters of rec? Courtney Lewis, what are your thoughts on this?
I would say sometimes that's a bit subjective, depending on the rest of your application and things like that. But I think if you want to put together an independent letters of recommendation packet, that won't be frowned upon. We definitely know which schools have, certain requirements for their committee packets that they put together. And so we may be aware of that and have some questions to that. But I don't think it's going to rule you out completely, because there's any number of reasons why somebody couldn't get a committee letter. Sometimes it's timing, sometimes it's being out of school for a certain amount of time, or not having your MCAT score in time to be able to interview with the committee. So we're a bit flexible on that. And we do understand there are nuances that go into that.
Yep. I have seen cases, you mentioned here, Megan, not pursuing it. I've definitely seen cases where schools that do packets or committee letters have standards that you have to meet in order to get the packet. I'm not a fan of that. I'd love to have some debates with some advisors from schools who are doing it to get a better handle on their perspective, and also maybe with some admissions officers. I think it simplifies things for the admissions committee, but personally, I get nervous about the idea that anyone can tell you no before you get to the med school saying yes or no. But yeah, so sometimes it's by choice, and sometimes, they said you have to have already been here for a certain number of credits and have a certain GPA, and maybe you were a transfer student and you just didn't hit the thing. So yeah, ultimately it's your choice.
Yep.
Iris says, do prereqs expire past a certain time? I was told by an admissions committee member they do, but on MSAR they don't. Help. Yeah, tricky question. This is a common, I would say myth, but we can get into a little bit of why it's a myth. Vernia, you want to chime in here?
Sure. Yeah, I think it's one of those it depends questions, right? So it depends on how old the classes may be, because medical schools may want to see more recent academic work just to show that you have retained some of that content and are able to still kind of show academic progress. Do they expire? I think it will depend on each school. I have seen some schools indicate that they prefer to have courses taken within a certain time frame. But I can't say for sure if they're absolutely going to tell you, no, these are too old, you have to retake them. So really, it depends on that particular medical school. And I know it's tough. It's frustrating that you were told two different things by the commission, admission committee member and the MSAR. Go based on the MSAR. But again, if it's been a significant amount of time, you kind of need to show more recent coursework, then that may be what you need to do. It may also matter too if you have to take the MCAT, for instance, and if you need to retake some classes to brush up on the content for that, that might be a factor as well.
Yeah. What I was thinking about is, although there are maybe some schools, as you said, out there that have prereqs expire, it's more often that they want to see recent coursework. And Courtney, you want to speak a little bit to that, as you've been very recently picking future physicians? Why does recent coursework matter?
Yeah, we're putting you into 32 plus hours of heavy science coursework and asking you to balance your own mental, physical, spiritual well-being, research, volunteering, being a participant in clubs and organizations. So anything that would kind of give us a bit of a preview on how you are as a student right now is helpful. So knowing that you can handle upper division and or recent coursework is helpful for us in that way. So that's why we like to see recent. Great. It's one of the major reasons, I would say.
Can you handle the rigor? Are your study skills current? All right, what else we got? Allison says, would you say during application, they understand that some students had unforeseen circumstances handled during undergrad, like health issues that led to a lower GPA? I'm going to start with our classic, it depends. And I also think this is a great opportunity to show MappdApp. So Verenia, why don't you start talking about GPA trends a little bit and dips and grades, and I'll see if I can get mapped up on the screen.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Yeah. So what matters, of course, having a strong GPA and all of that is important, but what matters even more is what's the story behind that GPA? What were those trends? Did you start off really, really strongly in your first years of college and then sort of dipped and then continued that downward trend? Or did you start out a little lower and then sort of built your way up and really, really knocked it out of the ballpark by the time you got to your application year? That tells a story. What was going on during that time. And that is something that you can potentially give context to in your application, whether it's through your personal statement or maybe through a secondary application. But the trends are the important thing. Did you, as I said, did you start off really strong and dipped? What does that show to medical schools? Did the courses get harder and you sort of struggled and couldn't really keep up with them? Or the opposite, maybe you had a rough start and made your way up. And that's something that MappdApp can help you visualize. Rachel, if you want to kind of go over how this works.
Yeah, so I definitely encourage everybody who is watching to create a MappdApp account. We've been told our website is not as clear as it could be, so we're taking that feedback and trying to make it better. MappdApp is free forever. There's no secret gotcha moment where we suddenly require a credit card if you're only using MappdApp. Now, there is a MappdApp Pro, which is a paid level of it. But right now, About 90% of our features are in MappdApp in the free level. We are going to be building more things over time, and some of those things will take some extra funds and will have to be in the paid level, but there is a holy host of great stuff available for free. And the thing that we hear from you guys, you people who are using MappdApp over and over, is the thing you love is the GPA calculator. And I have to believe a lot of that is about the graphs, because you can always Google a spreadsheet and calculate your GPA through a spreadsheet online. There are tons of those. But if you're looking to see some of the ways med schools will analyze your GPA, then the MappdApp is the way to do that. So if you're looking here at this chart that I'm showing you, this student has entered all of their grades, and they've got, for AMCAS, a cumulative 3.19. Now we calculate for all 3 services. So just to show you, you could switch over to a COMAS. It's actually also a 3.19. Sometimes it's the same, sometimes it's different. And Texas is a little different. It's 3.23. Texas, I mean, all the applications have tiny little ways that they measure, but Texas doesn't do minuses or pluses. So this person might have had a couple A minuses or something, and that's why they got just a tick higher for Texas. But the key thing you're looking at here is this green line. You can see it goes up, down, big dip happened in 2018, back up, that's great, but then started to dip again. A common question is, I have a 3.2 GPA, am I going to be able to get into med school? And the answer is, it depends. Now, if you were this student, this demo account that I've created, if this were a real life person, what I would be telling them is, hey, I still think you have a chance, but your grades have been dipping back down over the last few terms, and we need to stop that habit and fix it, right? So if it was just a dip down and then everything went back up and stayed up, that would look to me like our question asker said, unforeseen circumstances. You know, grandma passed away, or mom needed help, or I got pneumonia. You know, something happened and then you got better and you righted yourself. But if you're going up and down all the time, or if you're trending down now, and I don't mean I went from a 3.9 to a 3.85. That's not a trend down. So that's just great GPA. But if you were at a 3.5 and you trended down to a 3.2, well, now I'm starting to worry for you a little. So, and it goes back to what Courtney was just saying about the rigor of med school. So I encourage everybody to create a MappdApp account, put all of your courses in there, and it will show you not just your GPA the way med schools will show it, but also what your trends look like. And then there's some more detailed charts on the second GPA page. The one I really love is class standing science GPA, because sometimes people will try to boost their grades with things like a master's in public health or a fun minor. And, you know, take those things if they interest you. But if you want to prove to med schools you can handle the rigor of med school, you want to be taking rigorous upper level science courses. So that's a little about MappdApp. I'll bring our faces back. Salama. Do PA schools count the GPA calculated by Casper or the GPA that is on your transcript? I have taken 8 of 10 prerequisite classes at my 4-year uni, and the remaining 2 classes at community college. Excellent question, and I really loved you asked that you asked this, Salama, because I was just showing a pre-med example, but we do have pre-PA mapped, and we'll calculate the Casper GPA for you. Now with PA, it's a little tricky because Casper is the common app, but it isn't the exclusive app. So there are some PA schools that don't go through Casper, so you should always check their policies. But generally speaking, almost every PA school in America is going to look at every college level course you've ever taken, whether at a 4-year or a community. Jacob says, can you write a story foreshadowing on the AMCAS application expressing what you value in a physician in addition to listing your hours? Ooh, what do you think about that, Vernia?
That's a great question. You're limited in the amount of space that you have, right? In an AMCAS application, you have 700 characters. So you have, you want to be able to use your activity spaces wisely. And yes, we recommend that you list shadowing experiences, and depending on how many you have, you could potentially write a very short summary or blurb to talk about what you learned, what you observed, how it impacted you. It's not necessary because they sort of know what shadowing is. You're observing, you're learning. But I've always encouraged students, to, if you have the space and you really were impacted by something that you saw while shadowing, to go ahead and write a short summary about it or a short blurb.
Courtney, anything you want to add there, or want to get in a fight and debate her?
Nope. And it's similar for a COMIS whenever you're entering things there, except with a COMIS, you can write about more experiences, but the length is going to be similar.
So yeah, the one thing I'll push back on, and Jacob, I'm just taking you very literally here, as you said, expressing what you value in a physician. I'm not reading activities essays to learn about what you think of other people. I want to learn about you. So if you're kind of saying, this inspired me and I want to emulate this person, that's great. But the personal statement is why medicine, and the activities are all about applicant, right? So I just want to make sure it comes back to you. And so it doesn't, not all your activities have to be med related, but they should all be about you and not about other people.
Great point. That's a very good point.
Malay says, I've been out of school for some years. I didn't establish relationships with my professors. While I'm considering going back to school, I have no letter of rec writers. What would you all recommend I do to get LORs? I love that you asked this question. I've seen it today in the chat from many different people in many different forms. And I wish I had a time machine for you all. So for anyone who's an undergrad, because this is a common issue that happens to a lot of people. So we're going to answer the question. But before we do, if you are an undergrad, make friends with your professors now. Tell them you're going to be applying to med school in a few years. Ask them, hey, going to be applying to med school in a few years, and I would love if you would be willing to write me a recommendation. It's several years off. Can I just keep in touch with you a little bit? And then send them friendly 2-line emails once a semester. Avoid this problem. But so for those of you who are in the problem, Courtney, what do you think they should do?
Well, I would try to reestablish that connection, right? Reach out to them, email them, see, one, if they would be willing to write you a letter if you, establish that contact and that rapport again. And two, what they would need to be able to do that. So it's going to take some additional legwork on your part, but it's not a completely unviable option at this point. The other option would be, if you qualify as a non-traditional student, some schools will allow you to use different letters of recommendation, say from your supervisor at your places of employment, to qualify for science if you've been out for a certain number of years. So you can also check that route.
Great. What's next? Alexandria, research experience is difficult for me to get as a non-trad. Often I get rejected at positions I apply for given how competitive they are. What are the thoughts on applying without research? Whew, I love this question because my thoughts are it is no big deal. It's totally fine. Do it. Research not required.
Nope.
Jason McKenzie says, does a good graduate GPA make up for a bad undergraduate GPA? Are we going to all just go? We talked about trends a little bit. I talked about them a lot. So someone else talk about trends. Talk about grad versus undergrad. Who wants to grab that?
Sure. So Jason, I mean, no. Will it make up for a bad undergraduate GPA? The short answer is no. It's good that you've shown that you can pursue a graduate degree and do really well in those courses. It'll enhance your application. But you still have to go back and look at those prereqs that let me take a step back, because I was going to say go back and look at those prereqs, but we don't know if he's taking the prereqs, if Jason is taking the prereqs, or if this is an undergrad GPA and a completely different degree program where you haven't taken the prereqs. So if you've taken prereqs and you performed poorly, you still have to consider going back to school, retaking some of those prereqs. If you've never taken them and you've just performed poorly in your undergrad in a completely different major, that's still an opportunity to go back to school. Maybe think about doing a post-bac to establish a solid undergraduate GPA trend. And I don't know, maybe Courtney, if you have more insight as well.
Well, not all graduate programs are created the same, and they can score very differently. And so I would say, I would agree that no, it's not going to completely make up for it, but you do want to perform well. It's going to be your most recent coursework. It is at a graduate level, so we do weigh it, and we want to see that it's strong. So I would say you definitely need to have good performance in your graduate work, but it won't completely remove your undergraduate.
Yep.
All right. Got consensus all around there. Masu says, thoughts on getting online certificates from Ivy schools, i.e. healthcare leadership, stats, biostats. Do medical schools take these into account? Well, I think, first of all, it's going to be very similar to some of the answers we've given, right? So online certificates are all often graduate level work, but then just like we said, graduate courses vary. I would personally be wary of name brand online certificates. Now, I say that having one, but I also know darn well that my online certificate from my name brand Ivy League school was not as, the admissions were not as rigorous. It was a completely different admissions path than their formal MBA program, right? I just wanted to learn more about data analytics and I was busy. So I took some online certificate courses and it was really cool. I learned a lot, but I know darn well, and I think everyone in education knows darn well, that mostly what I contributed to applying was the tuition. So if you're doing it to learn, great. But those ones that are easy to get into, they know they're easy to get into. So don't think the name is going to fool someone.
Right. Yeah. Definitely.
How would you approach motherhood on applications?
Okay. Well, as the resident,
yeah, go ahead. Start resident mother.
As the resident mother in an advising role, embrace it. It's part of who you are. Absolutely. If appropriately, right? If it fits into your story, if it's something that you want to, if it kind of inspired you on this path, or if it has something to do with your path to medicine, absolutely, it is who you are. There's no reason to hide it. There's no way to get around it. They will be with you. Children will be with you in medical school, and if you're not in medical school, right? So it's a more stressful way to kind of have to go through this process, of course, but 100% they are a part of you. So there's no reason why you shouldn't, why they shouldn't be a part of your application. Okay.
Jody says, I am a non-trad with no advisor and I will not be able to do a committee letter. So how do I get around that? I have so much work experience and I have been offered many rec letters. Yeah, so Jody, we spoke about this a little bit before. You don't have to do a committee letter. You can do individual letters. So, I'm not sure where you are in your process, but if you're starting to get to the point where you have a tentative school list, start looking at those schools to see what kinds of letters they require. Most of them will say, here's a list of what we want, or committee letter, right? So it might be one school says 2 science professors and 1 non-science professor. Another school might say 2 science professors and 1 work supervisor. They do typically want some academics, but committee letters are a plus, but they can't be required because actually mostly only schools on the East Coast of the US even do them. Like it's not very common from, roughly Ohio West. So most people are not applying with a committee letter. Malvina, are international shadowing and/or volunteer activities accepted? Sure, absolutely. One thing about shadowing is, clinical is kind of clinical anywhere you go, as long as you're adhering to like local laws, because patient care is patient care. But shadowing internationally might look very different because physicians have such the way we do healthcare in America is very different than many other countries in the world. So I would still recommend trying to get some US shadowing as well, but you can definitely count your international shadowing.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I don't know if this is Yorixi or Yorihi. I'm sorry. I hope you can teach me how to say your name. Are medical schools accepting online prerequisite courses now that more schools are going back to in-person teaching, biochem or stats, for example? Courtney, you want to field this one?
Sure. Again, it depends. Some schools will want to see the in-person. I would say, especially for prereq courses, you're going to want to opt to do in-person whenever possible, especially if it includes a lab. So I would always gravitate towards doing the in-person. Some schools may accept online prereqs, but it's not going to be the ideal choice, I would say. So even if it's accepted, it may not be the best thing for you to learn the material and for the admissions committee to feel very strongly about how the course went. Also, these are kind of your bread and butter for getting letters of recommendation. So if you have an online course and you're going to need a letter out of it, if it's one of your science prereqs, just be very thoughtful about that. The interactions are going to be different. Maybe the strength of the letter is going to be affected by that. So take it into consideration if you're considering online prereqs.
Great. Thank you for that. All right, it's 4:12. We got time for one more.
Sure.
There we go. Madeline, when adding experiences to an application, what is the best way to group them? For example, should all shadowing be one experience, all clinical volunteering under one, etc., or separated? So Ryan Gray is currently backstage, but if he were on stage here with us, he would say there are no rules in admissions.
There are no rules.
Hey, there he is. You can just stay, Ryan. I mean, you're coming back on air in like a minute. So there are no rules. You can do whatever you want. I love this question, Madeline, because particularly for Casper, there's only 15 spaces. You may need to do some grouping in order to fit all your activities in. You know, some people have 8 or 10 activities and they have room to spare. That's okay. Some people have 30 activities and they're trying to figure out how to strategically group them. And exactly what you said, often that is putting all of shadowing in one because there usually aren't stories to tell about shadowing. And then with everything else, I would say it's less about type and hours and more about what it meant to you, because most admissions people are less fixated on how many activities did they list and how substantial and meaningful is the essay. So if you did a lot of drib drab volunteering that wasn't meaningful to you, I mean, it was fun maybe, but you just didn't get a ton out of it, then you might want to collapse that. Where if you had a volunteering experience that meant a ton to you and you have a lot to say about it, you may want that in its own activity so you can write a full essay about it.
And I would pop in just for the DO route using a COMIS. This is a bit where we differ in the application itself. You can enter a lot of experiences. And so I would always encourage applicants, if you've done it, give yourself credit for it, right? You spent those hours, it took away time from studying, from your classwork, from doing other things. And so give yourself the best advantage there. Also, you don't know what a particular school is looking for. Sometimes they like seeing leadership in your extracurriculars or promotions through your jobs or international travel. And so if you've done any of those things, spend the time to actually make the entry for it, get the information that you need. Sometimes it takes a bit more time to do, but if you're a well-rounded candidate and you have all of these different things from freshman year on, you definitely want to show that. It gives us a much better view of what you've done, how involved you've been, and kind of the breadth and depth of everything. So I would encourage you to make all of the entries that are accurate that you can.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. So it's 4:15. I want to help us get back on time, so we'll stop there. Reminder, this has been a special edition of Ask Mapped, but we do Ask Mapped every single Wednesday, or I don't know, 50 Wednesdays a year, 1 p.m. Eastern on the Map YouTube. And then most Fridays, there's also a live Q&A with Ryan on his Instagram channel. So keep coming back, keep asking questions. We are here to help. And we're going to let folks pop on to transition to the next session now.
Bye, everyone.
Yeehaw! Thanks, Tim. I'm so excited. Who's doing some intros? Do we know who's doing intros? Hello, Dr. Scott, right?
That would be me.
You scared me. Who are you?
Oh, whoa, what? Yeah.
Oh man, too much fun. Too much fun.
Yeah, right. I agree.
I'm excited. I'm excited for what's next. I'm excited to be back. They forced me to leave, and now I'm back. Can't get rid of me again.
You're back. Good. So we do have some medical students with us for a medical school panel. Isn't that exciting?
It is very excited.
Yeah.
Exciting.
I think we do. Shall we bring them on?
Let's do it.
All right. Let's see. Here we have Uno and Dos. And we have one more, I think.
We do. Where'd he go? He left.
Yeah, he was on there, and then maybe that's him.
He's back.
There we go.
Let's see.
There we go. Awesome. Well, let me introduce these fine young people here, and then we'll get going on our panel. So we have 4 medical students, one from each year. Our first one, our MS1, is Stephen Odafe. Is that right? Is that the right pronunciation?
Yeah, that's close enough.
Close enough. Okay. Stephen, you are a first year at the Uniformed Services Medical School in Maryland. And so welcome to you here. We also have Sarah Bradley, who is a second-year medical student at the Medical University of South Carolina. Hello, Sarah. Then we have Luke Hendricks, who is here in the great Lone Star state of Texas, who is a third-year medical student at Long School of Medicine in San Antonio. And then rounding out our fourth-year medical student is Eunice and Taken. Is that correct? Eunice Taken? Good. Got it right. Fourth-year medical student at Burrell College of Osteopathic Medicine in Las Cruces, New Mexico. So welcome to all of you, and I will turn it over to you now, Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. So I'm excited. I love the med student panels because I once was one of you at one point a long time ago. I want to start with Stephen, our first year student here. Number one, because I want to check your audio. There may be something a little off there, but hopefully we'll get through the session. You're at the Uniformed Services University of Health Sciences, also known as USUS or USUS, depending on how you want to pronounce it. You're the baby of the group. What has this transition from undergrad or pre-med school life to med school been like for you?
I think in one, it's been super hard.
Yeah, your audio is not good, Stephen. I had a feeling it's super choppy. So I don't know if you can restart the computer or jump on another device real quick. Phones work with this platform, I'm pretty sure. And we'll get you back on. We won't end without you. Leave no man behind, as they say. I think that's the thing. Sarah, let's go to you. MS2 of the group. You're at Musk. You made it through first year. You've transitioned into second year now. What are the differences for you? Is it just more of the same?
Yeah, I would say the biggest difference is it never gets easier. A lot of people warned me about that. You just kind of get used to it. And I think I'm finally maybe getting used to it. The biggest differences I would say in second year is a stronger focus on things outside of just coursework. A lot of us have started doing research, getting involved in more leadership positions. I think those two would be the biggest so far, but I'm happy to be out of first year. I won't lie. The final push through preclinical is looking good. Hopefully, getting to the other side soon.
Yeah. What is the biggest survival tip that you could give students going through first year?
Have a strong support system within your class. Get close with your class as much as possible. We always joke it's trauma bonding. It's really not that bad, but get close with your class. I personally live alone because that's how I work best, but I go out of my way to go and study on campus so I could be around people as much as possible, which really helps me. And a steady workout routine will save you. Exercise is incredible. We live in a great city in Charleston where we have great weather kind of year round. So a lot of us go on walks like daily, sometimes multiple times a day. You know, people joke about hot girl, like mental health walks. It's a real thing.
All right. Mental health walks. Did you hear that, Luke? Hot girl mental health walks. I hope you are doing them. Luke Hendricks, you are a third-year medical student at Long School of Medicine. The transition for you going from preclinical years to now into your clinical years, how has that transition been for you?
It's been good. So I've done 2 rotations now. I've done family medicine and psychiatry. I did family a little early, and so I've actually been on a 6-week break between rotations. And so I've been going into the orthopedic call room and helping out with some trauma cases and stuff like that. So it's been really good, like getting out of the books and just like kind of getting my hands dirty, you know, so to speak.
Yeah.
But yeah, so, you know, you still have to learn, of course, and still, you know, do a bunch of like UWorld and AMBOSS questions and stuff like that. But I like it a lot more because, you know, you have these clinical experiences that you can kind of refer back to when you're going through questions and like, oh, I've seen that before. So it's like makes it a little bit easier to remember. But yeah, it's definitely interesting, and you definitely don't necessarily feel prepared for it. You know, when you're first starting your clinical rotations, you don't necessarily feel like you know what you're doing, but you know, over time, as you get more experience, you feel a little bit more comfortable, and you kind of just have to you know, put yourself out there and give it your best shot, and eventually things kind of start happening for you.
What does your schedule look like?
So right now, I've been going in at nights. So I've been going in around anywhere between 7 and 9, and staying anywhere between 12 and 6 in the morning. And so I just go in overnights, and then during the day, after I wake up, I work on research and keep up with Anki cards and stuff like that. So still very busy. I say that I have a 6-week break, but really it's as busy, if not more busy, than when I'm in a rotation, because at least in the rotation you have a set time where you're going to clinic, and then the rest of the time you study, and then you have weekends off. Yeah. Weekends are like the most busy days for orthopedics, and so that's when I've been going in. So it's been pretty busy, but I've been enjoying myself quite a bit. So
yeah, interesting. All right, Steven, we got you back. How's the audio? We good?
Hey, do I sound better now?
Yeah, you sound good now. We're there. So this transition for you from non-medical student to now first-year medical student, what has that been like? Many call it a fire hose of knowledge coming at you. Do you agree? Do you disagree? What's going on there?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it's been hard, firstly, because regardless of what happens in your personal life, from moving from one city to another, you still have to wake up and do your 5 lectures and relearn the amino acids that you tried so hard to forget after the MCAT.
Surprise, they're back.
It's not the most difficult content, but it's a lot, and that's a lot to balance, and that's been what I've been doing for the most part, or trying to do.
Yeah, and so you're a little bit unique, being at the military medical school, as it's kind of known in layman's terms. What difference do you think you have compared to other first-year students out there?
There's definitely the the big part where, you know, I put on a uniform, and I'm an officer in the military, in the Army specifically. I think the main difference for me is the big emphasis on what we call TC3, or military and emergency medicine. So it's an addition to everything. And pretty much it's like what we're trained for is not just to be a physician, but to be a physician for the soldiers that we treat. And that looks very different from the civilian population. Austere environments is a big thing that comes up a lot when you're interviewing for the school or you're in the school. But yeah, I think that's a big difference. Everything else seems pretty much the same.
Yeah,
it's fun. Yeah,
it's fun, but it's a lot. As you mentioned, right? It's not as deep as your undergraduate classes, but it's just a lot.
Right.
Well, thanks for working out the tech issues. We'll have a lot more questions for you, Jonas. As we come to you, you're the fourth year of the group. Applications to residency are open now. What is fourth year like for you? Are you just chilling? Just working on essays? What does that look like?
Hi, pleasure to be here. I was wondering if you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. My fourth year is actually a bit difficult. So luckily I got all my essays done and finished about a month and a half ago. But I'm doing audition rotations. So I'm going from rotation site, like different hospitals, different programs each month, and I'm doing 5 back. So it is hectic. I'm living out of my car pretty much, but I'm staying at Airbnbs, and I don't have Wi-Fi, so I'm at a cafe. Here we are.
Here we are. Luke talked a little bit about his life as a third-year student. You as a fourth year, I think a lot of people think about fourth year. I mean, I think about fourth year it's a lot of extra sitting around, a lot of extra. I mean, you're doing rotations and stuff, but you're really focused on trying to match into your residency of your dreams. As you are looking at your audition rotations and everything going on, do you think it's really just more of third year that kind of schedule wise and what you're working on, obviously on top of the ARIS application?
So I think it's a little different. Third year seems to be a bit more scheduled. Like you'll go from rotation to rotation, and you have like a set schedule. But for me, so I'm applying general surgery. Whenever my preceptor's on call, I'm on call. When they're not on call, I'm still on call because the residents are on call. So the schedule is just really hectic. But the upside of that is I don't have to be doing UWorld and Anki and AMBOSS like I did third year.
Yep.
And I'm happy I finished my applications a bit earlier. So I'm kind of, when I'm not at work, I'm kind of just hanging out. So yeah, the sitting around thing, it's either you're going 100% or 0%.
Yeah. So are you're done with step 2 at this point, or level 2?
Yeah. So I took both step 2 and level 2.
Okay.
Just it helps to be a bit more competitive applicant. Some programs won't look at level 2. They'll look at them, but they'd rather have a step score.
Yeah. Sarah, coming back to you as the second year student, step 2 or step 1 rather is now pass fail. Some medical schools are doing weird things with the step exams, like combining step 1 and step 2 together, saying, hey, just take them at the same time, or getting rid of dedicated time for step 1 and potentially facing ramifications of students failing step 1 because they didn't keep the respect for it up enough. What is your school doing in terms of dedicated time for step 1 studying? What are you hearing from other students around the country that are second year students?
Yeah, I have actually heard a lot of what you're saying about them almost completely getting rid of dedicated. I've heard things such as 15 days of dedicated time, which I just think is insane. Personally, though, at my school, I think they saw last year when it first went pass fail, there were some students that maybe kind of took that as like, oh, pass fail. not that big of a deal. And we did have a few more students fail than we normally do. So I think they're kind of coming in hot with us this year and making sure that we know it is still a serious exam. And we've had a lot of information sessions over the summer. We go through the summer, our curriculum. So we had a lot of information sessions over the summer, as well as beginning in the fall, about building a schedule and things. As far as dedicated time, they did shorten it a little bit for us. It's around 6 weeks right now. It used to be a little bit longer, but they've kind of pushed back our whole curriculum to then give us more time for step 2 on the back half. Because the whole idea with step 1 going pass fail is that now step 2 is going to be that new numeric number that they're going to judge everything by. So our school wanted to give us kind of more room to study for that.
Yeah. It was in my opinion, was the dumbest thing they could have done. Like, let's make step 1 pass fail, but keep step 2 scored. It doesn't change anything. It just puts all the weight on step 2 instead of step 1. And it doesn't allow now students who maybe struggled with step 1 to do well on step 2 to potentially make up for that, which is what I did. I scored, I don't know, like just over 50th percentile for step 1. And I scored 99th percentile on step 2, saying, hey, look, I can do this. I just didn't do well on step 1 because I didn't understand how to do well on step 1. And I don't know. It's like, make them all pass fail. Just go all pass fail and let the residency directors figure out something else to do to pick students. Jonas, as you're looking at 4th year now, and looking back over your 3+ years as a medical student, what is the biggest tip that you could give anyone going through this process to survive?
I think my biggest tip would be to find a good group of friends and look out for one another and help each other out at all times. I'm lucky to have this group of friends. There's like 6 of us, and we're always sharing resources. We're always sending each other reminders, like the ERAS supplementals due today. And every day in my group chat with my friends, it's like ERAS due Friday, and it's like Monday, ERAS due Friday, Tuesday. And it's just small stuff like that I think will get you through the difficult times. I think someone mentioned trauma bonding. Hate to use that, but it's definitely when you go through difficult times together, it makes you stronger. And having that good group of friends, that good group support, I think is something that is just definitely underrated. So when you get to medical school, make some friends, and if those friends are solid, keep them.
Keep them. I'm wearing my collaboration, not competition shirt on purpose. I'm a huge believer in it, and so it's definitely a big thing. Luke, what do you think your biggest tip would be to survive medical school? I'm not even talking about thriving. I'm just talking about surviving.
Yeah, I think it was already mentioned, keeping like a good fitness routine has been really helpful for me. And then just taking everything like one day at a time. You can't look too far ahead into the future. And I've said this, since college. If you think about like, oh, I've got to do this 4 years of college, and then 4 years of med school, and then 5 years of residency, and then 2 years of fellowship. It's like thinking about that all at once is just so overwhelming. You have to take it one step at a time. Another thing I would say is like get involved early. It's a lot easier to do a little bit at a time earlier than it is to like put it off, and then you get to the later part of school and you're like, okay, now I have to like do all this like crazy stuff to get the things that I want to get done. So start kind of working on research and volunteering and just shadowing and stuff like that early on in school. Obviously, like, don't overextend yourself because grades are important as well, but getting involved early is a big thing.
Yeah. Stephen, for you, how did you make the transition to first year, and what tips would you give to someone with that transition?
I think so. Firstly, I want to say that I forgot to give the disclaimer. My school made me do this. I'm not speaking for the United States Army, nor am I speaking for USIS. But I do want to give a big shout out to Blueprint. So my school is asynchronous, and I studied with Blueprint. So the videos, the same way my school presents the information that we have to know for our exams is the exact same way it was on Blueprint with the videos. So that's probably my biggest piece of advice for transitioning. Just use Blueprint. And then secondly, just be financially ready. Aside from that, I think I still have a lot to learn. But those are my advice just from my 1 month.
What do you mean by financially ready?
So there's a lot of things that people don't tell you when you're applying to medical school. Firstly, yeah, I think it hits at first when the MCAT comes around and you realize how much the prep material is for the people that do use like Blueprint for perhaps. And then when the application comes around, there's the price of that. And then when you actually get into medical school, there's moving to a different city if you have to, getting an apartment. For people like me, I've pretty much never lived alone in this country. So that was a lot. I didn't realize how much rent was or how much groceries were, or, you know, just buying professional clothes. In my case, buying the uniforms. And those things add up.
Yeah. But you get paid. You get paid to go to medical school.
Yeah, you
That's
get
very
paid
different.
eventually. You get paid eventually, yeah.
Awesome. And Sarah, for you, what is your biggest survival tip?
Sorry, I was coming off mute. It took a minute there.
That's okay.
My biggest survival tip, again, like people have said, exercise routine, find a good group, like I said earlier, in your class that you can relate to and kind of bond with over this experience. And I would say, do not compare yourself to others. I know you say this all the time about the pre-med process, but that continues even in med school. You think that you get in and you're just going to be, you know, oh, I'm in med school. I don't have to compare myself to these people anymore, but it only gets worse. You're constantly thinking about who is doing more research or who is involved in more things. Don't do that. Everyone will get where they're meant to be if you just kind of keep your head down in that sense and do what you're passionate about and what you think is going to get you to where you want to be in the future.
Yeah. Luke, what is something that has surprised you about your journey through medical school?
I would say probably just sorry, there's some construction going on behind me, so if you can hear that, apologies. But yeah, I think I expected it to be kind of just miserable all the time, you know, like we're just like buried in work all the time. And it really hasn't been like that. You know, I've had plenty of time to do the things that I want to do. And in fact, you know, even when it's like crazy busy and like, you know, you don't feel like you have any time, I think it's really important to take the time for yourself because, you know, if you're not taking any time for yourself, you're probably not operating at like full capacity, and so you really are detracting from the amount of stuff that you can do. Whereas if you just, you know, take a little bit of time, take a day off or something, you know, you may be able to function a little bit better going forward. So I would say, yeah, just like I thought it would be a lot more like every day. And, you know, it's definitely is a lot, but you get used to it and you kind of find ways to optimize the way that you approach things. So,
yeah. Eunice, what's something you wish someone told you about medical school, about this process?
That it's not going to be as bad as you think. So I didn't have the best MCAT score. And I was really worried going into medical school. I thought, you know, like I was just going to get lost in the weeds, and like there was a lot of self-doubt. But I think once you get into the groove of things and realize that you're there for a reason, and an admissions committee looked at your application, interviewed you, and selected you, that's enough reason for you to be there and for you to succeed. So it's definitely challenging. It's not easy whatsoever. You're going to be pushed to your limit all the time, almost like every day. But know that you're there for a reason and you deserve to be there and to keep working hard. I think it took me some time to get over that self-doubt that I had going into medical school and the anxiety of medical school. And now it's just like any other day. It's like you wake up and let's go.
Yeah. Wait until next year when you're an intern. The self-doubt comes back really fast. And Luke, I'm sure you can potentially attest the self-doubt that you may have had, and that I'm assuming a lot of us have, walking onto campus for first year, going through those classes, like, did I really get in here? Are they gonna come find me in the classroom and go, haha, just kidding, we mistakenly accepted you? It comes
Yes.
right back clinical years where you're like in the hospital going, I don't think I should be here. I'm not ready for this.
Yeah, so funny story. When we would get our grades for things, we had these like exam numbers, these specific numbers that, you know, they would have that number, and then they would have your grade or whatever next to it. And mine was 404, and I was like, see, I knew it. I wasn't supposed to be here. You know, like the not found, error not found code or whatever that you see.
Yep.
So yeah, definitely still struggle with that to this day. You know, just like a little bit of like imposter syndrome. Like, I'm not like smart like those people. Because, you know, like it was already said, you know, like when you get here, you don't stop, like the comparisons don't go away. And if anything, they get worse, because you're here with like the best of the best, you know, the people whose applications are selected over everybody else. And so, you know, if anything, it just amplifies. You know, you have people from like Ivy League schools, and you're like, how, I can't compete with that. But you know, you just, like I said, take it one day at a time, and just work hard. And I think if you work hard, you know, you can do well, and eventually figure out that, like, okay, I do belong here, and things are going to be all right.
Yeah, love it. Steven, if you could change one part of this process of getting into med school and maybe being a medical student, what would you want to change?
So I'm going to speak for in general, and then for my institution specifically, and my experiences. In general, coming from Nigeria, and then I actually transferred over, so I didn't know a lot about the application process. It was through the constant messages that I sent you on Instagram, and then some of my friends, that I eventually learned and fell upwards to where I'm at today. So I wish, you know, there's more informative messages out there, just more general education. And then secondly, the little funny part of officer training school is a month before you go into medical school, you do this thing called officer training school to join the military, and you do push-ups at 4:30 a.m. for a while.
I remember those days.
Yeah. Aside from that, I love every other part of it. It's fun.
Yeah. So your advice, either do really well at push-ups before deciding to do the military medical school, or don't do the military medical school.
That's pretty much it.
Exercise at 4:30 in the morning. Who's crazy enough to do that? Sarah, what would you change about this process?
About the process as a whole, I think we could change a lot, to be honest. I wish it wasn't such a financial burden to get to where we are all today. Medical school, the price of medical education alone is obviously a lot, but outside of that, you talk about it often, you know, the price for just taking the MCAT alone, and then materials to be able to do well on the MCAT. It's kind of upsetting how not accessible those things are. So that's one big thing I think I would change about the process of getting into medical school. And then as far as in medical school, this process, there are talking about recently some changes to the match process. And I think that if those changes happen, it could be moving in a good direction.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, and it's not really a topic for today. These changes to the match process, I don't know how much they'll help or not, or I mean, double match versus scramble, slope, whatever. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that. Luke, what's one thing that you would change about this process?
Make step scored again, honestly. If, you know, for me, like,
really?
yeah. So I like have typically done well on standardized tests, and so, I feel like it's easier to distinguish yourself. Whereas now it's going to be a lot harder to now it's all on step 2, which is exactly the thing that they were trying to prevent, was like putting pressure on one test score.
Yeah.
Now it's just shifted to step 2, which most people do well on anyway. And then, so it becomes even harder to distinguish yourself with step 2. And I guess that's kind of just like not addressing the real problem, which is like the standardized testing in general. But for me, in my current situation, that would be something that I feel like would be beneficial. But yeah, I don't know. I guess probably I guess comparison, that it's like you're constantly being compared, and constantly like, even so we have these things that where you like do these clinical scenarios, and then they're not graded, but you're like compared to your classmates, and so it's just like constant comparison, which I guess is unavoidable in med school, but it does add a little bit of stress. But,
yeah, got it. We'll open it up to questions here in 1 second. Eunice, I think you're the only one that hasn't answered. What would you want to change about this process?
I think the financial burden is pretty high. So I qualified for the AAMC fee waivers. I don't know if the name has changed in the past few years, but if your family meets a certain threshold for an income, below the threshold, you get to apply to some schools for free, and it's reduced MCAT. I think honestly it should be totally free, but maybe repeat exams you can pay for. So it kind of maybe ups the ante for the first one, so you don't have to pay for the exam in general, because it's a lot of money. I worked as a lifeguard and a camp counselor, so I can afford to register for the MCAT. And albeit I didn't do so great on it, but I think I bounced back with STEP and Comlex. For the STEP, even though if you don't have like a good MCAT score, that's honestly not a good predictor of how you can perform in medical school. Kind of like how you mentioned, you were 50th percentile for STEP. I jumped up to 90s for step 1 and step 2 from a 50th percentile.
Show off.
So it's like, yeah, but it's kind of just to go to show that like even if you don't do so well in your MCAT, and if you can't afford to take the MCAT and you take it once, you can still go and do well.
They're very, very different tests, how they're structured and what they're testing, and so I'm not the biggest fan of the MCAT, how it's structured and how it tests you, but it's the devil we have to deal with at this point. So let's open it up to some questions from the audience. Morgan, what do you think helped your med school applications stand out? I was specifically avoiding this question. Who wants to say potentially what helped them get into med school, do you think? Nobody has anything good. Eunice, go ahead.
So the school that I attend has a huge focus on community outreach. It's almost like it's expected, but it's not like actually mandatory. Everyone just does it. It's like your weekend off after an exam. Everyone's just volunteering. It's like, whoa, what's going on here?
That's cool.
It's pretty, it's starting off, and then you kind of get into a rhythm. And I highlighted that in my personal statement in my application. Like I would volunteer at soup kitchens on Wednesdays for like 2 years, and it was fun because I got to cook and listen to music with all the volunteers and just have a good time. And it's like, whatever you do, highlight it. It doesn't need to be, you don't need to be doing like groundbreaking research or whatever it may be. Just do something, stick with it, and then show that you're passionate for it and how it affected you and how it made you a better person and how it prepares you for medical school in the future. I think that's the best way to go about it.
Yeah. Awesome. Next question. Oh, go ahead.
So for me, I don't know that I had much that made me stand out. Like I played rugby, which was, I guess, different. And I was not in the College of Natural Sciences. So I wasn't like the standard like biochem or anything like that. I did kinesiology. But I think one thing that I did want to say is during college, I didn't have any research, and I was really worried about that. And I thought like that I wouldn't get in anywhere because of it. And it didn't I ended up still getting in, you know, and so just wanted to make that, bring that up and kind of quell anybody's fears who is like worried about not having research. So.
Shocker. Research isn't required. Awesome. All right. What else? McKenna, what should pre-meds look for in their future med schools that a lot of them don't even think about? Sarah, did you have anything you were looking for specifically when it came to picking med schools?
I think when it came down to the ones that I was accepted to, not necessarily when I was just making my list, I looked at how the students acted on student panels. A lot of the times on interview days, there's student panels. And I remember specifically one school that I was interviewing at. The people on the panel were just talking about how miserable their experience was and how they cried all the time and things like that. So I was like, okay, maybe I don't necessarily want that at the top of my list. And then also I looked at the way curriculums were set up. My school, we only have an exam every like 4 to 6 weeks at the end of a block, which I really enjoy for the way I structure my studying, where some other schools have exams every week or every other week, which I just don't think would have worked for me personally.
Yeah. That seems more standard is the more frequent exams. Anyone else on what you were looking for in a school?
Yeah, I actually, so I wasn't necessarily like looking for this, but when I did my interview here, I really just like felt like I got along really well with the current students, and that they all seemed like pretty happy and were talking very highly of the school, which most people at most schools will talk highly of it, but you can kind of tell when they're being like real about it, and when they're when they're like somebody that you would get along with. And I got like a really good feeling about this interview, and so I think that's something you should like keep an eye out for, is like how you feel in the interview, and like whether you could see yourself living in the city, whether you could see yourself being classmates alongside some of the people that you meet.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, next question. Kinsey, did any of you take gap years? What did you do during that time? Any gap year folks?
Yeah, I took oh, you can go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Yes, I took a gap year. I was a medical assistant for an interventional spine doctor. It was a great experience. I encourage everyone, if you're thinking about it, to take a gap year. I have real life experience for it, and I think it actually gave me almost an upper hand coming into some clinical experiences my first year, because I was comfortable talking to patients. I was comfortable doing physical exams because I had done it for a year straight. With that said, I've said that to people, and then they thought they absolutely had to take a gap year to get into med school. That is not the case either. I just think it's a good experience. So,
yeah. And did you do that and work as an MA because you thought you needed more clinical experience to make yourself more competitive, or did you do it just to take a break from school? Why did you do that?
I honestly had a decent amount of clinical experience before that. I needed to fund my application cycle, so I knew I was going to have to work that year. I also was taking my last MCAT attempt a little bit late in the year, before if I were to apply straight out of school. So I knew I was going to have to take a gap year for the sake of the MCAT. And then, I kind of just wanted a break and to live some real life experiences, pay bills, live on my own, make money to support the application cycle and support me.
Yeah. And Luke, you mentioned you took a gap year as well?
I did. So I took one gap year, and I was a scribe at a neurology clinic. So luckily not in the emergency department. It was a lot better hours and everything. So, but I thought it was a good experience just to kind of get that clinical experience that I didn't have to that point. I think part of the reason was I felt like I needed the clinical experience, and it would be like look better on my application. And then part of the reason was I wanted to make sure like, okay, like I'm going to work in this clinic, and I want to like see kind of what medicine's like on a day-to-day basis, and make sure, like, because I knew at the end of that year, if I still wanted to do med school, then it would be the right choice for me. And so after that year, I was like, all right, yep, this is what I want to do. And so ended up doing it, and happy that I did. So
nice. All right, next question. Deanna asks, where did you look websites to see what types of support, mental health, students with kids, underrepresented, etc., are available to the students at the schools you applied to? So a little more school research stuff.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Steven.
Yeah, so I think for this one, the school's website is always like a good start, firstly. And I think that's a little obvious, but when I say like the school's website, I mean dig deep. Like there should be no link left unclicked. Yeah, and that was my take going into it. And after that, then other websites that, I mean, they're kind of controversial, but I use Student Doctor Network and Reddit because you see students make threads about the school. So I wouldn't do that to find out like where they are in the application cycle, but I would do that to see what people's real experiences are at the institution. Those are some of the things that kind of helped me.
Yeah, I love those school-specific threads, especially on Student Doctor Network. I know, shocker, I'm recommending Student Doctor Network. The med school side of it, though, not the pre-med side of it. Go to the med school side and go to those school-specific threads where the students are there. But always, always, always take everything with a grain of salt, because complaints are almost always louder than the praise. So people love to go on and complain, and misery loves company. So there's always a lot of piling on those threads. But just remember, that's just a small subset typically of everyone at that school. Any other interesting ways of doing research from any of you?
I would say,
Eunice, go ahead.
I would look at like their Facebook or Instagram as well. Sometimes some schools have awesome social media accounts, like whoever's running them, like is doing a great job, and they highlight student experiences and just like kind of the fun side of the school, like what students do, volunteering events, kind of mental health awareness. If they have like, my school brings in puppies every 2 weeks, and like you pet puppies, and like I did that all the time, and it was awesome. I mean, it gets the job done, but I would check that out too. And obviously check their websites out. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Puppy petting for the win. Sarah, what were you going to add?
I was going to say that when you're looking at the website, some of these things can kind of be hidden in different ways than you would expect, as far as like resources and support for different types of students. I think it's important. Usually every website has a demographics of the current class and past classes. So see what makes up the class. If it's non-traditional students, if it's students from different backgrounds, I feel like that could tell a lot about a school as well.
Awesome. Well, Stephen, Sarah, Luke, Eunice, thank you so much for joining, sharing your experiences going through medical school, being in medical school, the process of getting into medical school with everyone watching. I wish you the best of luck on your med school journey, your residency journey, and your future career as a physician. So we will end this session here. And we have another winner to announce. A winner of a Blueprint MCAT test pack, Ricky Iracheta from Texas A&M San Antonio. Texas A&M San Antonio. Welcome, welcome. Awesome. Congrats, Ricky. We'll reach out to you. We'll have actually Blueprint reach out to you with how to get that test pack from Blueprint MCAT. Don't forget, go enter to win. We still have more giveaways, premedgiveaway.com. And don't forget MCATscholarship.com for more details about Blueprint MCAT's $20,000 scholarship giveaway. You have to enter by October 31st. No purchase necessary. At MCATscholarship.com. Just go fill out a form, and they will announce a winner November 20th, 2022. All right. Got a couple more sessions left. Rocking and rolling. Hello, Courtney Lewis.
Hi.
Hello. What's going on?
Not much. I was excited to see Eunice. He was one of my students that I accepted back in the day, and he's going to kill it at the match. He's been so involved during med school. So if you don't yet, I would follow him on social media. He's an incredible person, an incredible student. So it was fun to hear an update from him, because once they go in third and fourth year, you barely ever see them because they're not on campus anymore. And it makes me so sad. So it was nice to hear an update from him.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's fun to see how much kind of love and appreciation and just that bond that is formed with the admissions people and the students. And I doubt it's that way at every school, but it's so cool to see that from you at Burrell.
Yeah, I think it was the best part of being in admissions, is you got to see them when you were advising them, or you met them at, a health fair, and then through their application, their interview, acceptance, getting onto campus, being really nervous, the first exam, and then just watching them thrive and grow and, start all of these initiatives. Eunice started a whole medical explorers club for mentoring middle school and high school kids in this rural part of the state, and he's doing incredible things. So even though he's not from New Mexico, he was getting himself plugged in, and so it's really rewarding if I can tack myself onto their little journey as a blip in it. But their med students are amazing, all the stuff that they get done, and I'm excited to welcome another one.
That's awesome. Yeah, let's go.
All right, so please help me welcome Miss Jasmine Brown, who is a current third year, and she's going to talk to us a little bit about being underrepresented and underserved in medicine, which is a topic very near and dear to my heart and was part of my mission as I worked in admissions as well. She's a current third year at Perelman School of Medicine at University of Pennsylvania, and an advocate for supporting minority students on their path to health and science. And so she also has an upcoming book called Twice as Hard, and we're excited to hear from her. So thanks for joining us.
Yay. Hello, Jasmine.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you all?
I'm wonderful.
Doing.
So, Jasmine.
Mm-hmm.
Med school isn't hard enough. Let's write a book while we're doing it. What the heck? Come on. Why did you write a book, Twice as Hard, to go back and look at the history of Black women physicians in this country?
Well, definitely doing both at the same time presents with its own challenges, but it started off when I was in grad school. So I got the Rhodes Scholarship, and I was able to complete a master's in history of medicine at Oxford. And
wow.
I was studying the barriers put in place to prevent Black women from entering medicine into the US. During that process, I learned about a lot of Black women physicians that I had never heard of who had done incredible things, and I thought it was really important to share those stories with other people. Before that project, despite being pre-med, going through undergrad, being in the process of applying to med school, I had never met a Black woman physician, so I felt like sharing these stories could be really important for other people who came from a similar position. And
of course,
yeah, it went into med school, the writing process, but it was a fun process. I think it was nice looking at the history while I was in the present through that journey.
Yeah, that's amazing. So talk about these barriers that you learned about. That it sounds like the specific language you use, and I'm sure you used it on purpose, was the barriers that were put in place to prevent, or that prevented, Black women from entering medicine. What barriers were there? Why were they put in place? And then I'm gonna ask a follow-up question after, like, what barriers are still there? So what did you learn going through this process?
Yeah, so in terms of why were they put in place, medicine is just one part of society, and racism and sexism is ingrained within our society, unfortunately. So medicine, a very sought after field with pretty high income on a national scale. I think just like many other fields with similar metrics of high earning professions, trying to keep people of color and women out of those spaces. In terms of how they were prevented from entering, especially early on. So the first Black woman physician was Dr. Rebecca Crumpler. She started medical school in 1860 before the Civil War even started. And during that time, the things that we're discussing now, how do you get into medical school? Well, Black women and Black people and women in the, say, 1840s, 1850s are just explicitly told we will not let you in because you're Black or because you're a woman. Some of the early women were told to dress as men, and that maybe then they will be allowed to attend the classes, but they couldn't get a degree. And yeah, so the things that we're talking about now and how to progress through the journey, those steps were what we're not allowed to do. So in the late 1800s, they're just explicitly told, like, we won't let you into medical school. Then in the 1900s, early 1900s, well, maybe we'll let you into medical school, but we won't let you do a residency, which is really important to be
What's the point?
exactly like a well-trained doctor. And then now it's more we could let you do residency, and there still are limitations to the amount of people that are allowed to within the space. The number of Black physicians today are approximately the same as the number of Black physicians in 1910.
Yeah, 5% is the number that I most recently saw. Is that about what you see?
In terms of practice, maybe in terms of trainees, but for practicing physicians, my understanding is it's closer to 2.5 to 3%.
Okay.
Yeah, but for the ones that are allowed to go to medical school, go to residency, now it's, well, maybe we'll hire you for a faculty position, but there's few that are at the level of professor, few that are at the level of dean. So promotion once you enter that workforce is a big hindrance now. What was the other question you had?
What are the barriers in place still potentially that
Okay.
are preventing, right? Because looking at those numbers, they haven't changed much, especially for Black men, which
It's
I know your
actually,
books about the women.
yeah. Yeah, so I actually talk about that in the book. So the way that it was in the 1800s and first half of the 20th century, the 1900s, there were many more Black men. So one statistic that I can think of now, in 1900, there were 160 Black women physicians, 88,000 white male physicians, 3,500 white female physicians, and 1,800 Black male physicians. So there were 10 times as many Black men as there were Black women in the field because of the combination of racism and sexism. It was around the 1960s when it started to switch, where the number of Black men entering the field basically plateaued while the number of Black women continued to rise. And my hypothesis on the cause of that, one of the major causes being mass incarceration, because that's also the time period that started to happen. And so then this is not something that just starts when you go into medical school. This is a journey that begins in elementary school and middle school. And so if they're sending a lot
Even
of the
before
Black
elementary school with preschool and
Exactly.
universal daycare, universal preschool, the lack of potentially.
Yeah. So yeah, now there are definitely fewer Black men going into medicine, but that's, I think, a large part of bigger societal issues that started off really in the 1960s.
Yeah. Did you, as you were doing the research for this book and finding these women in history, these Black women from history, did you gain any inspiration from them or hope from them that things have changed, are changing, will hopefully be better sometime soon?
I definitely gain inspiration from them. So in terms of if things have changed, the reason that I started that project for my dissertation was based off of prejudice that I experienced and other Black students had experienced. So there's definitely still problems that persist to this day. Um, and so when I was looking at the barriers for my dissertation, I was disheartened at first to see how far it went back, how ubiquitous the problem was. But I was really inspired by how these Black women persisted and were able to succeed despite that. And definitely a lot of them, the earlier ones, had challenges even greater than the challenges that I faced. So, for instance, one of the Black women physicians, Dr. Edith Irby Jones, she was the first Black person to attend medical school in the South. It was in the 1950s, so about 100 years after Dr. Rebecca Crumpler graduated from medical school. She graduated from New England Female Medical College, which is in Boston. Was in Boston, it's shut down now. And so Dr. Irby Jones was in medical school during Jim Crow, like segregation. So she was the only Black student in her class. And because of segregation, she wasn't allowed to eat in the cafeteria with her classmates because they were all white. She wasn't allowed to use the women's bathroom because the white women in her class used the bathroom. So definitely thinking about the level of isolation that she experienced while going through this extremely difficult journey is just really powerful to me to see that she was able to do it. So as I'm going through my own journey and find my own challenges, it's like, well, they were able to succeed through it. So let me keep pushing it and make it through.
What is your before I ask that question, for everyone watching, if you have questions, we'll do a little Q&A here as well. This session is going to be a little bit shorter compared to the other ones, so ask your questions. What are you hoping this book does for society, for the medical world? What are you hoping this book does?
I have two major goals for it. So the first one is to provide that inspiration and this lineage of role models for other students of color that are thinking about medicine but don't have close connections to the medical field with family members or friends that they can talk to. So seeing people that they can identify who are able to persist despite their challenges, I hope that would inspire them to pursue their dream despite. So an example of a barrier that I faced, like, was told even at a young age that since I'm Black, like, I'm not smart enough to succeed in college or be successful in a career like medicine.
And who's telling you this? Where are these voices coming from?
Let's say classmates. So even as early as elementary school, other classmates telling me that I wouldn't be able to do this. And I'm a young child, and hearing that so often, and then also not being able to see that representation around me. Like I said, I never met a Black woman physician. And so I've had doctors before. So I'm hearing these voices telling me that because of something innate in who I am, that I cannot succeed. And then I'm not seeing the role models to combat that.
Yeah.
I had a supportive family who inspired me to keep pushing, even though none of them were in medicine.
Mm-hmm.
But there could be plenty of people who are like turned away from that level of discouragement.
Of course. Yeah.
So having those role models that they can just access through this book to hopefully inspire them. Then on the other side, because there are still problems that persist within medicine, there are a lot of people who care about this, regardless of their background, who want to make a change, but may not know what to do or even what is the source of these problems. So by providing this historical precedent of these were some of the systematic changes that went into place that have prevented the continued diversification of medicine, that they will have more tools on how to change it. So for instance, I mentioned the statistic about the demographics within medicine from around 1910 to present day, that aligned with the Flexner report that changed, it led to the closing of many Black medical schools. And still today, the vast majority of Black physicians are trained at Black medical schools, but there's
Yeah.
only 3 that are around. So, okay, how did this happen? There's not that many that are around, and there's still not enough of the predominantly white medical schools that are admitting Black students.
Yeah.
Like, that's a systemic change that has had very long lasting effects. And even in Flexner's report, he said that he felt like Black physicians only needed to treat Black patients, and the fewer Black doctors, the better. So, yeah.
So it's interesting. I just yesterday interviewed Brian Elliott, who wrote a book researching a lot of our histories and traditions in medicine, and his book is called White Coat Ways. It's coming out later this year as well. And one of the things that we talked about was the Flexner report that came out in 1910, and it's very interesting. I didn't think at all about the potential racist bias behind it, or potential reasons behind it, other than this big report. And everyone can go Google Flexner report. It was a big document, a big report that came out that's like, our medical education system is broken. We're training a lot of doctors that are just going and buying a degree at like the corner store. And we need to close all that. We need to standardize medical education in this country. This is the start of kind of the ACGME world, the whole accreditation process. And now I'm talking to you, and it's like a lot of these Black schools closed. And I'm like, and we talked yesterday about, like, very much like, was there some I think the language I used was like mobbish behavior behind this, of like, hey, we have the opportunity to make a lot of money here by accrediting schools and making sure that everyone who does everything does it our way and pays us to do it our way. And Brian yesterday talking about, he's like, of course, definitely, because those were the times of like, just no rules, and you're going and chasing money. It didn't once cross my mind yesterday the potential racism of the report, or the ramifications of it, that closed lots of Black medical schools as well. So history.
Yeah, because it's like, the individuals within medicine, we're not in a bubble. We're in the larger society. So at that time, it's 1910. Slavery was like 50 years before. So this view that Black people can be property, how does that align with the view that Black people can be physicians? Like, and then who are the people that are put in power to make these decisions on how medicine changes? Yeah.
So we have a book and a movie about Dr. Ben Carson, Gifted Hands. We have books and movies about Hidden Figures, the amazing women scientists at NASA. Who do you think, out of all of the women that you researched, is going to have a movie created about her?
There were a lot of really incredible women in the book. I think, based off of just what could grab an audience attention, my guess would probably be Rebecca Crumpler, if anyone. But the sad thing about it, who was the first Black woman physician, but the sad thing about her is that, about that situation, is she wasn't valued in the same way as the first Black male physician or the first white female physician. There had already been a first Black physician and first woman physician, so there wasn't as much attention paid to that intersectionality, and there's not as much documentation that was preserved on her legacy, on what she did in her lifetime. A lot of what I was able to find out about her was from a book that she actually wrote herself. Yeah, there's not even a photo of her that's been verified by historians. There is a
Wow.
photo that will come up if you Google her name, but that photo is actually of the first Black woman nurse. And just because I think people feel this need to have an image attached and not realizing the fact that they didn't think she was important enough to have an image of her when she was alive, even though there is an image of the first white woman physician, is an image of the first Black male physician who were alive before her, were living before
Yeah.
her. So it's not just about technology. Yeah, there's not as much about her. So maybe there would be a movie about her, but I'm not sure. Probably a lot of it would be fictional because there's not enough
Yeah.
information on her actual life.
All right. Well, I think Rachel's gonna hate me for this. I think we need to option the rights to her story somehow and write a movie. And let's go down that path. I think it'll be fun. So I think really at the end of the day, the question that I have for you is what are you hoping to take forward, right? You're a medical student. You still have medical school to finish, getting into residency. You wrote this book that's being published, which is amazing. Congrats on that process. I've written 4 books. It's a pain in the butt, and I keep doing it to myself. It's a miserable process. What are you hoping to take forward to continue to push for more equity here, for more diversity in this process, to get these numbers up, to represent our population? The Black percentage in our population is about 14%. And if we're somewhere between 2.5% and 5%, like, we're way off of that. What's your goals moving forward?
I'm definitely passionate about diversity and equity within medicine, within STEM, within the country, honestly. And so I see this book as a platform for me to further that personal mission. And I definitely plan to do that throughout my career. I'm not sure exactly how that will take form, but it will be a part of my career.
Yeah. And the title Twice as Hard. I can make some guesses. Twice meaning like woman, twice meaning Black. It seems like my guess would be that it's a lot more than twice as hard for Black women, especially those that you researched coming up to be as successful as they were. Where did the title come from?
Yeah, you had some good guesses. In a way, it's a play on words. So I would say the phrase twice as hard for half as much is oftentimes said within the Black community. Like, you have to work twice as hard to get a certain position. And that's even shown in research. Like, there was a study that, and I think there was probably multiple studies on this, applicants submitting for a job position, and they changed same exact
Change their name.
application, changed
Yeah.
the name to make it sound white or Black, and the application with the white sounding name almost always got the job over the Black sounding name, even though they had the same exact credentials. So just how bias impacts people's decision making for progression within a career. And then similarly, like what you said, that this intersectionality of race and gender. So it's not just being a Black woman is not just the additive of those two challenges. It's something more complex. So kind of touching on that intersectionality as well.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited you wrote the book. I'm excited to read it. We'll open up to some questions here from the audience. Karima asks, so inspiring. How did you go about crafting your disadvantage statement or speaking on being an underrepresented in your application? Okay. So a big assumption there, making an assumption that you marked yourself as disadvantaged. But if you did, how did you talk about that? And then being an underrepresented in medicine applicant, how much did that play into your application?
So it's been a little while. Are those two the same statement or are they different?
So I think the disadvantaged essay is obviously a distinct part of the AMCAS application. And then I think that the other question is just in general, how did you weave in being underrepresented? Or
I kind of forget because this was in like I applied, yeah, probably like 4 or more years ago.
All right. We'll skip this question. Morgan, what was it like to study at Oxford, and did the timing of the academic calendar year there pose an issue with starting med school in the States?
Oxford was a lot of fun. Yeah, it was a great way to think in a different way. So I majored in neuroscience in undergrad, and then this is even though it's about medicine, it was a history program, and I really enjoyed being able to use my right brain where there's not always a clear answer, but just a lot of space for me to reflect and create my own answer. And also my community had friends from all over the world, and that really expanded just my perspective on life. I really loved it. In terms of applying for med school, thankfully, my academic schedule at Oxford was very flexible. A good portion of my degree was dedicated to writing my dissertation, which was about 100 pages. So it was a lot of work. So I was able to do all of my med school interviews before the fall term at Oxford starts about a month or so later than the like fall semester here in the US. And I was able to go back after I had I came here, did all my med school interviews, and then went back to Oxford afterwards. I was there like a few weeks after the term had started, but I was just working on my dissertation here.
Nice. Very cool. I think we have time for one more question. McKenna, how can your fellow med students be better allies? How can pre-med students be better allies to others in the pre-med process? So allyship, any thoughts there?
Yeah, I think that when someone is a target of some form of discrimination, it's oftentimes put on them to call it out, to speak to the pain that it causes them, and try to work towards a resolution. But a lot of times there's other people around and they may feel uncomfortable and just be silent because they don't know what to say. But it goes a long way for those allies to also speak up to, okay, this was uncomfortable. For the person who may have been initiating, let's say, the microaggression, to that ally to address that person, be like, well, what did you mean by this? Or why did you say this? As opposed to the target of that being the person who has to speak up. And I think that goes a long way for me when that's happened, for me to feel less alone, and that person is willing to speak up for me in a situation that's uncomfortable, as opposed to just in private, they'll talk to me about it. And it also makes me feel like I can talk to them about those difficult situations, as opposed to if they're silent, sometimes will make me wonder, do they agree? Are they a part of it?
Yeah. Silence speaks loudly.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Are you familiar with Dr. Chanel Wilson?
I don't know her.
All right, got to connect you. What does your future medical residency or medical specialty look like? Do you have a thought yet?
So I'm currently on my surgery rotation, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Thinking ophthalmology, but I also really like my psychiatry rotation. So
well,
it's up in the air.
If you're potentially interested in urology, Dr. Chanel Wilson, rather, I had her on the pre-med years, an episode that's coming out in a few weeks. She, similar to you, underrepresented as a Black woman physician. She's a urologist, and she started a program called Urology Unbound, working to increase the representation of underrepresented minorities in the field of urology. So she may be a great contact for you, and I'd be happy to put you in contact with her.
Yeah.
Jasmine Brown, thank you so much for joining us here at MappdCon. Congratulations on your book, Twice as Hard: The Stories of Black Women Who Fought to Become Physicians from the Civil War to the 21st Century. Still fighting to this day. Hopefully the fight gets easier and easier, and we get a lot more equity, a lot more diversity in this field as we continue on.
Agreed. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Awesome. All right, everyone. As we continue here, we have another winner, Stephanie Bogdan from the University of Ottawa. Oh, we're going to pay lots of money to ship some books to Canada. Oh, man. That's all right. We are happy to pay it. Hopefully they do you well, Stephanie. We have two more sessions coming up. One more big session talking about the finances of medical school, and then a little closing where we talk about some more giveaways and just a parting goodbye from the Mappd team. Hello, Rachel.
Hello. I'm going to introduce our friend Megan, I think. Yep, she's here. Let me bring her on camera. So yeah, we've got a couple sessions left. We're counting down towards the end, but we still have amazing info to share. We've been friends with Student Loan Planner for about 3 years now. So this is not Megan's first rodeo hanging out with me and Ryan on camera. And, the thing is, there's no getting around how expensive med school is. So the big question I think a lot of pre-meds want to know is there a way out of this mountain of debt? And Megan Landris from Student Loan Planner has extensive experience guiding students along the journey of loan repayment. So thank you, Megan, for being here to offer all these great tips to our pre-health community.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I look forward to nerding out again today.
Yeah, let's get mathy.
Yeah. Let's talk about interest rates. Hello, Megan. Thanks for hanging out with us again today.
Hello.
This is not a fun topic for many people, how expensive medical school is. It's an important topic, though, and one that I hope we can help students learn something from so they don't make potentially super critical mistakes when it comes to paying back loans and making sure they're doing the best thing to reduce interest and all of that fun stuff. Let's start with why? Why is medical school so expensive? Do you know the answer to that?
I don't know if I know the exact answer to that, but I've got some ideas, and it has to do with the fact that you can borrow up to the cost of attendance to go to school. So colleges have no incentive to keep the cost down for people anymore. People are not generally paying for college out of pocket anymore. I'm sure there's some better statistics on that, but I think the reality is there's no incentive for schools to keep the costs down low. So why not charge more and make more money as a university?
Yeah, that's the answer. The government says, we'll give you what you need. And so the school says, well, we need more. We need more and more and more and more. The students will pay it back. That is the goal. We've seen a lot in the news lately about student debt forgiveness. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, we can argue the merits of how they drew the lines for student loan forgiveness. I think it was, is it less than 75,000 or less than something, 150,000, whatever those numbers were for who qualified. Most doctors are not going to qualify for student loan forgiveness. Where potentially are there options for physicians in the future, the people watching this, future physicians, to know that potentially there are some good options for them in the future paying back loans?
Yeah. So there, I think there are a lot of good options still available. So the cancellation that's been in the news over the past couple of weeks is cancellation of up to 20,000, which actually, if you have student loans right now and you've had them before the summer of this year, you could be eligible for this. You would just have to apply. If you're still in school, you very likely were under the income threshold. So there's two parts to the immediate cancellation right now. There's an income limitation, 125,000 or less as a single person, 250,000 or less as a household, as a married couple. And they're going to go off of 2020 or 2021's taxes, whichever is the most recent on file, which is probably going to be 2021. And you can apply for that. You get up to 20,000 if you ever received a Pell Grant, which mostly are given in undergrad. So if you borrowed in undergrad, you had an extreme need at that time, you may have gotten a Pell Grant. You can tell if you did or not by logging into your studentaid.gov account, and it'll tell you what your grant to loan amount was. And so you get 20,000 if you fall under those thresholds. You get 10,000 if you did not have grants awarded to you. But you're very correct. For most physicians in practice, you're probably making well above the 125 threshold unless you're still in residency or fellowship. So what else is there? What other options are there? Public service loan forgiveness, or PSLF for short, is a very real program, and I think it's very applicable to physicians. Primarily because you can find yourself very commonly, and especially in residency, in a teaching hospital or in an eligible employer setting, where you have to be working at a nonprofit or a 501c3 or government, and you have to be doing that for 120 income-driven monthly payments. So it's about 10 years of consecutive work in public service. And a lot of physicians do tend to stay on at a hospital, and they could continue to be eligible doing that. Or they go and work for the VA or a county hospital. So that's a very real opportunity, which we could dive into a little bit more if you'd like. And then there's
let's put that in practical terms. The key thing is nonprofit, I think, is really the key determining factor. Is every hospital nonprofit?
Not every hospital, but many are. Many of them are.
So many are. So let's go down into the weeds a little bit more. For residency programs, how tricky is it potentially, like the hospital that you're working at is nonprofit, but your residency program is potentially a private residency program by a for-profit. Is that a thing?
It's not as common. It's actually more common for attending to find themselves in that position where they're doing the work at a nonprofit hospital, but they're employed by either a contractor or a practice group. But it's very rare where residency doesn't qualify.
Got it.
Yeah.
So residents potentially are going to qualify as a nonprofit employee, right? You're working for a nonprofit. When I was, and maybe I predated this PSLF, when I was in medical school, our financial aid guy was like, just defer, like whatever the term was, like, just don't pay anything. It's fine. But potentially what you're saying is, if I do income-based repayment, potentially maybe the best option, and I'll let you explain that.
Yeah.
As a resident starting month one, and I'm doing a 5-year surgical residency and then a 1-year fellowship potentially on top of that at the same program, that's 6 years. If I'm doing the smallest payment possible, even though I'm making like 50 grand a year, maybe I'm going to do whatever I can to pay as little as possible, so that when I get out of training, I basically only have 4 years left of loans to pay for, and then I'm done. As long as I, again, continue to work at an eligible employer, right? Is it really that simple?
Yes, it is that simple. So that's the benefit of, as soon as you graduate, you want to consolidate to combine the loans and waive the grace period, because that's 6 months that won't count towards PSLF. And if you're already starting, in July, which most folks do, they start residency in July, then you could start from day one getting credit towards PSLF. And a really good tip too is make sure you file taxes before you graduate. Even if you didn't make any income last year, because when you apply for the income driven plan, it links back to the most recently filed tax return, and your payment can be as little as $0 a month.
Yeah.
And that counts towards
That
PSLF.
counts.
Yeah.
It's like a loophole where I actually win for once. That's
Yes.
amazing. That's phenomenal. So
yeah.
The money is weird, right? We
Mhm.
we live in a society where it's kind of taboo to talk about,
yeah.
and it can be frustrating. We have all of our classmates that are going through this process. Most of them are probably taking out loans, and we're all stressing about it.
Mhm.
Why do we not help each other out more about this? Why is this, like, these secrets not as well known?
Yeah. I think you're totally right. I do think personal finances are still just taboo to talk about. They're weird to talk about. Everybody's money situation is also very personal. I think behavioral finance is a very real part of financial planning, to where, somebody's numbers may seem similar, like you and your colleagues' numbers, your income in the future, your student loan balance might be similar, but your financial plan might be totally different, because one of you might, just have different money ideas, different goals that you're trying to accomplish. So sometimes that makes it hard to talk about finances too, because things are just so personal to everybody, and that's okay. But I think, the student loan conversation, I think, not feeling alone is very helpful. We've seen in, like, the student loan planner community when it comes to loans and debt in general. So there's a couple Facebook groups, and if y'all, listening to this wanted to join in on these Facebook groups, just search PSLF eligible physicians, or other student loan groups on Facebook. I'd probably I don't hate Reddit at all, but probably avoid Reddit. It's not really a community, I wouldn't say, for like positivity. Sometimes
Yes.
there's way more negativity.
We agree.
So, but like there's a PSLF eligible physicians group right now that I always check like every once in a while to see what's going on, and like it's so empowering to see people like helping other people, like not just with student loans, even too. Like it's cool to see like those just conversations going to where you don't feel alone in whatever financial situation you're in. So it's, I think the conversation can be there if it makes you feel comfortable enough to talk about your finances, but
Yeah.
It's still kind of an odd thing.
So there has to be a downside to PSLF. If
Mhm.
my job is to, again, the surgical residency example, if I'm spending 6 years in a nonprofit doing my training, am
Mhm.
I like avoiding a $400,000 salary to go make a $200,000 salary just so that I can pay off loans in 4 years versus maybe faster if I just took the difference between my salaries? What's the trade-off
Mhm.
there for working at a quote unquote nonprofit?
That's a common trade-off where the salary is very different. Just naturally in a nonprofit setting or a government setting, you're going to be probably making less than your counterparts working in private practice. But I'll say first, there are practice areas which naturally just find themselves in public service. Like emergency medicine is easily found in a hospital setting, just no matter what. So I think for those folks, it's a no-brainer. Like go for PSLF. That's probably just naturally where you would go anyway, so you might as well do the program. For those where you could go either way, there is that conversation you want to have, and I think I always kind of try to redirect the conversation too to what do you want to do? Like maybe set the money aside for a second, because that's an important part of the decision. But also think about, like, do you want the private practice job? Like, is that something that you think will bring you joy? Are you someone where you could find yourself enjoying the public service better, or vice versa? Like, so think about that first. Like, what do you actually want? And the good news about physicians and what we typically see with the numbers is if there is a private sector job compared to a public sector job, generally in the same practice area, the private sector job will pay you pretty handsomely, enough to maybe make it make sense to walk away from PSLF. It's very common where we crunch the numbers and it's like, yeah, I mean, if you want the private sector job, yeah, you're walking away from PSLF, but it's okay because you're going to be making X amount more and you can commit that to the loans and pay them off faster. So that's I think a positive thing, is that if private sector is where you'd rather go, mathematically it could still definitely make sense, even though it feels weird to maybe walk away from the forgiveness word,
Yeah.
but it still could make sense. And
Yeah.
then there are practice areas too where it's just you're not probably going to find yourself in public service later on. So those folks would probably want to maybe protect themselves with going on an income driven plan anyways. There are some interest subsidies that could help keep the interest costs down while you're in residency and fellowship. But maybe don't bank on PSLF if you're in one of those practice areas that won't find yourself there.
Yeah. How convoluted is this process for someone to go, okay, I think I'm going to do PSLF, and then they get to a certain point and they're like, yeah, just kidding. I don't think I want to work in a nonprofit arena. Are they like screwing themselves by starting one route and then changing? Are they technically like, do you go to the government like as a first year resident to go, I declare myself PSLF, and then they have to go redeclare? Like, just kidding. Like, are these just terms we throw around? Like, what are the ramifications here?
Yeah. So you definitely don't have to like alert the Fed system that you decide not to do PSLF. That's not the case. You stop turning in your paperwork for PSLF if it's no longer applicable. But that's why, so what we typically recommend is deferment during residency is, I would say, almost never the answer. I won't say never, because there's always like a couple cases where I'm like, okay, maybe that made sense. But almost deferment is never the answer, because interest will accrue at 100% of whatever that interest cost is per month, making the balance more and more expensive. So it's not really a loophole, but it is a strategic planning tool where you go on repay, which is one of the income driven plans. It has the most generous interest subsidies or discounts on the accruing interest, because even when you're in residency, your payment's going to be still really low because you're making the lowest income you ever will. Which is helpful because you need to make payments instead of being in deferment, so that keeps the payment low. But that also naturally would mean that the balance is still growing because you're not paying the interest. Well, repay will subsidize half of that accruing interest and waive it completely. So it makes sense regardless. If you are someone who definitely is not doing PSLF but just can't afford thousands of dollars of monthly payments right now because you're still in training, go on repay, take advantage of those subsidies, save as much as and I suggest too, like, if to take a foot in the door approach is what I call it, where if we're not sure about PSLF or thinking about private sector, we're not sure, then, go on repay, take advantage of the subsidies, and then save pretty aggressively, like throw money in a savings account. And then there will be some clarity in the coming years on which direction you think you're going to go. And if you're going private practice, then you can take that savings, dump it on the balance, and work it down from there. But if you decide not to do private practice, you also didn't shoot yourself in the foot by throwing a ton of money towards a loan that you're going to go ultimately get forgiven. So that helps, I think, calm the nerves on, like, I don't know what I want to do, because you don't have to.
Yeah. What's the biggest mistake you think students make during this whole process?
I think the biggest mistake is probably the deferment. I think taking the deferment, not paying attention to their loans until after training. That is the biggest mistake, I would say. So that's an easy answer.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
And do you think they're deferring based on bad advice, or just based on fear of being poor as a resident and not being able to afford all their bills?
I think historically it was probably bad advice. Maybe like you had mentioned that you had gotten, like, it wasn't well known that, hey, you could really strategically start PSLF now. So I think bad advice was originally the answer. Now it might be the fear of what the payment is, because and the student loans in general are also just an intimidating thing. And sometimes, unfortunately, student loans are the first introduction to personal finance that people will have. And if you're looking at, down the barrel of 400,000 of student loans, like that's a very overwhelming number. And you're thinking like logically, like, gosh, well, what is that payment going to be? And so you just ignore it. And I think income-driven repayment can be a really great option. It keeps the payment very reasonable during your training years. So I would say, to overcome that is just really take a look at it early. Think, hopefully this is a good conversation to have now to start thinking about it, and then don't be so intimidated because it may not be as bad as you're thinking.
Yeah. For our current audience right now, most of them being pre-med students, hopefully they're going to undergrad for as cheap as possible so that they don't have loans on top of loans. What are things that they can do now potentially to help them with the transition to med school, with the loans they're taking into med school for the future?
So I think good news is when you go to med school, the loans from undergrad do stay in school deferment because you're continuing your education. So you won't be required to make payments on the loans. Now, let's see. This might sound funny, me saying, but if you are going towards public service loan forgiveness, or you think that's the direction you might be going, which again, you may not know, and that's okay. But if you're pretty confident that that might be a direction you're going in a weird way, it doesn't really matter how much the balance is at a certain point, the balance of your loans, I mean, because whatever balance is left over after 120 income-driven payments, which the payments are just based off of income, not the balance, whatever's left over is then forgiven. So if you have undergrad loans and you're concerned about that going into graduate school, well, it may not be as big of a deal as you're thinking because you may not be paying those off anyways.
Yeah.
But if you're someone who might be looking at not doing PSLF, some suggestions would be, if you're still in undergrad, reducing the cost of going to school or how much you're borrowing as much as possible is helpful. Having part-time jobs or working on campus, that can be helpful. And then while you're in school, if there's any way possible that you could be paying towards interest, that could, help a little bit when it comes to repayment on the back end, like keeping the balance lower.
Yeah. With PSLF, is that forgiven amount, is that considered income that is taxed?
It is not. So that's good. And that's never been the case. So no one will ever have to pay income taxes for PSLF, thankfully.
Nice. All right.
Yeah.
Bonus. Someone's looking out for us, wealthy doctors. Thank you. What is the landscape of the future of this? With I know Biden is like, let's forgive it all. let's forgive it all.
Yeah.
Do you see a future where medical school is free? I don't know. What does that look like?
Gosh, I wish I knew the answer to that. I would I'm always pessimistic when it comes about like student loan legislation because I like to guard my heart. But I think probably not. I don't think it's sustainable, but I think there's got to be some kind of reform when it comes to the cost of attendance.
Yeah.
So that's going to start on the front end, like with, how can schools charge? Like, how can they justify charging X amount? So there might be some more tightening there, which I think could be a good thing. But I also know there's more talks of more generous income-driven plans that could come down the pipeline in the future. So maybe even cheaper income-driven payments than what we already have right now. So I think things are moving in a positive direction. I don't think things are going to get worse. It's just a matter of like what actually gets implemented in the next couple of years.
Yeah. Not very likely for physicians, hopefully. Bankruptcy is one of the big things that for some reason student loans are not whatever the term is forgiven during bankruptcy. And I know a lot of people with this loan forgiveness that Biden just signed recently, a lot of people are like, that doesn't really get at the heart of the issues I'll take the free money. Like, it seems like bankruptcy and getting rid of student loans is the easiest kind of thing to say, look, everything else is forgiven in a bankruptcy. Why not student loans? Is that coming? Maybe. Again, I want you to have a crystal ball here.
Yeah. Gosh. So I think there have been some really positive movements in that direction. There have been some interesting cases that have been successful with bankruptcy. I think it's hard for federal student loans, especially, to be considered as part of a bankruptcy process because you have to prove undue hardship.
Yeah.
And undue hardship means there's just no way you can pay on your student loans and provide for your family and provide for the necessities. And that's hard to say you can't do if you have income driven plans where the payment can be as little as zero.
Yeah.
So, if your payment can be as little as zero, why include that in a bankruptcy proceeding? Why not just have the payment be zero until you can pay later? So I guess that's,
darn
I don't
logic.
know. Yeah. But I think positive changes are to come there.
Yeah.
And we have already seen some cases that are pushing that way. So to be determined.
So, but before we jump into some Q&A from the students, and again, if you're watching and you have questions, ask them now. We'll pull them up. The big thing that I want students to try to take away from this is just not being so scared to ask questions. I think as you mentioned, right, staring down the barrel of $400,000 of student debt, a lot of people will just bury their head in the sand and go, if I don't look at it, then it's not there. But then they're not making the right choices. So let's kind of walk through potentially the 4 years of medical school, what students should be doing every year to make sure they're staying on top of the things that they should be staying on top of, so they don't make mistakes and screw themselves in the end.
Well, step one, I would say, is definitely complete FAFSA each year on time. You want to make sure you have access to federal funding, federal student loans. We've talked a lot about federal loans today because they are the most accessible, the most flexible. They're the only loans that are eligible for these forgiveness programs we're talking about. So you don't want to get yourself in a position where you miss the deadline and you can no longer borrow federal loans and you have to go private, because that's a regular debt that you have to pay off. There's nothing interesting about private loans. They're far less flexible. So that's one. Definitely make sure you complete FAFSA on time. I would say I typically recommend, if you're going to graduate school, borrowing federal is probably the way to go, because you can always privatize your loans later, take them to a private company, reduce the interest costs later on. You can't borrow private and turn them into federal, though. So I think borrowing federal from the get-go just locks in way more options when it comes to repayment. So those are maybe the two big things, and you'll have two different types of federal loans you can borrow: unsubsidized loans, and that has a cap of $20,500 for the year. If you are meeting that, which you likely will, going to med school, where there's still more costs to come, then you can spill over into what's called graduate plus loans. And graduate plus loans are similar. They have the same repayment options post-graduation, but those are the two loan types you'd want to be borrowing. Stay away. I would probably generally recommend stay away from private borrowing, because you could always refinance later.
Yeah. I guess our team wants to start asking questions, so let's go ahead and bring up some questions. Sabri asks, when is the best time to apply for PSLF?
Great question. So you would want to submit what's called an employment certification form once a year, once you start working. So this will be after graduation. Once you have that public service job, you'll submit this employment certification form to just continue to confirm that you're still working in public service. They count up your payments, and that's the best thing to do to stay on top of it.
Is that something like month one you should do, or just any time within that year? Is there a rush to do it?
Not necessarily a rush unless there's a concern about the employer being eligible. Like if you're not sure if they're eligible, you'd want to do it like as soon as possible, but it's always a retroactive document, so it'll always look back at your payment history. So you
Okay.
could do it within the first year and that's totally
Okay.
fine.
What about at year 10? I go, okay, I've been at the same place for 10 years. Can I submit a document then and go retroactive?
Yes, you can. I
Okay.
would recommend doing it more frequently just to catch any issues before, like, sooner rather than later.
Okay.
But
So it's
yeah,
just a
that could happen.
safer process.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So someone maybe who just doesn't know, 3 years into their residency, someone's like, what do you mean you haven't submitted that? That person isn't kind of left out. They can still submit.
Yes, they
That's
can,
good.
thankfully.
That's good. Assuming also they've been making payments.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Even
that's the key.
$0 payments.
Yeah, you had to be in repayment on an income-driven plan, but as
Yeah.
long as that was true, you'll get your payments counted up.
What does a $0 payment look like? Do you just get an invoice that says you owe $0? Thank you.
Literally, yeah. So there's nothing you have to actively do.
Okay.
It locks itself in for 12 months and then you update that every 12 months. So they send you out a reminder like, hey, it's time to recertify your income. And then you just update your income that way. But yeah, you don't have to actively do anything if you have a $0 payment until you have to renew.
So maybe you know the answer, maybe not. The average salary nowadays for residency, I don't know what it is, 55,000, whatever the number is. If someone's making $55,000 a year as a resident, what would that income-based payment look like?
Yeah, I think so. What I've been seeing lately has been like 65 to 70 on average for residency salary.
Okay.
But I could tell you right now what it would be. It'd probably be around 200 if you had a full year of that income reporting, which usually you don't.
Okay.
So if you were making 50,000, it would be about $181. If you were
Okay.
making about 70,000, it'd be about $350 a month.
So not horrible. I mean, it could make or break a budget, but definitely doable if someone is really intentional with their budgeting.
Yeah.
Go check out YNAB. I've been playing with YNAB lately. It's fun. It's
I
crazy.
love YNAB. Yeah.
Morgan asks, is there a way to search for loans with lower interest rates? Yeah, that's the problem, right? Federal loans are kind of locked in at one rate, and you can go shopping, but then you lose all the benefits of federal loans.
You've got it. Yep. So there's no way to reduce a federal student loan interest rate. They are what they are. They're based off of the U.S. Treasury rate. You could go and search private student loans, but exactly like you said, you risk not having access to any of the federal flexibilities. So if you're looking for lower interest rates after graduating, after training, because you're paying the loans off, absolutely. You can go and refinance with another private student loan company that refinances student loans. And the goal there is to try to get the interest rate as low as possible.
Yeah. So if I were doing PSLF, I would not want to refinance at any point with a private company, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
The interest rate does not matter if you're going towards public service loan forgiveness because you're not paying off the balance. You're just trying to make the required minimum payments until you get to 120.
Yeah. Just as I went through my military officer training, one of our colleagues going through training as well is everyone can hug a bear for 8 seconds. Just hug that bear and keep hugging it. It may claw you a little bit. Just hug it. That's all you're doing. Just trying to survive that 120 payments.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I like that saying.
Omar, how can I financially prepare for med school as a pre-med? Yeah.
It's a good question. So I think making sure you're getting your aid organized. So each school has a cost of attendance that they will publicly post each year that will itemize what their tuition costs are, what their expenses are for like actually going to school. And they also have line items for living expenses for so like housing, for example, eating, like food, transportation, and health insurance. Usually they will itemize those expenses as an idea of how much you should be spending. And that's how much they base how much they're going to award you on for student loans. So a great way to prepare for med school is to take a look at what they are kind of prescribing when it comes to a budget for those areas and stick within it, because you can always only borrow up to that amount. And if you run out of that amount, like midway through your academic period, you're going to be in a bad spot. So you want to make sure that you put together a budget in advance with that.
Yeah. One of the biggest pieces of advice that I heard and I struggled with during medical school, I had a lot of credit card debt. And so as much as possible, try to pay off your credit card debt, try to
Beforehand,
not
yeah.
have a car loan, all of those things, because the school doesn't necessarily care about those things. And
Yeah.
the cost of attendance, the budget that they put together doesn't assume any of that extra debt that you
Right.
may be paying, unfortunately.
That's true.
Yeah, so fun. Aaliyah, are federal loans typically enough to cover the cost of medical school? Yeah.
They
Right,
typically
those two.
are. Yeah, they typically are. So you usually don't have an issue with having enough funding. It's very rare where that would be the case. And if it is the case, if you're looking at your budget and you're thinking it's going to be really tight with what they're offering you, you might want to look at other, so like other living arrangements, finding a roommate, things that can cut your costs down. You can petition for more aid if you can prove that it's necessary. So that is an option, but it's just very rare where you would need to do that.
Yeah. The one thing that I've seen is typically for non-traditional students, they have a family to support, kids and daycare and all of that stuff. Typically what I've seen is they go to the school to say, hey, can you adjust my cost of a living based on who I am and based on my needs? I think that's how they've gone. Is that typically what you see?
Yep. Yeah. So that's what you would do. And petition is kind of like an aggressive word maybe, but that is what you're asking. You're just asking for more money, and here's the reasons why. XYZ, these are my expenses.
Yeah.
This is, I cannot, reduce them any further. Help me with increasing how much aid I can have. Yeah.
Yeah. My Lamborghini lease is not going to be covered. I need help here. It's terrible. Terrible. All right. Tejas, suppose I am in public service, but also make money through side hustle. What's the impact? That's the fun thing with public service loan forgiveness, right? Is it's not income based. It's who you're working for.
Yeah. So as long as your public service job is still full time, you can make as much money as you want elsewhere. And the impact it'll have is just on your income driven payment, but there's no limitations on how many jobs you can have or other income sources at all, which is great.
Yeah. So that's the impact is because you're doing income based repayment, typically, probably, you'll just have to pay a little bit more. Erica, does utilizing PLSF affect your credit? Great question.
So yes and no. Yes, in the sense that it does show up on your credit. So student loans in general will show up on your credit as an installment loan, which means you have a certain amount that you borrowed and you have a certain amount per month you pay back. It's not like a credit card where there's like a line of credit you have and you decide how much of it each month you spend. So the biggest impact to credit is just making sure that you're making payments on time and in full. So if your monthly payment is $250, make sure you're making that on time and in full, and that'll have a very positive impact on your credit. Sometimes when I get this question, another like side question is, my goodness, well, if I've got a very large student loan balance, really low payments, my debt to income ratio is not going to look good for being able to buy a house. Yeah. And what's positive there is mortgage lenders. So if you're thinking about buying a house post, schooling, maybe in residency or going into attending, you don't have to worry about how the student loans are going to affect you in maybe the natural way you would think, because mortgage companies care more about the monthly payment obligation. So your income driven payment, they don't really care about the balance. So as long as your monthly payment against your monthly gross income is it within a healthy standard for them, then you'll be able to still purchase a home. So it oftentimes does not affect people from not being able to buy a house. That's not the case, thankfully.
Yeah. And luckily there are very commonly doctor loans for houses and stuff where they know that you're probably going to be making a lot of money and they want your business now
Yeah.
and in the future.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Nina asks, do you recommend consolidating your loans from undergrad, grad, and med school?
I would say yes to this. And consolidation, when I say this term, I mean just combining them all into the federal system post graduation. You cannot do this until you're done with school because the loans are still in that in school deferment. But consolidation can really simplify your loan situation. So a great example of this is, you will have to borrow multiple loans per academic period, likely. So when you graduate, you'll probably have a laundry list of loans, and the PSLF payment count is applied to each individual loan. So in theory, you make payments, they're going to be spread between the loans by the loan servicer, but that's, let's say 12 loans, you have to make sure has the right payment count, where if you consolidate, you would just have one direct consolidation loan with less to track. So I say simplicity is very helpful and important when it comes to PSLF. So I think long answer to the more direct point, yes, I would say consolidate.
I'm assuming they all have to be federal loans to be able to consolidate in that way.
Yes. Mm-hmm. You can't mix the private and the federal.
Okay. Got it. Great questions. Matt, would having an existing home loan coupled with additional debt for med school make me less favorable for any student loans? Interesting question. Yeah. So existing loans, and then if you can talk about, credit worthiness with medical school loans as well.
Mm-hmm. So likely not. This won't come into play because when you are borrowing federal student loans, they check your credit, but they're really just checking to make sure you don't have an active bankruptcy or any federal or government loans that are in default status, because that's a no-go for them. They say, well, if they can't pay that one, what makes us think they're going to pay these student loans? So that stuff has to be fixed before you can borrow federal student loans. But other than that, the home loan doesn't come into play. It's not like private loans. If you were borrowing private student loans, then yes, those things would absolutely come into play because they care about how much of your monthly income is going towards other obligations. Where with federal loans, since they're income driven, they don't care as much, I guess, is the answer there. So doesn't hurt you. Doesn't hurt your chances at all.
Nice. And then the credit worthiness sounds like active bankruptcy could be an issue. And then you had mentioned something else. I forget.
Like defaulted government loans.
Oh,
so
you have already defaulted. Yeah. Bad stuff.
Aggressive stuff. So just don't be in those situations.
Bad stuff. All right. Good question, Matt. I think we have time for one more question. Lady 1978. Jay, what if your undergrad loans were forgiven due to disability? You've recovered and accepted to medical school. Would your prior loan forgiveness somehow prevent you from getting a med school loan? Very interesting. That's
a great question. Situation. I've never gotten that question before.
Yeah.
I would assume no, because you don't have to prove that you're not currently disabled to borrow a student loan. So I don't think it will cause you any issue. But if it does, I would love you to email me at help@studentloanplanner.com and let me know, because we would love to figure that out with you.
Interesting situation. So Megan Landris from studentloanplanner.com. Thank you so much for joining us here at MappdCon, wrapping up the day with tons of great advice to hopefully set people up for success for their financial future. It's such an important topic that we just don't talk enough about. And so I'm glad you were able to come on and share your wisdom with us.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. And hopefully this helps just relieve some of the maybe angst about the borrowing side of things. And, if this is what you want to do with your career, I'd say go for it. And, the planning, the student loan situation, you'll be able to have a plan or a game plan for them.
Yeah.
But thanks for having me so much. I appreciate it.
You are welcome. Plan the work the plan, as they say. It's such an important thing. Again, studentloanplanner.com. Go check out Megan and the rest of her team, what they're doing over there. All right, everyone. Welcome to the end of MappdCon. We still have another session to go. A little mini session where we bring on the team, the Map team. Rachel Grubbs, hello.
I'm here. Hello.
Verinia Granum, hello.
Hello.
Courtney Lewis, hello. And we're waiting on Scott to join us as he joins us back on the stream. We did it, everyone.
Woohoo.
We made it through MappdCon2022.
Can I just share a comment that came through earlier?
No.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ryan. I already did.
Erica says, just want to show appreciation for the MAP team for an awesome conference. I know it's not over yet, but I want to make sure you're given your flowers. Thank you, Erica. Thank you for sharing that, Vernia. The team behind the scenes, there are a lot of people working behind the scenes right now with Verissa and Veronica and Tyra and Kara and McKenna and Carly. I think I got most of them. Amazing job, everyone, putting this together and making today go as smoothly as it did. Hooray!
Awesome.
So,
yeah,
what do we have left? We have some giveaways to announce.
Yeah. So we've got lots of prizes and winners. Let me pull that up on the screen here. All right. So you guys saw all the amazing prizes. We've been giving some out all day. We're ready to announce all the winners. As soon as I can find the page that has them all. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to have people take turns reading this so I don't have to read 60 names in a row. But for the pre-med playbook, Radina Khalid from Rice University, Cassie Patton from Middle Tennessee State, Caitlin Ha from Chapman, Ari Morphiz Gonzalez from University of Portland, Stephanie Bogdan from University of Ottawa, Lynn from Hunter College, Nicole Horn from Grand Valley State University. You've all won sets of pre-med playbooks. We're gonna email you. You're gonna email us back. We're gonna ship them to you. Bruni, will you take the second column?
Sure. Wendy Perez from UCLA, Adara Cross from University of Illinois at UIC, Fiona Barbagallo from University of Vermont, Emma Thomas from Hofstra University. Hi, Emma.
Cheating.
Rachel Virtue from Cabrini University, Ahmad Sheikh from SHU, Samin Abdullahi from GSU, and Pranav Prabhu from NJIT. Congratulations.
Get some
You
books.
guys have hundreds of pages of Dr. Gray's thoughts coming your way.
Yes. Hopefully they make sense.
All right, 10 sets of Blueprint practice exams. Final reminder for you that Blueprint is our sponsor, so they are largely why it is free this year. And also, in addition to this raffle that they're participating in, they're doing a 20K scholarship. You can sign up for that at MCATscholarship.com. So who is winning sets of MCAT practice exams? We've got Abimbola Akinili. I'm so sorry. I wish I'd emailed you to ask for help. From University of Massachusetts. Julia Southard from Georgetown. Mary Wallace from University of Colorado, Denver. Laura Miranda from Sonoma State University. Ricky Iracheta from Texas A&M. Courtney, you want to take the second column?
Muted. You are muted.
No, she's there we go.
Am I muted? Okay.
Now you're good.
Thank you. Olivia Lawson from University of Tennessee, Hannah Choi from Contra Costa Medical Career College, Jean St. Pierre from UTSA, Shani Adest from Yeshiva University, and Caitlin Brown from Appalachian State University. Congrats.
No Gators won. Come on. This is rigged.
Yet. All right. MappdCon Pro subscriptions. Ryan, take a turn. You've got Eagle Eyes.
Miguel Martel from University of Puerto Rico. Stephanie Bogdan from University of Ottawa. She won twice?
Uh-oh. Might have to fix that.
Jane, maybe, I don't know. Jane Choi from nowhere. Catherine Miller from Drexel University. Ashley Taylor from Cal State Northridge. Adrian Gonzalez from Western University of Health Sciences. Mackenzie Dunn from Grand Valley State University. James Abagoye from UCLA. Kimberly Zuffa from Arizona State. The Sun Devils, that was the school I wanted to go to growing up. And Jeanette Doblado from Rutgers University.
All right. So you guys all get a year of MappdCon Pro. So that's all the wonderful stuff that's in MappdCon, which is free, plus chat advising with we who are on camera now. So you can message us your questions anytime. And some cool new features that are coming very soon that are yet to be announced.
I love it. I love it. Some good new stuff we're working on.
So some of you apparently want to get free advising with this guy down in the corner. I don't know.
I don't know, but I see a University of Florida on there, so I'm happy. I get to speak to Anushri.
Randomgenerator.org, man. We had nothing to do with it. Yeah, go ahead and read those, Ryan.
Anushri Patel from University of Florida, Karima Mohammed Poe from Georgia State University, and Kiara Bevins from ODU, Old Dominion. And then Blueprint MCAT live online course. Rachel, you want to read that one?
Yeah, Audrey, I'm going to say Wolszczak from Florida State University.
Boo. Boo. Oh, sorry.
Audrey, even though you're not from Ryan's favorite school, you're still a winner. All right, that is the entire raffle. I know that went quickly. One reminder is there's a recording. The second reminder is if you won, we're emailing you. So definitely be in, check for your email. If you've been getting the emails we've been sending about registering for MAPS, you know that you are good to hear from us. So it'll come from info@mapp.com. We've got a few minutes left. Let's talk about today.
Yeah, more importantly, let's talk about next year.
Oh, yeah.
Next year. Stay tuned. MappdCon2023 live in person. We are hoping for 1,000 people in Baltimore, October 6th through 8th. It's Friday through Sunday. So mark your calendars. Our registration and all that stuff will be up. We're shooting for October 1st. So right around the corner. Stay tuned for that. Take the fun of today, put it in person. Magic will happen. 2023, October 6th through 8th in Baltimore. So save the date.
So what do you guys want to hear or see next year live and in person? What was your favorite part of today? What do you want again? What do you want more of?
Yeah, that is the question. Courtney, what was your favorite part of today?
Honestly, I liked attending all of the sessions in the background because it's good to hear the updates from all of the experts in their different fields to make sure that I'm giving accurate information. So I liked all the different speakers and kind of the breadth of topics that we covered. I thought it was great.
Awesome. Hey, and everyone who's watching right now, let us know what your favorite part of today was. Let us know. Jay in Med says, I'll be there at MappdCon in 2023. He's from Maryland. So excited. Verinia, what was your favorite part of today?
I enjoyed every session thoroughly, but I really enjoyed hearing from Jasmine Brown.
Yeah.
And I really enjoyed getting to know her story, and I'm going to pick up her book.
Yes.
I'm going to go get a copy of her book. So that was awesome.
So excited.
Yeah.
Definitely we'll have her book.
Yeah.
Schedule, maybe I stayed on the whole time, but for anyone who can only be on for a certain time. Yeah, we had the schedule. It was rocking and rolling.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rachel, your favorite part?
Yeah, I was just thinking that I think my vote would also be for Ms. Brown, for Jasmine. She was only able to give us 30 minutes today. She just has a very busy schedule, as most people in the third year of med student school do. But so it was so substantial and yet a little more compressed. And one of my thoughts was, one, I want to have her back, and two, she's got a book that's coming out in January. We should have her back in time to have a podcast hit for her pre-order deadline. Go pre-order her book, friends.
Yeah, that would be good. Well, let's say goodbye. Let's say goodbye to everyone. For all of you who stayed the whole time, bless you. I'm thankful for you to be here hanging out with us today. I'll be interested to see as the numbers come in. I know we had consistently over 300 people watching live, but usually that means people are hopping in and out. So I'm guessing several thousand people over the course of the day today, and then hopefully the many thousand that will watch in the coming weeks. I love having the ability to touch so many lives through everything that we do. And from me to the Mappd team, thank you for being a part of this journey and helping out so much.
Yeah.
Glad to be here.
It's always fun.
So,
Super rewarding.
Whoever just put "as soon as a lie is over."
I'm trying to type too quickly. I'll just answer it verbally.
It's all
The
lying.
lie is not over because the lie never started. It was meant to be live.
Oh, okay.
Somebody, I think it was Norma, I'm trying to find it, asked, how do I get the recording?
Yeah.
So this link that you're watching right now is going to be the recording link. So when we're done going live, YouTube will work its little process magic, and then the link will be the same link. It'll just show you the recording.
Yep. And then as we process these, we have, again, the team behind the scenes. We'll chop them up and make smaller clips so that you can watch very specific sessions that you want to watch without needing to kind of scrub through the whole thing. So on that note, thank you everyone for coming to MappdCon 2022. And we hope to see you in Baltimore next year for MappdCon 2023.
It's going to be fun.
It's going to be a blast. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.